This is Audible.
The Crush, Lost Boys Book 2. Written by Kelly Fox. Narrated by Declan Winters. Before we begin, confession. I didn't know I was queer until I was in my late 20s. Further, it took dating my wife to convince me that I was more than just an occasional guest in the lady pond. Looking back, of course, I could tell you a million things I did that were absolutely not straight. Making out with an elder's daughter during my preteens? Check. Preferring Playboy to Playgirl? Double check. Realizing after the fact that I'd actually been in love with that close female friend the entire time? Heartbreak check in triplicate. I won't even go into my fashion and hair choices. Let's just say my mom wasn't shocked when I came out to her at the age of 35. Unlike Walker, however, I knew she and the rest of my family would welcome the woman who would be my wife into our family. Hell, they like to joke that they love Amy more than they love me. At least, I think it's a joke. I've had people ask me why it took me so long to understand my own queerness, and my answer is a pretty common one. I'm a multisexual who grew up in a fundamentalist religion. I simply dismissed my appreciation of women as part of my sinful nature and believed it was something I'd successfully overcome when I married a man at the age of 19. I know now that my full, ever-evolving sexuality and burgeoning gender identity should be celebrated. Back then, however, you could have pointed to all the things I was doing and I would have launched into a full-throated denial. Not because I'd have been lying, but because I'd so thoroughly convinced myself I was straight. All of which is to say, I put a lot of myself into the character of Walker, and I hope you'll embrace his sweet cluelessness as much as I've had to embrace my own. Content warnings. Homophobia and racism within a family dynamic. Mentions of illicit drug use, grooming, and human trafficking. Chapter 1. Walker.
"Junior, we've got a customer," Mom barked out over the PA system 3 minutes before closing time. Stripping off my grease-smeared undershirt, I let out a deep, exhausted sigh. Whoever was rolling in now was going to have to be okay with me shirtless because it was still 101 miserable degrees outside and I was done. The AC in the garage was out. My knee was acting up. My shoulders ached from throwing tires all evening and warm sweat was running down the crack of my ass. The real kicker? This wasn't even my full-time job. I was a high school teacher, currently teaching summer school geometry along with a few college prep courses. But that meant nothing to my parents, who called me in whenever they ended up short-staffed at one of their tire repair shops. I appreciated the extra cash, but these long, sweltering days were eating me alive. Today had been especially bad because I'd started my morning off trying to plan for the fall curriculum, which meant I'd spent a good deal of time banging my head on my desk. Last year's geometry classes had gone well, so their curriculum hadn't needed more than a few tweaks. My wood shop classes, however, had been a complete disaster. I'd loved Mr. Page's shop class back when I was in high school, but I hadn't had the slightest clue what to do when he died and Dr. Gardner dumped his classes into my lap. Even after I stopped panicking and found/plagiarized Mr. Page's most recent curriculum, this past school year had been a painful reminder that I was no Mr. Page. Sure, I was handy, but the classroom's power tools scared the piss out of me, and the surly teenagers didn't exactly find my simple projects engaging. So, yeah, I spent the first part of the day tearing my hair out and the rest sweating out a third of my body weight, changing and repairing tires till my arms all but fell off. My shitty mood lasted until I spotted the car limping up to the bay. A familiar classic Chevelle, custom painted in a modern charcoal gray with white racing stripes, and sporting one very flat tire. I smiled for the first time since breakfast as Ozzie Kavanaugh, wearing cream linen trousers with a light blue button-down, stepped out of the vehicle. Tall and muscular, with a trim beard and a perfectly faded afro hawk, Ozzie was a cold blast of AC right when I needed it. I was so damned relieved to see someone I hadn't yet disappointed today. In high school, Ozzie had been part of a group of guys Mr. Page had called the Lost Boys. Like Mr. Page, all the guys were some flavor of queer, and Mr. Page had been a trusted mentor and a safe space for him. Years later, Mr. Page had somehow lassoed me into their orbit. It was awkward at first, a straight country boy like me hanging out with a bunch of confident gay men, but from day one, they were nothing but kind. Since I was raised in a super conservative household, these new friendships had felt a little rebellious. Regardless of my parents' opinions, I was damned proud to call the Lost Boys my friends, and I was pretty sure they returned the sentiment. At least, I hope so. Maybe they just saw how lonely I'd become and were showing me pity. Either way, I'd take it. Ozzy grinned as he approached and bumped fists with me. "Walk, buddy. Did you forget your clothes today?" I looked down and swore under my breath. On top of being bare, my sweaty torso was smeared with all sorts of oil and tire muck. Great. I was a mess in front of the one guy who never had a hair out of place. "Sorry," I said, attempting to brush off some of the dirt, only to have the grease on my hand make it worse. Giving up, I explained, "I was getting ready to close down, and it's been boiling in the garage today. The AC unit crapped out, and we're not getting another one in until tomorrow." Dude, that sucks. Though, as a red-blooded gay man, I gotta say, he gave me an obvious up-down followed by a low whistle. I flushed at the compliment, jokingly covering my nipples. "Sir, I am a gentleman," I tossed back, laying on the country accent. His deep, rich chuckle was better than caffeine. The buzzy click from the PA system went off, making my stomach clench. "Walker Tire Service is now closed for the day. Please finalize your business," my mother announced in her nasally twang. Click. I checked over my shoulder, spying her judgmental gaze through the office blinds. Rolling my eyes, I turned back to my friend, held out my overall sleeves, and curtsied. It would have been a damn funny move if my already pissed-off knee hadn't taken exception. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ozzy's smile slid off his face, and he quickly reached for my arm, helping me stay upright as I worked the joint back into place. "Is this still from the accident?" Before I could answer, my mother knocked on the window that separated us from her air-conditioned office. Grateful for the distraction from my body's shortcomings, I changed the subject. "Here, why don't you go hang out in the waiting area and let me fix your tire and get you on your way? No charge." Ozzy narrowed his eyes in the direction of the office. "Thanks, man," he said, letting go of my arm. His hand had been an extra source of warmth on my already overheated skin, and my abs flexed as I was hit with the familiar feeling of wanting him to like me. As I watched him walk over to our waiting room, I grumbled over how patently unfair it was for him to always be so put together. With a body like his, he could wear camo Crocs and a neon tracksuit and still be enviably hot. I'd never admit this to anyone, but I was a little jealous of the man's ass. I faithfully got in an early morning workout to make my physical therapist happy, but Ozzy clearly lived at the gym. Maybe I needed to ask him about his exercise routine. Knowing my mom was waiting impatiently for me to finish up, I headed for Ozzy's gorgeous car. I drove it carefully into the bay, then jacked it up and took a look. Thankfully, the nail was in a repairable area. I was getting a lot of business from the folks in his growing neighborhood, so I doubted it'd be the last time I saw him. I grinned at the thought, then shook off my ridiculous bro crush and made the repair. By the time I met Ozzy back in the office, Mom had plied him with cookies and a Coke and was asking him questions about his family. She did a good job pretending she was interested in his answers, but I knew better. Her eyes were on me the second I walked into the air-conditioned office, and her brows met in the middle like some angry mountain peak. "Augustus Walker, Jr.," she screeched dramatically. "Why are you running around shirtless like a heathen? Pull your coveralls back up." She cut her eyes to Oz, then back to me, her meaning clear. "Mama." She'd seen me like this earlier, but she waited to make a big deal of it now to embarrass me in front of Oz. Mortified, I yanked up the coveralls and snaked my arms into the stifling sleeves, though I left the zipper down so I didn't pass out from the heat still radiating off my skin. Rolling her eyes, she turned to Oz. My apologies. I taught my son to have better manners than to prance about half naked. Ozzy put on his bartender smile, his eyes narrow. Mrs. Walker, it's fine. I was grateful y'all let me sneak in right at the end of the day. Oh, hush. I've known you since you were a kid. I'm glad you came in. I gritted my teeth, remembering how she and my father had reacted when I showed them the clothes Oz had picked out for me last year. As a new teacher, I'd needed help in the wardrobe department, and he'd graciously assisted me in putting together a closet full of sharp outfits for school. Mom had accused Ozzy of trying to groom me to look like one of those homosexuals, and Dad had said similarly disparaging things about my new professional haircut. Today, though, she was being sugar sweet, and I couldn't stand the insincerity in her voice. Of course, Ozzy spent a lot of time talking to people at the bar he co-owned with Joel, a fellow lost boy. Bet he'd clocked the lie as easily as I had. Hoping to hurry things along, I turned to my friend. Hey, you're all set. There's been a lot of cars coming in from your subdivision, though, so make sure you got a good spare. Thanks for the heads up, and I've got a full-size spare. Excellent. When he went to reach for his wallet, I held up my hand. I told you, man, no charge. Just keep it safe out there. Mom's lips thinned, but I ignored her in favor of accepting a side hug from Oz. Sorry I'm so sweaty, I whispered, self-conscious all over again. Oz tilted his head, taking in the still exposed sliver of skin from my collarbones to my belly button. Are you kidding? You just made my night, he said, and I could practically hear my mother grinding her back teeth to powder. I was 90% sure he'd said it to get under her skin. He sent her a broad smile, one social graces dictated she return. Turning back to me, he tugged on my collar. See you this weekend? I dipped my head, feeling the flush returning to my cheeks. Yep. Good. Saturday lunch isn't the same without you. And now that Leo's almost of age, we're going to be discussing how he can take down that ranch hottie he's had his eye on. Leo was not quite 17 when he first met Lyle last year. I respected the hell out of the non-binary hottie in question who just turned 20 at the time for stepping back. Now, Leo was about to turn 18 and there was a sense of the inevitable between those two that was incredibly endearing. Oz sent me a wink and I had to stifle a laugh. God, he was fun. Despite my mother's watchful eye, I played along. That cute cowhand won't know what hit him. I waved as he took off. Then I shut down the bay and made my way back into the office so I could walk Mom out to her car. She kept her thoughts to herself, and I was grateful. I didn't have the energy to argue with her tonight. As I got into my truck, the notification for the Lost Boys group chat went off. Ozzy. Stopped by the tire shop today, and look who I found. I blushed when an image popped up a few seconds later. He'd snapped a pic of me carrying his tire one-handed, my sweaty, bare chest clearly the focus. My phone started pinging left and right with cat calls and gifts raining dollar bills. Me. My mother already thinks y'all are trying to lure me into your wretched lifestyles. Ozzy. Then it's working. After that, the thread was flooded with toaster ovens, which I did not get at all. It didn't matter. The frustration and loneliness of the day were gone in an instant. My smile returned, and on a whim, I ran back into the office to grab something for Oz. Maybe I'd stop by the bar after school tomorrow. Chapter 2. Ozzy. Jesus fucking Christ. I knew Walker was a hot slice of a man, but I nearly swallowed my tongue when he walked out to my car last night. I couldn't believe I'd actually debated changing the tire myself. I was lucky I hadn't ruined the wheel by driving to the tire shop, but it'd have been worth it even if I had. Every queer person I knew had had a tragic straight crush at some point in their lives, and for the last year, Augustus Walker Jr. had been mine. I respected his sexuality, of course, but damn. This all started when I took him shopping for a new wardrobe. He'd been hired to teach at the local high school and needed some serious assistance in the clothing department. My cousin Hendrix had been touring God knew where with his punk band at the time, but he'd bankrolled the entire venture, and he'd agreed that an unfortunate incident involving Walker's closet and a few large garbage bags was appropriate. As a result, we also ended up replacing the majority of Walker's casual clothes. I'd been happy to help, but then I was confronted with Walker's country-fried hotness the first time he took off his shirt. We'd played baseball together in high school, but I didn't remember him looking like that. I'd had to fan myself every time he'd tried on something new because he was tight as hell. Walker had been hiding his body under ill-fitting dad jeans, baggy cargo shorts, and ratty t-shirts. To replace them, I'd picked out several pairs of fitted jeans and shorts with 5-inch inseams to show off his little ass and short, muscular legs. I won't even speak of the tighty-whities, which I'd swapped out with the tiniest, most buttery soft boxer briefs. They'd made helping him out in the changing rooms a hell of a lot more fun. Not that I'd expected anything to happen. I was just appreciating a sweet, sexy guy who happened to be a big, fat goose egg on the Kinsey scale. Sigh and all that. Last night, though, the way his flush traveled from his grease-streaked chest to his pretty cheeks in response to the slightest bit of flirting, that had my brain going all sorts of places it had no business going. Especially when he played along after I baited his mother with my comment about Leo. It was almost like he was flirting back. I shouldn't read too much into it, though. He'd gone red when I'd complimented his looks during our shopping spree, and I'd chalked it up to his endearing modesty. He liked to joke that he was some hick country boy, and he was, but he was also a mathematician and a world-class sweetheart. After last night, there was no denying the vulnerability he'd carefully hidden under sunny smiles. It was a sobering reminder that he had survived the horrific car accident that killed his twin sister, Anna Lee. The crash happened the summer after we'd all graduated, and I'd already gone to Chicago, so I didn't witness its full impact on him. After moving back and getting reacquainted with him, though, I noticed the layers a lot of people missed. If I had to guess, his mother never concerned herself with any of his layers. According to Joel, Walker's dad was just as much of an asshole. No parent should ever have to bury their child. But you'd think they'd cling to their surviving child, not pick him apart and make him feel like shit. When I watched his mother belittle him, a bunch of pieces started falling into place. For instance, I'd often gotten the sense that Walker was lonely, but I'd chalked that up to missing his sister. He'd also lost out on a baseball scholarship because the accident fucked up his knee, and I figured he missed playing with a team. Me and the Lost Boys always did our best to make him feel welcome, but I never could shake the impression that he wasn't quite whole. After last night, I wondered if he'd ever truly had a sense of belonging. I couldn't help but feel that his parents were disappointed he'd been the one who lived, a thought that bothered me long after I got home. Earth thaws. Joel, my business partner and best friend, tapped the middle of my forehead. Man, what's got you all distracted? I blinked and returned to the present, automatically wiping down the bar in front of me. A year and a half ago, I'd come down to visit my mom and dad for Christmas, and Mr. Page had suggested I ask Joel how things were going with his new business. I'd assumed the watering hole had been doing well, when in fact Joel had been struggling to manage the bar's finances. The minute he'd shown me his books, I'd known I could help him out. I'd taken a bartending course as soon as I'd flown back to Chicago, and I'd sent Joel a business proposal a month later. He was great with the big ideas, I was good with the cash, and I'd known we'd be a match made in heaven. I'd been right. I quit my job, moved down here, and bought into the business. Since then, our friendship had deepened and the bar had started making money. Life was awesome most days, with a few exceptions. Seriously, dude, what is going on? You get laid? I snorted. Haven't been laid in far too long. A fact I'd become keenly aware of last night as I watched Walker change out a tire. It was probably not cool of me to snap a picture of his hotness when his mom turned her back, but the smear of grease along his rippling abs, the sharp blue of his eyes contrasting with his tan skin. Fuck. Couldn't be helped. Joel cleared his throat, silently demanding more of an explanation. Fine. Ever see someone in a new light? Who are we talking about? Joel asked, his eyes shrewd as he rubbed his dark blonde beard. Let me just say that sweat and muscles are a dead sexy combination. Truth, Tristan piped up. Tristan was Joel's trim, gorgeous fiancé, and he'd spent the last year dragging the Seguin Chamber of Commerce into the 21st century while helping Joel and me to expand our social media presence. Tristan also took shifts at the Seguin Bean next door and often showed up with espressos and leftover baked goods to get us through the afternoon slump. I'd grown to love him as much as I loved Joel, and that was saying something. I held out my fist, which he bumped. "Thank you," I said. Anyway, the mind boggles. Knowing Joel would not be satisfied with my answer, I turned back to the bar, wiping down the pristine surface yet again. Sure enough, Joel nudged me with his shoulder 30 seconds later. I opened my mouth to tell him to mind his own business, but instead of giving me shit, he jutted his chin toward the door. I did a double take. Eustace Kavanaugh, my grandfather, was walking into the bar. I'd known since I was 5 that he wasn't thrilled to have a biracial grandson. I'd overheard him talking about my appearance and learned that the guy who could pass for Santa Claus in the off-season wasn't a fan of my natural hair or my darker skin. All these years later, the sting of his rejection was still sharp enough to draw blood. My mother, however, would never let me live down disrespecting an elder, so I plastered on a smile. "Grandfather, how nice to see you. What brings you in today? Do you have any American beers, or do you just serve that imported swill?" Starting off on the right foot. I gestured to the taps sporting obviously American names. "We carry lots of domestic beers. Also, Joel makes a homemade brew that you would probably enjoy." Grandfather made a face. "Everyone thinks they can be a brewmaster these days. Just give me a Coors Light. In a can." Stifling a laugh, I reached into the refrigerator and pulled out one of this month's Pride cans, setting it on a napkin in front of him with a flourish. Before I could fully enjoy my grandfather's judgmental scowl, the door opened again and Cornelius Walker, Walker's grandfather, made his way in. Given that these two men had been buddies since their fraternity days in college and neither had entered this establishment until today, I doubted this was a coincidence. "Mr. Walker, what can I get you?" "Something American, and," he paused, noting my grandfather's beer, "not fruity." When I produced a Bud Light, Joel dropped his chin to his chest, nearly losing it. Rather than let these old assholes take up any more of my time, I decided to get into it. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your company, gentlemen?" They exchanged a look, clearly not having expected me to take charge of whatever little intervention they decided I needed. "Heard you had tire trouble last night," my grandfather began. "That is true," I said, impressed with my ability to keep my voice neutral. "I live in a new subdivision and lots of people are picking up nails in their tires." "New business, new house. Are you running low on cash?" I tilted my head to the side, pretending to be confused by my grandfather's question. Spoiler alert, I was not confused in the slightest. I did, however, enjoy the way Cornelius Walker's eyes caught on the peaks of tightly coiled hair on my head. "No," I answered, knowing exactly where this was going. Given that I'm a new business owner, the bank wouldn't have approved my mortgage if I were strapped for cash, as you surely must know. The two old coots exchanged a conspiratorial glance like they'd caught me in a lie. "Then why would you accept charity?" Grandfather asked, sniffing at his beer. "Could you not afford to pay for your tire repair?" Called it. Actually, Walker refused to take my money. Cornelius narrowed his eyes. "You offered my grandson cash, and he did not accept it." Well, I offered him my debit card, and yes, he refused to take it. "Why would you let him do that?" my grandfather asked, trying to look down his nose at me. It was a comically unsuccessful maneuver since I was half a foot taller and an entire personality better than him. "Walker is an important member of my friend group," I offered, smiling. "The Lost Boys," Cornelius said, unable to keep the sneer off his crusty, dried-up lips. "That's right, Mr. Walker. The Lost Boys—" "My grandson is not a homosexual." "You don't have to be gay to be a lost boy," I replied, valiantly stifling a snarl. Mr. Page said Walker was a great guy, and that was all we needed to know. "Mr. Page," my grandfather spat, "whispering in young men's ears for decades over at that horrible public school your parents sent you to." "Weren't you 35 when you married my grandmother?" "Yes, what's your point?" "She was 17, so maybe keep Mr. Page's name out of your damned cradle-robbing mouth," I said, my voice razor sharp. "Sorry, Mom." "The Lost Boys all do favors for each other," I said before either of them could conjure a retort. While I would have been happy to pay, Walker insisted it was on the house. I'll comp his next few beers. We don't keep tally sheets. We're the kind of friends who have one another's backs. though I'd understand if you two weren't familiar with the concept. I knew my grandfather looked down his nose at the Walker family business, which was dwarfed by the Kavanaugh family's real estate holdings. I was half convinced his friendship with Cornelius Walker was based on the fact that he could reliably feel superior to the man. The ensuing silence filled the bar. The other patrons shifted uncomfortably in their seats, and I cursed myself for losing my cool. "Well," my grandfather said finally, glaring at his untouched beer, "it looks bad on the family when someone of your stature accepts handouts." "Someone of my stature? Care to explain what that means?" "You're a Kavanaugh. Deserved or not, you walk around this town with the Kavanaugh name, looking as you do, with your hair as it is, your style." He gestured at my casual Banana Republic chic. "When Cornelius told me you had received services for which you had not paid, I had to ensure the Kavanaugh name wasn't once again being dragged through the mud by your side of the family." I fisted my hand on top of the bar. "That's rich, coming from you." He drew his chin back as though I'd slapped him. That would have been more satisfying. But it would have upset my mother, so I did not. My father, meanwhile, the one who gave me the Kavanaugh name, would be proud that I'd stood up for myself. Drawing in a self-important breath, grandfather stood to his full, unimpressive height. "If you're gonna be disrespectful, I see no reason to continue this conversation." I gestured to the exit. "Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out." "I suppose I shouldn't have expected anything better from you, Oswald." My God, the persecution complex on you. I shook my head, bolstered by Joel's presence at my back. "You picked a fight and you lost." "I believe my business partner asked you to leave," Joel said, his voice a low growl. "And he's a lot nicer than I am." Both men gave us the same imperiously wrinkled look, then left without a word. The door closed behind them, and the world started spinning again. I leaned forward on the bar, banging my forehead against it. "That's gonna cost me," I groaned as our patrons resumed their conversations. "Don't worry," Joel said, his voice back to its usual warm cadence. "Your mom will forgive you, and your dad will give you a high five." "He gives the dorkiest high fives," I complained, even as the thought made me smile. "He misses them half the time. I don't know what my mother saw in him." "I've seen you naked, buddy. If you got your dick from your dad's side..." Lifting my head from the bar, I attempted to kill my dearest friend with a glare. "I'm just saying, it would explain a whole lot," he continued. "I swear to Jesus, if you mention my dad's dick or my mother's interest in said dick ever again, I will murder you in your sleep." "Please don't murder my fiancé," Tristan chimed in from the corner. "I happen to like his dick." Tommy, our most faithful customer, snickered into his third beer of the afternoon. "Aren't you glad you moved back to Seguin?" Joel asked, knocking his shoulder against mine again. "Asshole." "Yes," I said through gritted teeth. Unexpected visitors and shitty Texas politics aside, I loved living so close to my parents and friends, and the food here was fantastic. He grinned. "Good. With the restaurant going in next door, syrup is kicking ass." "Would you stop calling it that?" I begged, not for the first time. It was such a stupid nickname for the moonshot we'd come up with, officially entitled the Seguin Revitalization Project. Actually, it wasn't an official anything. Hell, it wasn't even a community action plan. Syrup was me, Joel, and a dog-eared notebook full of Mr. Page's ideas to reinvent Seguin's downtown area. Well, that plus a slightly terrifying business loan. Mr. Page had once heard me bemoan the lack of good Jamaican food in the area and had added it to his greatest hits notebook, which he left to Joel and me at his death. Joel had insisted it was a good place to start, and I'd come to trust his instincts. "Ozzy?" I tilted my head back, silently asking God to smite me before I replied to the familiar voice of Guadalupe County's longtime sheriff. "Hey, Uncle Ryan. I wish the Kavanaugh family would just leave me the hell alone." Chapter 3. Walker. The waiting area outside the principal's office was strangely inviting. I remembered sitting in this exact room when a prank between the baseball and football teams had gone wrong, and it had been a hell of a lot more intimidating back then. Today, fresh, simple greenery adorned the end tables, and on the walls, posters with positive sayings and images of a wide spectrum of people were displayed alongside emergency exit strategies and the fire drill schedule for the fall. It even smelled nice. I shouldn't have been uneasy in the comfortable space, but I was. Smoothing a hand down my fine cloth button-down, I reminded myself that I belonged here. Sure, I only half believed it, but I was wearing one of the outfits Ozzy had chosen for me, and it gave me a boost of confidence. I'd even spritzed on a tiny bit of the expensive cologne he'd given me as a belated graduation gift. In a way, it was like having him there with me. "Mr. Walker, come on in," Dr. Gardner said, gesturing me into her office. Dr. Gardner invited me to sit in one of the comfy chairs in front of her desk. Instead of taking her usual seat, she sat beside me in the matching chair. She started off with light conversation, then transitioned into how the previous school year had gone, along with my ideas for the upcoming year's curriculum. It had been damn near impossible to get kids engaged with geometry while trying to keep up with the state's draconian testing requirements, but Dr. Gardner liked what I was doing. "It's always wonderful to have new teachers with fresh eyes. You surprised me last year, actually." "Really?" My voice pitched up into an embarrassing squawk, and I wished I could disappear under the floor. "Was it hot in here?" I tugged at my collar. Oz had helped me put together work-appropriate looks that were comfortable, but there were still days when all this fashion felt like cosplay, and I was convinced everyone could see the backwoods rube underneath. Dr. Gardner, wearing a school t-shirt and nice jeans paired with heels, seemed willing to ignore my lack of vocal control. Her smile, at least, was encouraging. "Yes, really. Math was always a difficult subject for me when I was a student, but when I watch you teach geometry, you make me feel like it's doable. Maybe not easy, but doable." "That's what Leo says," I answered, flushing at the compliment. "Oh, Leo." Her amused eye roll told me she was as fond of him as I was. I'd met Leo through my volunteer work at the meeting house. He'd had a rough life and was living out at Lupe, the Guadalupe County home for teens, and he was one of my favorite humans ever, even if I did want to strangle him every now and again. "He'll be a senior this year, right?" "That he will." He was almost 18, but given his history, I was impressed that he'd only had to repeat 1 year of school. "Is it weird that I'll miss him once he graduates?" I shook my head. "Nah, I'll miss him too. I'll have him in my shop class one more time, though." She nodded. "Speaking of your shop class," I fiddled my thumbs, stiffening against the coming censure. "Last year didn't go the way you wanted it to, did it?" Shame settled into my guts. Dr. Gardner and I had met a couple of times over the course of the year to see what could be done to increase engagement, but nothing seemed to stick. I must have been such a disappointment. No, it didn't. I swear I was following Mr. Page's curriculum, but I don't know as much as he did. "Of course not, Mr. Walker. You're a brand new teacher. Frankly, I thought the fact that you were open about your lack of experience was endearing and a really great example for those students who worry about getting everything right the first rattle out of the gate." I raised my brow. That wasn't the first time I'd heard her use a country phrase. "First rattle out of the gate? Where are you from?" She laughed. "Texarkana." I whistled low. "And I thought Seguin was country." "Oh, it is," she said with a sparkle in her eye. "My husband's from here. College sort of smoothed out my accent and my language, but he says my Texarkana still comes out every once in a while." "Man, college didn't do nothing for my accent," I drawled, laying it on thick. "Maybe that's because most of my classes were online." She tapped her chin, examining me with her sharp, all-knowing eyes. "I see how hard you still work for your family. It's impressive how you got your degree while working full-time for them. I'm sure they're proud." I snorted. "They'd be prouder if I'd chosen the family business over a low-paying teacher's salary." "Maybe that's why you think struggling with a class makes you a bad teacher." I startled, my eyes widening as they met hers. She smiled and sent me finger guns. "Busted," I joked, even though I felt like she'd karate kicked me in the chest with one of her high heels. "Thought I hadn't picked up on that, didn't you?" "I was hoping you hadn't." She winked at me. "Mr. Walker, you're a great teacher, and you're not out here on your own. You'll notice, by the way, that none of my brilliant ideas worked last year either. So we're going to keep at it and work together to figure out where the engagement fell off. Once we get that squared, we can figure out how to fix it. I let out a slow breath, then asked the question that had been on my mind since the beginning of the last school year. Are you sure you still want me to teach shop? I'm no Mr. Page, and I don't think I ever will be. Mr. Page was a once-in-a-generation teacher, Mr. Walker. There's no scenario in which I imagine you'd be able to take over his class at the same level. Then why? I didn't know how to finish the sentence. Because you have more in common with these kids than some junior Bob Vila or whoever's popular in woodworking these days. You're from here. You've overcome a lot to get to where you are today, and you're more than just book smart. Before I could protest, she held up a hand. And you can't tell me you haven't come up with a few astute observations about the direction of the class. What's your gut telling you? She asked with a pointed look. Intimidated, I drummed my fingers on my thighs, not certain what I had to say would land well. Seeing my hesitation, she moved her hand in a rolling gesture. Get on with it, Mr. Walker. Fine. They don't have any use for picture frames when they store all their pictures on their phones. If they view a project as waste of time from the get-go, then there's not much I can do after that to engage them. They've already checked out. I hoped I hadn't offended her. Dr. Gardner, however, looked thoughtful. This is not the knick-knack generation, she noted smoothly. Unless we're talking about gaming action figures. My grin fell as I recalled Leo's words from our conversation on the topic. There was also a concern that these projects were wasting precious resources. Really? I nodded, grateful she was listening so intently. This generation is really into saving the planet through, among other things, resource conservation. This summer I wanted to Venn diagram projects I can take on with my limited ability that would also have a greater purpose. Or, I don't know. Dr. Gardner bounced her foot, deep in concentration. After a moment, she held up a finger. The mayor has some incentives in place for community-based learning. Maybe you need something that's not just environmentally conscious, but also actively good for Seguin. I'm sure we could contact local organizers and come up with a list of projects. I bit the inside of my lip, pondering her words. You know, I volunteer with my friends at the meeting house most weekends. I bet Beckett would have some thoughts on the subject. Her face lit up. That's a great idea. Let me know what you come up with. We finalized our review and I shook her hand, ready to head out for my next errand. By the time I got to my old truck, I was feeling a little better about the upcoming school year. Looking at the box in my passenger seat, I smiled. Time to visit my favorite bartender. Chapter 4. Ozzie. My Uncle Ryan, wearing his full sheriff's uniform, shifted his jaw. I saw my father leaving the bar. After verifying that I had not accidentally slipped into another dimension, I figured I should come over and see what's up. Joel snorted. Already annoyed, I decided to go with the truth. I had a nail in my tire last night and went to the tire shop to get it repaired. Walker refused to take my money. Uncle Ryan shifted his thumbs into his belt loops. And old Cornelius had to go ring up his good buddy and tell him you were accepting charity? Got it in one. While my grandfather looked down on his bestie's comparatively humble estate, I was the thing Cornelius Walker held over my grandfather's head. Pretty fucking judgmental for two wrinkled old assholes who clearly never heard of sunscreen. Unbelievable. Ryan looked to the side, cursing under his breath, while at the same time completely believable. I was wary of my uncle trying to get into my good graces. I knew he'd paid a heavy price for rejecting his son, my cousin Hendrix, when he came out in high school, and Ryan was now trying to make amends. The results were uneven at best. Yep. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Rubbing his clean-shaven face and sharp Kavanaugh jaw, he sent me a strained smile. I was going to stop by anyway. Yeah? I asked, filling a Go cup with Dr. Pepper for him. His eyes brightened as I slid it across the bar along with a straw, and he took a moment to pull off the paper wrapper and shove the straw through the lid. Your dad and I had coffee this morning. We were talking about how well the watering hole was doing. He's real proud of you. My father was as skeptical as I was about Ryan's motives, so I took it as a good sign that Dad had agreed to meet for coffee. That he is, I answered, distracted by his fidgeting with the straw wrapper. After watching him for a moment, I asked, Uncle Rye? Are you okay? Avoiding my eyes, he answered with a question of his own. Hendricks was here last week, wasn't he? Damn. I'd hoped he hadn't found out about that. We'd thrown a big party to celebrate the opening of the new improved meeting house. Hen had quietly flown in from halfway across the world to show his support. Even though he tried to keep his visit under the radar, a few photos of him in a meeting house t-shirt got out on social media. He was, I admitted. Oh. Like I said, uneven. I reached out and grabbed my uncle's hand. That wasn't a dig against you, I promise. He was stretched too thin to do anything but fly in and fly out again. Ryan shifted his jaw, his eyes sad. He looked terrible when I saw him at Mr. Page's memorial service. I can't figure why he'd burn himself out like that. His finances are okay, right? I don't manage his money, save for a couple of backup offshore accounts, but I recommended his financial advisor, and I'm pretty sure he's doing well for himself. Hen and I had both grown up as Kavanaugh outcasts, and as a result, we took care of each other where we could. Okay, he said softly. I'm just worried about him, you know? Frankly, he had reason to be worried. Mr. Page had left a piece of art to Hen in his will, contingent on Hen spending a year off the road. He'd even set aside a rental property on the river for Hen to stay at. It was a meaningful gesture, and Hen had agreed to the terms. But less than a month later, he booked a tour extension through Europe. He'd flown out before any of us could talk him out of it. Me too, Uncle Rye. But me and the group of guys from school, the Lost Boys? Funny how the same question coming from different people had such different meanings. There was hope, not scorn, in Ryan's voice when he asked. Yep, we've got a group chat going and Hendricks participates. I think he's tired, but every other day he sends a picture from a different part of the world. Okay, good, Rye said, going back to shredding the straw wrapper. It was odd how he could stand there in his uniform and gun belt, a figure of power and authority, and seem so lost. It's hard for me to get a read on him. He doesn't pick up when I call, though we have been texting back and forth a little. Hen prefers texting, I explained, slipping the nearly disintegrated paper from his fingers. Don't take it personally. He'll FaceTime before he does a call. Rye's brows sloped together. Do you think he'd let me FaceTime him? Maybe, if you text him first. Good to know, he said, sipping his drink. I appreciate it. You're welcome. It's good to see you two talking again. Knowing Hen, it was more important to him than he'd admit. Rye drew in a breath. I know I'll be paying for how I messed up when he was in high school for the rest of my life. I stayed quiet, not sure how to respond. Part of me thought he deserved to pay, but the sentiment felt a little cruel given his current state. Still, he continued, I was real glad he was willing to speak with me at Mr. Page's funeral. I see how close you are with your mom and dad, and it makes me regret how I handled everything. I might not ever have the same closeness with Hendricks as you have with your parents, but I'd like to repair what I can. I'll put in a good word for you, I said. My father and I were the kind to cut people out of our lives, full stop, but my mother insisted on giving people a second chance. With boundaries. Reaching across the bar, he grabbed my hand, imploring me with his eyes. I appreciate that, Oz. Thank you. I squeezed his hand back. He sent me a nod as he took his drink and left, walking out the door with a weight on his shoulders I'd never noticed before. A moment later, Joel and Tristan made their way out from the back, rumpled and smiling. I raised my brow. When did you two sneak off? When you were having your very special moment with your uncle, Joel answered. Tristan smacked him. Don't tease him or else he won't confirm my theory. Your theory? Tristan ran his fingers through his pretty hair, biting on his upper lip as he rocked back and forth on his Chuck Taylors. Spit it out, Tris, I said. Joel tipped Tristan's chin up for a sweet kiss, then nodded toward me. Tell him what you told me. Letting out a nervous breath, Tristan steepled his fingers, tapping them together. So, this guy you're seeing in a new light, he whispered, careful of the locals and their antennae for gossip. Jesus, why did I say anything? Yeah, I asked hesitantly. Does this have anything to do with a free tire repair and the pic you shared last night? Running my fingers over my beard, I bit back a smile. Maybe. Tristan's eyes brightened. Oh my God, Walker is so fucking hot. He's like pocket hot. He's not that short, I responded, more than a little defensive. True, he's also got some damn muscles, Tristan said, his eyes going far too fucking dreamy. Remember when he showed up to the meeting house the night of the fire wearing only pajama bottoms? I nodded. I remember. Bet all those muscles looked good coated in sweat and grease yesterday, Joel said, hip-checking me. You saw the group chat. Walker is... Joel made some sort of aborted sound at the back of his throat, his eyes cutting toward the door. Covering his mouth with his hand, he murmured, This should be fun. As if out of a dream, Walker let himself into our humble little bar, a narrow box in his hand. Could that be a gift from your crush? Tristan tittered. I hate you both so much, I hissed out of the side of my mouth. Hey, Walk, Joel called, flipping up the pass-through. You just missed your grandfather. He pushed me out into the bar, letting the pass-through slam down before I could sneak back under. Jackass. Walker's brows wrinkled. My grandfather came here. I discreetly shot Joel the bird, then spun to face the man who'd taken over my brain. I nodded in response to his question. Along with my grandfather. Why? They were concerned that my accepting free tire service would besmirch the Kavanaugh name. Again, I said, gesturing to myself. Walker let his head drop back, swearing silently at the ceiling. Those two. It's like they're in a competition with each other to be as out of touch and irrelevant as possible. Yeah, well, I lifted and dropped my shoulders on a sigh. Scolding me with an undertone of racism is the only time my grandfather will ever talk to me. Walker's face scrunched up. With the narrow box still in his hand, he stepped forward and hugged me. Sorry you had to deal with that, he whispered into my chest. I didn't mean to make things harder for you. You didn't, I answered, breathless at the feel of his tight body against mine. Joel, Tristan, and I had been friends long enough for me to recognize Joel's smothered laugh and Tristan's nearly silent, "Shut up." I plotted revenge on my dear friends while enjoying the smell of Walker's hair. Walker, unaware of the circus going on behind me, ended the hug, regrettably, and pushed the box into my hands. It's too bad those old assholes weren't here to see this, he said, his chuckle a rich country sound. What is it? I noticed you didn't have an air pressure gauge in your car, so I grabbed one from our stock. Wow, that's awfully thoughtful of you, Walk. He blushed, shoving his hands into his pockets in a familiar gesture. It's no big deal, really. Tire gauge is just a couple of bucks. With that, he ducked his chin and took off before I could even offer him a drink. As I considered his thoughtful gift, Joel came from behind the bar to nudge me. This just got interesting, he said, popping his brows. Oh, shut up. He shook his head. Nope. That man's been eyeballing your ass for a year, and I'm done waiting for you two to figure it out. I stared at him like he was suddenly speaking French, which he might as well have been for all the sense his words were making. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. I've never once caught him looking at my ass. That's because you're usually walking away, Tristan added hopefully. Yeah, well, you've got cum on your eyebrow. Tristan glared up at Joel while furiously rubbing at his brow with the sleeve of his shirt. I told you to be more careful with your aim. Baby, when are you going to get it through your head that I have zero concentration or control when it comes to you? I'm just glad I didn't blind you. Seriously, I was in hell. Ignoring Tristan and his spatter situation for the moment, I turned back to Joel. Walker's straight. The straightest. He's never once given me a hint that he's got even a tiny bit of sugar in the tank. Except for the blushing and the banter. But that didn't mean anything. Did it? That's because he doesn't know, Joel said as if it were obvious. I pulled a face. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. How do you not know? Joel pointed at himself with both hands. Dude, you've heard my pathetic coming out tale more than once. I had to get blown accidentally by a cute twink at a college kegger before I put two and two together. Remind me again how you managed to accidentally get blown by a twink? I asked, shaking my head at my goofy friend. I told you. I thought he was a girl with a pixie cut. Oh, right. I chuckled. It had been a pretty epic way to figure out his queerness. I can't believe you just rolled with it when he pulled out his dick. Joel lifted his hands unconcerned. Then I thought he was a trans woman, and I didn't want to be an asshole about it. Tristan facepalmed. God, I love you. Joel nuzzled his man, then returned his too sharp gaze to me. I'm telling you, Oz, there was an entire list of shit I did and felt that, in hindsight, was completely gay. Y'all are my friends in high school, and I was Captain Oblivious, president of the No Seams Club. Couldn't have found a clue with 2 hands and a flashlight. Lots of people don't fully clock their queerness until later, I reasoned. Exactly. Though you gotta wonder how many people are lying to themselves without realizing it. That might explain the awkwardness I'd seen Walker exhibit, and maybe even some of the judgment from his mother. Fuck. That made way too much sense. It's true, Tristan said, palming his guy's chest. We've started to play gay or not gay because there's a ton of stuff Joel does that he doesn't realize is 100% clockable. Joel leaned down to whisper something in Tristan's ear, turning the slight man a hilarious shade of pink. Let me guess, I grumped, trying not to begrudge my friend his disgusting happiness. Gay? Tristan grinned shyly. Very. Rubbing the back of my neck, I had to admit. I wanted to believe him. I still think y'all are way off, but maybe I'll pay closer attention. You do that, Joel said, squeezing Tristan closer. Because once you do, it'll be pretty fucking obvious. I tapped the bar with the side of my fist. If you say so. Chapter 5. Walker. Whenever I joined the Lost Boys for any kind of project or get-together, I always had a split second of fear. My brain liked to harass me into thinking this would be the day they realized their group didn't need some straight hick with borrowed fashion sense. Then I'd show up and they'd act as if the exact person who'd been missing from the moment was me. I wasn't used to that kind of welcome, especially from my family. It was kind of the opposite, actually. I'd often walk into family gatherings and get the feeling they'd been talking about me. No one ever said anything, of course, so I had to carry my suspicions around with me. Sometimes I couldn't tell if it was a good thing or a bad thing, being able to see the stark difference between the way my friends included me and the way my family didn't. Walker, Beckett called out, jogging over to give me a big hug. Haven't seen you these last few weekends. I'm so glad you're here. Come meet Hikaru. He gestured to the small boy standing between Holden and Wren. I didn't know all the details, but Hikaru's parents, who'd moved to Texas from Japan, had died under some bad circumstances. He was now being fostered by Holden and Beckett, though I suspected they'd be adopting him as soon as it was possible. Wren and the late Mr. Page had adopted Holden when he was about Hikaru's age. While I'd never call Hikaru lucky, I was grateful he'd landed with a family who knew how to love him to pieces. I knelt in front of the little boy with the bowl haircut and the stick-figure arms. Hello, Hikaru. My name's Augustus, but everyone calls me Walker. Nice to meet you. Hi, Walker, he said quietly, accepting my handshake. Beckett and Holden now lived a few doors down from Wren, who apparently was loving his new role as grandfather. While Hikaru called Beckett and Holden by their names, Wren was already Gigi. Pride was beaming out of Wren's eyes. I was pretty sure my grandfather had never once looked at me like that, and he'd known me all my life. I stood, redirecting my thoughts to the project at hand. Can I assume your happiness with my presence has something to do with my willingness to climb very tall ladders? While the meeting house was lovely, no one had considered the logistics of changing out the can lights in the vaulted space, an issue that was especially pressing since several of the bulbs had apparently come from a bad batch. It seemed I was the only one of the Lost Boys who wasn't afraid of heights and creaky ladders. Yes, but we've totally missed you, Beckett insisted. Gesturing at the rest of the Lost Boys, he said a little too loudly, We love Walker, don't we? Laughing, everyone exclaimed that they did indeed love me and miss me and find me valuable beyond my light bulb changing abilities. I accepted hugs from Wren, Holden, Joel, Tristan, and Major. Ozzy was the last, grinning down at me as he took me into his arms with a faux serious arch to his brow. You said you'd be at Saturday lunch 2 Saturdays ago. You got a new girl or something? I let out a tired sigh, appreciating the contact. You know it. Walker Tire Service is a demanding mistress, I joked. Well, fine. But Beckett was right. We love you very much, Walker, so don't be such a stranger. I was probably red as a beet, but I played along. I won't, Ozzy, I promise. He wrapped me up in his arms and gave me a big squeeze while he laughed at our silliness. It sounded a little like a scene out of a romance book, describing it like that, but honestly, it felt better than anything had in the last few days. I let myself enjoy his hug for a moment longer, then stepped back with a big grin. Beckett materialized a light bulb and pointed to a darkened spot in the ceiling. Chuckling, I set the bulb in the front pocket of my overalls. Turning to Ozzy, I eyeballed his stylish huaraches. I know you make fun of my country boy attire, but at least it's practical. Or at least it was until someone tossed every single pair of cargo shorts I owned, leaving me with impractical scraps of fabric and these, I said, running my thumbs under the tabs of my overalls, which I had to dig out of the back of my closet. His eyes lingered on my thumbs, then a smile split his face. I don't know what you're talking about, Walk. Besides, whoever saved your closet from those unfortunate cargo shorts probably thought you looked cute in overalls. I covered my face, never not embarrassed when he complimented me. He nudged me. Just be careful up there, okay? I sent him a salute, then made my way up the ladder. While it was tall, I still had to stand on the very top and stretch up on my tiptoes to reach the burned-out bulb. A few extra inches in height sure would have made this easier, but I'd always had excellent balance and was able to switch out the bulb and make my way back to solid ground none the worse for wear. While the rest of my buddies gave me a prim-looking golf clap, Ozzy looked ill. Hey, you okay? I asked, rubbing my knee. No. You scared the shit out of me up there. I'm getting this place one of those extension rods for changing bulbs, he huffed out, plucking the dead light bulb from my overalls. You shouldn't be going up ladders anyway with your knee. His concern felt nice, if only because I was never going to get used to somebody giving a shit. My knee is fine, Oz, I replied, hooking my thumbs into my pockets. And it wasn't that dangerous. I used to replace the light bulbs on top of the cell towers in the area for extra cash. This was nothing. But you were making decent money at the tire shop before you became a teacher, right? How much extra cash did you need? I laughed. They're called college loans, Oz. Look it up. He grumbled about predatory lenders and loan forgiveness, then gestured for me to join the crew for lunch in the new cafeteria. As we passed the massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the gardens that Major had sponsored, I spotted Leo and Ginger. Ginger, recently promoted to assistant director at Lupe, worked closely with Leo and the other kids. Leo was our resident troublemaker, but he volunteered whenever he could. They were accompanied by a third person. Who's that with Leo and Ginger? I asked. Ozzy rubbed his hands together, a mischievous look in his eyes. That's Lyle. Oh, the cowhand who works out at Wildheart, right? Yep. Though, shit, Leo said that they were going by Lovett now. They've been struggling with their name for a while, and their parents pointed out that their middle name is gender neutral. Wait, I said, not quite believing my ears. Not only do their parents support them, but they'd named them Lyle Lovett from birth? I have to meet these people. I have a feeling we will, he said, grinning. I wouldn't be surprised if Leo's first love is his last. He loves big, you know. I nodded, the tiniest bit jealous of a baby adult. Here's hoping Leo doesn't overwhelm him. Ozzy raised his brow, then tilted his head toward the scene playing out before us. Ginger drifted toward Beckett and Holden to fawn over Hikaru while Leo was giving Lovett the penny tour. They drifted in and out of each other's personal space, their size difference almost comical. The way Leo's pinky kept brushing Lovett's pinky was giving me a romance high. Having only heard rumors of Lovett, I observed how they bent their head toward Leo, seeming to breathe a little deeper with each incidental contact. I also dug Lovett's style. Their lips were glossy, their nails were painted in rainbow colors, and they were rocking sun-bleached Wranglers over boots that had seen some action, along with a t-shirt that... Huh. Does their shirt say Pussy Willow? Ozzy laughed, rubbing his squarish hands together. It's from a queer coffee shop out past Johnson City. How cool that they have a place to go that feels welcoming. It's a great little spot, if you don't mind getting yelled at by someone on the Airways spectrum. I blinked. I'm not sure how to respond to that. Oz laughed, wrapping a long arm around my shoulders. Trust me, you wouldn't mind it one bit. The coffee is worth it. Fine, but don't tell Allie, I said, referring to the gal who owned the Seguin Bean. Deal. I was welcomed to the big dining table as a conquering hero, and yeah, my friends were being silly, but it made me feel good. Come on, guys. All I did was switch out a bulb. You were also here every weekend before we reopened, and we all know the kinds of hours you're putting in, Beckett said. He was a preacher who was tattooed and not fully sold on the idea of God or divinity in general, but he was dead serious about serving people, and the meeting house was his baby. After Mr. Page died, Beckett stepped into the role of mentor, texting me here and there to check up on me. None of this, the faithless preacher, the table full of queer folks who loved gathering to help the community, the sense of belonging, was anything like what I'd grown up with. Then again, I tried to avoid thinking about how I'd been raised, lest those familiar feelings of being unworthy take over. Thank you, I murmured, clearing my throat, ready for the spotlight to be off me. So, Ozzy sat across from me and leaned on his forearms. How are the summer school classes going? They're good, I answered, mostly meaning it. I like being able to tutor the students one-on-one. I'm not as worried about test scores as I would be during the regular semesters. Not gonna lie, though, I'm a little glad to have a break from shop class. Major wrinkled his brows. You need a break from that? I love being a student in Mr. Page's class, but as I was telling my principal recently, I'm no Mr. Page. I scratched at an imaginary spot on the table. Dr. Gardner doesn't like how you're handling shop? Joel asked. I waved off his concern. It's not that. We noted the engagement was down. Part of that is because the kids miss Mr. Page. But there's more to it. I looked up and saw that Ginger, Ren, and Hikaru had joined us. I let my chin drop to my chest, embarrassed. Ren sat next to Ozzy, copying his pose. What do you think is the issue? He asked, clearly having overheard our conversation. Heat spread in my cheeks, and I knew everyone could see the damned flush. Lifting a shoulder, I gave him the best answer I had. At the end of the school year, Leo said the class was fine, but everybody thought the projects were a waste. Ginger arched a brow at Leo, looking like she was gearing up to give him the mother of all talking tos. Leo? His mouth dropped open in protest. I was trying to be helpful. How many clocks does anyone need these days? He asked, gesturing at his phone. Beckett shook his head. Mr. Page's class was never a waste. I held up my hand. No, don't go after him for telling the truth. Dr. Gardner and I discussed the ecological component, and we agreed. We don't want to use up materials making knickknacks people are just going to throw away. Leo gestured to me. See, that's all I was saying. Ren spoke up. Sometimes when someone you love passes, you want to preserve everything in amber. Make sure it never changes, ever. But that's not the real world. He reached over and took Beckett's hand. And this isn't Mr. Page's class anymore. Several people at the table inhaled sharply, and a couple of the lost boys dabbed at their eyes. Beckett squeezed Ren's hand. You're right, he said, his voice tight. He turned to me. Sorry, Walk. Habit. I understand. The last thing I'd want to do is disappoint him. Ren shook his head. My husband didn't expect that you'd be his carbon copy. Those last couple of years, he had some of the same issues. The kids loved him because of who he was, but he was pulling his hair out, too. I chuckled. You're not just saying that to make me feel better, are you? Ren wrinkled his nose. That's not really my style. Holden leaned over, kissing his dad's temple. Dad prefers the unvarnished truth, and he's definitely telling the truth about those last years. Pops often wondered if he didn't have what it took to change with the times. That's why Robert recommended you, Walker, because he had faith that you would be able to take that class into this new generation. He didn't worry about your woodworking skills. He cared that you could connect with the kids and figure out what the class should look like going forward. Everyone's head started bobbing and I rubbed my chest, swallowing whatever emotion was crawling up my throat. Dr. Gardner and I were thinking something with a community focus would be good, I offered. And I told her I'd ask if y'all had any ideas.
Beckett and I always have something going on over at Lupe, Ginger said.
Beckett nodded, taking Holden's hand.
Maybe there's some sort of shared project we can do.
Leo opened his mouth and shut it. What were you going to say, Leo? I asked.
Be nice,
Ginger said, pointing at him. Leo made a plaintive sound.
Just because I say what other people won't doesn't mean I'm not right.
Lovett, who was sitting next to Leo, hid a laugh behind their rainbow-painted fingers. Leo turned to them with a hurt expression.
You shush.
I cleared my throat the way I did in class, and everyone's attention snapped back to me. At least I still knew how to manage a damn room.
Leo, you made a very good point. So why don't you think about what Lupe needs and let me know if you have any.
Bunk beds, he said, cutting me off.
Bunk beds?
Beckett wrinkled his nose.
What's wrong with the bunk beds?
Ginger grimaced.
They're not great.
Not great, Leo snorted and gestured to himself. I know y'all are about to shove me out the door, but those bunk beds were made for 10-year-old girls, not for 6-foot-something guys sitting north of 200 pounds. I'm not even the biggest one there. That was true. It was like they'd put Miracle Grow in Lupe's food supply. Beckett drummed the table with his fingers, letting out a long-suffering sigh.
You're not wrong.
Yes, he is, Ginger huffed as she turned to Leo.
You're wrong about us shoving you out the door. That's not what we do.
Leo raised his brows. You're telling me I'm not going to be homeless the second I graduate? I could graduate early, but then I'd be out on the street by Christmas. Murmurs went up around the table. Leo was a pain in the ass, but he was our pain in the ass, and there was no fucking way he was going to be homeless.
I didn't realize that was something you'd been worrying about, Ginger said, looking stricken. Yes, we will need to free up the bed for someone else, but not before we've made sure you're settled with a safe place to stay and a career path.
We all nodded. Even Lovett joined in on the sentiment. Well, that's good to know, Leo said, his body language much looser than it had been moments ago. But my issue with the bunk bed stands. They don't have to be fancy, and it could be a project we'd enjoy.
Hell, Leo, I said, sending him an encouraging smile. You just solved my curriculum for the fall.
Does that mean I get an A?
Nice try.
Everyone at the table laughed. With solutions in place for both my classroom issues and Leo's housing concerns, we got down to the business of eating. Between bites of King Ranch casserole, Ozzie sent me a brilliant smile as if he were proud of me. My face went hot, and I wondered how he managed to stay so put together while the rest of us were sweaty and unkempt. He probably had a Tide pen tucked away somewhere. I shook my head at myself, then plowed through lunch. I hadn't realized how hungry I was.
Chapter 6. Ozzie. Do you see it now? Joel asked as we walked to our vehicles after lunch. Tristan leaned in, waiting for my answer with a huge smile. I rolled my eyes. Yes, fine, I saw it.
Tristan did a victory dance.
Yes! Though, how could you not with the delicious hug you gave him before sending him up that ladder?
First of all, I said, plucking an invisible piece of fluff from my collar,
do not talk to me about the whole ladder situation. It wasn't tall enough, and it swayed like he was on a fishing boat in the middle of the ocean. It really gave me a fucking heart attack.
Tristan and Joel shared a smug look, which I pointedly ignored.
Second of all, everyone hugged him.
Joel snorted, and Tristan flat out laughed at me.
Okay, Ozzie, you gave him a totally normal, perfectly friendly hug that literally swept him off his feet and lasted like 17 Mississippis.
Tristan cackled some more, while you proclaimed your everlasting love for him. I liked him a little less every day. I said we loved him, Tris. We. Mm-hmm. I let myself into my car and shut the door before those two could continue to harass me. Joel was undeterred, tapping my window. "You know we're still going to be giving you shit about this at the bar tonight, right?" he said, the glass not doing nearly enough to muffle his voice. Sigh. "Yes, you bastard." He chuckled as he walked off with his arm around Tristan. Spoiler alert, they made fun of me the entire evening, which did nothing to help me unsee the things I'd seen in Walker's eyes. Sunday brunch with my parents was great, even though my mind was definitely elsewhere, as evidenced by the fact that I'd spilled both eggs and coffee on my lap. "Oswald, what is going on?" my mother asked, her lyrical Jamaican accent filling the air like perfume. She and my father exchanged a look. "How is the restaurant coming along? Are you having problems?" The two of them had retired to Canyon Lake, about an hour away in the Texas Hill Country, so we were sitting on their deck, overlooking the heavily treed area around the water. It made me happy to know they'd found their spot of paradise. Mom and Dad didn't look like they belonged together at all. She was short and curvy, with deep dark skin, amber eyes, and long braids cascading past her shoulders. I was proud I'd inherited my elegant style from her. Even on a lazy Sunday morning, she was stunning in a caftan and gold jewelry. Dad, on the other hand, was the palest white guy ever. He was tall and mostly lanky, though he developed a belly after decades of Mom's delicious cooking. Despite losing most of his hair up top, he remained a handsome, dorkily charming guy who went moony-eyed over his wife whenever she walked into the room. Their physical differences made people do a double-take. That is, until they got to know them. I didn't think I'd ever met any two people more perfectly suited for each other. Not only did they balance each other out, they liked to joke that they had complementary anxieties. They also had fun. They teased each other incessantly, and my father had to touch my mother whenever she was in range. Even as we spoke, his large hand was resting on her knee, a smile tilting his lips. "No, Mom," I replied. "The restaurant is coming along well. The contractor Major recommended is great." "Then what's the problem?" Knowing my parents as I did, I didn't bother trying to hide the truth, even though I knew they'd be worse than Tristan and Joel. "I've got a crush on a white boy." My mother clucked her tongue, humor glinting in her eyes as she glanced at Dad. "Oh, my poor son. What burdens you take on." "Hey, not all white boys. Hashtag," Dad said, kissing her cheek. "Dad," I said on an exaggerated sigh. At least he let my mother pick out his outfits for him. The hashtag comes before the word, and nobody says that anymore. Mom laughed at us, then gestured at me. "Okay then, tell me about this white boy." I buried my face in my hands, knowing they were about to be impossible. "Do you remember Augustus Walker?" "I know that name," Mom said, playing her fingers against the air. "That's Cornelius Walker's grandson," Dad provided, his lip slightly snarled. "I swear he and my father are best friends just so that they can hate on each other from close up." I was glad I'd decided not to tell them about the incident at the bar because my father wouldn't hesitate to start a fight with my grandfather. "How very homoerotic," Mom noted, still moving her fingers in time with some unheard tune. She stopped, raising a single finger. "Ah, yes. Hendrix got into trouble in high school, and someone helped him out. That was Augustus, right?" "Yes, ma'am," I answered, the memories from that day swirling. The baseball team had been on the field, paired up to practice. Walk and I were running short hop drills when his hawk-like eyes, the ones that could pick out a good pitch from a bad one by the way the ball left the pitcher's hand, narrowed, sharpened. I remembered the breath he'd taken as he'd dropped his glove, the way his muscles had tensed before he'd taken off, gunning it across the field despite Coach's shouts for him to stop. Walker had never ignored Coach, so I'd followed his line of sight, and fear like I'd never felt before hit me square in the gut. Hendrix, terrified, had been surrounded by DeWitt and his crew. Panic had fueled my feet, and I'd sprinted after Walker. By the time I'd caught up, though, DeWitt and his pals were already backing off. Walker was shorter than every single one of them, but the glint in his eye had stopped everyone, including me, in their tracks. My mother's voice brought me back to breakfast. I was surprised, because until then, the only thing I knew of the Walker family was that they were assholes. They still are, I said as I recalled last month's visit to the tire shop. Walker isn't like them, though. He's been hanging out with us for a while now, and Dad barked out a laugh and exchanged a knowing look with my mother. Oswald, my mother said, gently taking my hands. Please tell me you're not the tragic queer man falling for the straight guy. Unable to hide the amused tilt of his lips, Dad shook his head gravely. We raised you better than that, son. The dishes clattered when I hit the table on a frustrated grunt. Leave me alone. Let me have my tragic crush in peace, I said, dramatically tilting my forehead into my fingertips. I ignored their wheezing in favor of dejectedly eating my mother's excellent ackee and saltfish with a stack of her delicious Johnny cakes. Jamaican food made everything better. Mostly. My parents must have seen something in my body language and eventually settled down. Dad reached across the table and squeezed my forearm. All jokes aside, son, I'm sorry he can't return your feelings. He's one of the few men in this state I'd trust with your heart. I don't know if that's true, though, I whined. He can't be trusted with your heart, Mom asked. No, I mean, yes, he can, I pouted. Joel and Tristan are convinced he does return my feelings. What makes them think that? And more importantly, do you agree? I tilted my head back, lazily taking in the sky, hoping it'd swallow me up. I do, but you're going to think I'm being stupid. You're already in love with a straight man. How much more of a fool could you be? I glared at my father. Oh, God, Dad, I'm not in love. I said I have a crush. A year-long crush, Mom asked, a little too astutely. Okay, sure. I believe you. What makes you think I've been crushing on him for a whole year? I mean, I had, but still. She arched one perfectly manicured brow at me. It took me a minute because you don't call him by his first name, but I remember now. Walker is that geometry teacher friend of yours, right? The one you couldn't stop talking about. The one you helped with his tragic country boy style. See? Impossible. Why do you think he's not straight? Dad asked. Because, I snarled, thumbing away a droplet from the side of my mug of coffee. Joel says every time I go near Walker, he blushes. Mom bit her lip and her eyes went unfocused. Ah, yes. That is the one good thing about dating a white man. You will always know when he's into you. The one good thing, huh? I raised my brow, gesturing at my father's hand on her thigh. In the meantime, my father stared at her, his jaw hanging open. You knew I liked you. Every time you walked into my mama's restaurant, you went red as a lobster. Also, your eyes were always glued to my boobs. Mom, I whined. Please, don't. I beg you. It's true, son. His eyes never left my tits, and his cheeks were always a lovely shade of red. She gestured to my father, who cooperated by flushing a bright cherry into his hairline. Jesus Christ. Can't take them anywhere. Mom patted my hand. Okay, tell us. Why is Walker turning red? Are you flirting with him? Kinda. Mostly unintentionally. It's like we have this energy between us. Didn't Hen have a crush on him in high school? Dad asked. Maybe, but that was over 10 years ago. You know how that boy is, Mom shook her head. Hendrix does not forget a thing. True, but he's deathly allergic to relationships that last for more than a night. I don't know, son, my father said, his hand on his heart. Hendrix tends to keep things to himself. That was also true. Hen didn't often express himself, but he'd always been open with me. Hen and I have no secrets. If you're concerned, I'll give him a call so he can laugh at me too. I'm glad you shared your feelings with us, even if we teased you, Mom gestured to my plate. But now stop playing with my saltfish and eat it properly. Yes, Mom, I said as Dad got up and kissed my temple on his way to get more coffee. These two. Oz? Hen asked, his face looming on FaceTime. Hey, cousin. I had a quick question for you, but I paused when I heard someone moving around behind him. Sorry, sounds like you're not alone. I'm not. Turning to the side, he whispered something off camera. But you can call me anytime. I feel stupid already. Cousin, I love you, but I'm paying these fine people by the hour. So, hurry it up. I laughed as a blonde with massive black eyelashes swam into view. She started kissing Hen's chest, so I decided to get right to it. Fine. It's about Walker. Hen pushed the blonde away and sat up. Is something wrong? Does he need money? I held up my free hand. No, he's fine. Actually, that's why I'm calling you, because I might be realizing how fine he is. Hen quirked a brow. I've already been down this path, so let me save you some time. He's straight, like straight. I tapped my forehead. I might be wrong, but I get the feeling that he might not be as straight as we thought. More specifically, I'm starting to think, though I might be totally wrong, that he might be not straight in my direction. Oh. Hen chewed away a brunette as his brows came together. Really? Yeah. Joel says everyone here sees it, but I was talking to Mom and Dad about it. You told your parents? You know how Kiana and Preston are. They pulled it out of me. We rolled our eyes together. True. But you told them, and... Well, first they made fun of me for my straight boy crush. Fully deserved, he said as a redhead briefly passed over his lap, flashing a bare breast. But they also reminded me you'd had a thing for him in high school after he ran in like a hero and saved my scrawny ass. Sure, any hormonal queer teenager would crush hard on a guy after that. I rubbed the back of my head. So anyway, they thought I should check in with you to make sure I wasn't stepping on toes. Not that anything is going to come of this, but I'd feel like a shithead if you, I don't know, held a flame for him. Hen snorted. Did you really just say, held a flame for him? I shot him the finger. Sorry for not being the lyricist you are, mister. I'd crawl through broken glass through a lake of fire for you. Glass melts, dumbass. That song had over 2 million streams, thank you very much. Show off, I shot back, then went serious. Look, I figured you weren't still mooning over a high school crush, but if you didn't want me to pursue this, I absolutely wouldn't. You have to know that. Oh my God, you are ridiculous. Hen leaned out of view, and kissing sounds emanated from the speakers. He swayed back into view. I'm about to get blown by a trio of very talented women and one very talented man. A deep chuckle filtered in from off-screen, and Hen smiled in that direction before refocusing on me. So if our little Walker isn't as straight as we thought, then go forth and conquer, cousin. You sure? A brunette with a killer smile and a sharp jaw came into view. I'll make you forget any high school crushes, baby. You already have, Hen said, pushing the man's head toward his lap. And on that note, I bid you adieu. I saluted the screen. Night, cousin. Don't do anything I wouldn't. Fine. I'll behave badly. And you'll go get some sleep. Maybe. Raising his brows, he flicked off the connection. God, I loved him. Later that night, I remembered an important detail and pulled out my phone again. Me. Hey, your dad came into the bar a couple weeks ago and was asking about you. Thought you'd want to know. 3 dots immediately started bouncing in the thread. Hen. Yeah, he's been texting me. It's weird. Bad weird or good weird? Good weird, I think. He's worried I'm not getting enough food or sleep. Maybe it's because your clothes are hanging off your body and you've got dark circles under your eyes. I know. Just gotta get through this tour. Okay. You know I'm on the next plane if you ever need me. Yes, I know. Oh, before I forget, Walker is a leg man. Thanks, I think. Thumbs up emoji. I reread the last few lines and laughed to myself. My cousin was something else. I had an uneasy feeling that things had somehow gotten worse in the week since I'd seen him, but pushing him would only ever backfire. I had to be patient, let him know I was here for him, and allow him to come to me. My thoughts, as they always did, went back to Walker. I was unreasonably happy that Hen had given me his blessing to start seriously flirting with Walk. I'd never do anything to hurt my cousin, but Walker was occupying my every waking moment. Now, I just had to do something about it. Chapter 7. Walker. "Hey, Walk," Ozzy called, joining me in the gardens outside the meeting house. "Is this 2 Saturdays in a row?" The rest of our friends were inside doing the weekly cleanup, but I'd asked for an assignment that would let me enjoy the sun. I let out a huff. Between summer school and my parents insisting they need me every available second at the main tire shop, I finally had to set my foot down. He grimaced. How'd they respond? Not sure they were even listening. Seriously? You're so smart. How do they not listen to every word you say? I snorted. That's awfully sweet of you, but they see things differently. Then they're wrong. Before I could reply, Leo popped his head out the door. Lunch will be ready in 30 if you two can drag yourselves away from each other. Ozzy shot him a warning look and I rolled my eyes. You could always count on Leo to say whatever popped into his head. Speaking of menaces, Oz said, kneeling on a towel as he started pulling weeds along the opposite border of the bed I was working on. Did you have a chance to talk to Dr. Gardner about the bunk bed project? It was hard to accept anything approaching support from anyone, but it felt good when my friends offered it. Especially Ozzy. I'll answer your question, but can you first tell me how you can look so nice when you're working in the dirt? With a deep chuckle, Ozzy sat back on his haunches. It's all about wearing the right materials. These shorts wick moisture, which is helpful, and knees are easily cleaned. My eyes followed his movement and my mouth went dry when I saw exactly how short those shorts were on him. I was pretty sure they were the same kind he'd purchased for me, but they hit very differently on his tall frame. More than just his thighs being out for the world to see, I wasn't sure if Ozzy was aware of this, but the material was awfully thin. Like, thin enough I could tell God had been generous with him in certain specific areas. Thin enough for me to guess he was uncut. A fuzzy sort of desire slid behind my balls. It was no big deal, of course, seeing that someone had been cock-blessed, but nothing one should focus on either. I may have been staring, though, so I forced my eyes to his arms. Damn, I whistled, trying to get my head back on track. I thought I had the best biceps among the Lost Boys. I'd secretly counted myself as a more official than unofficial Lost Boy for a while, and recently I'd been saying it out loud more and more. So far, no one had corrected me. Ozzy, taking on the challenge, stood in front of me, dusted off his knees with a grin, and pulled a Mr. Universe pose like he had in high school. It reminded me that we used to play baseball together. He'd been strong back then, but he was even more muscular now. And his thighs were... Damn, right in front of my face. Speaking of right in front of my face, it appeared he was going commando in those shorts. He was also so close I could smell the expensive cologne he wore, made musty by the sweat and heat. I could see how a man would want what he had to offer. My mind drifted and I pondered whether gay guys liked nice thighs the way I did. Ozzy's were thick and well-defined. Perfect. My ex-girlfriend used to let me fuck her oiled-up thighs, and I had to wonder if he let any of his lovers between those thighs in that way. I bet his grip would be mind-blowing. I pictured for like a second how he must be in bed. Powerful with that body, but maybe also playful. Just a guess. I go to the gym. Scrambling to remember what we were talking about, I looked up to find him staring down at me with his hands on his hips. From this spot, I had a pretty good idea what it had looked like from the perspective of a guy giving Ozzy a blowjob. I shivered, remembering that my favorite way to start a blowjob was to run my cock over the woman's soft mouth, moistening it with my pre-cum before going in. I bet gay guys did the same. Lip painting had to be universal, didn't it? Better than that, of course, was watching a pair of lips stretch around my cock. I wasn't nearly as blessed as Oz, but girls always complimented my girth. Did gay guys like girth? They had to, right? Hell, I bet a gay guy could give a damn good blowjob considering they were already familiar with the equipment. Walk? Did I lose you, buddy? Huh? I blinked up at him, not sure where my mind had gone off to. My bodacious bod, Oz said, flexing again, his eyes amused. I'm vain, of course, so I exercise to keep everything tight. He gestured at me, adding a shoulder shimmy. Though, look who I'm talking to. You were probably born in a gym. I nearly choked on a weird inhale, my face aflame. I never knew how to accept compliments from objectively sexy people. I scratched the back of my neck. Was it okay for a straight guy to think a gay guy was sexy? Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. I got neither the time nor the funds for the gym. I work out at home, I said, cringing. God, why did everything coming out of my face sound like the most redneck crap ever? Because you're a country boy, dipshit. Ozzy, however, seemed impressed. Damn, Walk, you get these results from working out at your house? Still on my knees in front of him, I glanced down at myself, kind of proud. Yep, got a setup in my spare room. I guess it does the job. He hummed, running his hand down his well-kept beard. That it does. I rolled my eyes at his straight boy flirting, my laugh too nervous for the fucking Adonis in front of me. That's it, he said, dropping back to his knees. I need you to help me kit out my garage, because it's getting harder and harder to go to the gym. He paused, buffing his nails on his moisture-wicking t-shirt. Between the guys hitting on me and the time it takes to drive there, get my workout in, and drive back home, it'd be nicer if I had my own setup. Wait, you don't like hot guys hitting on you? Do I need the mayor to come take your gay card? I joked, then went lightheaded when he cracked up. What do you know about gay cards? He asked, pushing my shoulder. I shrugged. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a clueless straight guy, but Mayor Whatley's the first lesbian mayor in Seguin history, so I have to assume she's the one in charge of the cards. It just makes sense. His laugh was musical, and it made me proud to be the one to put the smile on his face. You know what, straight boy? Leave the gay business to me and tell me what I need to do to set up a gym in my garage. Fair enough. Knowing how much it sucked to work out alone, though, a warning was in order. Gotta say, if you get your motivation from hanging out with people at the gym, a home setup might not do the trick for you. He grimaced, clearly not having considered how much community made working out bearable. Good point. Maybe I'll do something with the Lost Boys. Make a thing of it. Huh. That would be fun. Then sign me up, I said, yanking on another weed, hoping he wouldn't mind me inviting myself along. Hell yeah, we'll put you in charge of the workouts. I dropped my weed in the bucket. How the heck did I go and give myself another job? Guilt flooded his eyes, and he opened his mouth to speak. I held up my hand. Just kidding, Oz. I'm happy to help with the training set list. Scrunching his nose, he went back to weeding for a few minutes before turning to me again. So, how did the conversation with Dr. Gardner go? Or are you trying to avoid talking about it? Not at all. It went really well, actually. She liked the idea of helping out Lupe, and she especially liked that the suggestion came from Leo. He shook his head. Of all people, he's going to be an entire pain in your ass this next year. Oh, I'm counting on it. We finished weeding the bed, and as I watched Oz sweep the dirt off his knees, that low, buzzy feeling in my balls flared up again. Fuck, I must be tired if a simple conversation like this was confusing my cock so much. Maybe I'd check out one of the apps, get laid to get my head straight. Leo came out a few minutes later to tell us lunch was ready. Today's buffet was sponsored by the local knitting council, and we loaded up our plates. Oz sat next to me, leaning into my shoulder. You should let Leo know his plan is going forward. Will do. It's my day to do the dishes, so I'll make him help me. Oz rubbed my back, and I leaned into his touch like that old cat of mom's who would never die. "Good man," he said. "I, gotta get home, get cleaned up before my shift tonight. 'Kay, see you later." He popped up so quickly that he wobbled and I had to grab him. It was awkward, the way my fingers caught the shelf of his ass and my thumb dug into his hip. But at least he didn't fall. "Another classic Walker save," he said before excusing himself. He was in an awful hurry. After lunch, I commandeered Leo to help me clear the table and do the dishes. "Hey," I said, hip-checking him. "Dr. Gardner loved your idea to help out with woodworking projects for Lupe. It's going to make a difference." "I do love to make a difference, Mr. Walker," he said, grinning like the devil child he was, though I supposed he wasn't exactly a child anymore. "I swear, I enter any conversation with you at my own peril." He laughed big and broad. "What?" I asked, elbowing him. "Oh, you do not want to hear what's rattling around in my head." Raising my brows, I had to ask, "Did you find a brain-mouth filter laying around, or—" He pouted for a moment, then answered. "Beckett tells me I have to wrangle my thoughts before spilling them everywhere. Said it might help with my love-it situation. Besides, I'm guessing most people would rather I shut up." "Hey now," I patted his enormous shoulder. "I do want to hear what you had to say." Scrunching his nose, he grabbed a big platter, his expression doubtful. "What's your hesitation?" He set down the platter, eyeballing me. "I'm trying to figure out how to say this nicely, but I can't find the appropriate words, and you are my teacher, so spit it out." He let out a big put-upon sigh. "Fine, but remember, you asked for it." "Leo." "Just fuck him already, Mr. Walker." "Just fuck who already?" I asked, cursing myself for encouraging this line of conversation. "What are you talking about?" "You and Ozzy. Y'all been circling each other for over a year, and it's exhausting. Everybody's placed bets on when you'll finally get together, but they have this thing where they're not going to tell you, even though I've pointed out on multiple occasions how clueless you two are. You especially." I stepped away from the sink and wiped my hands, completely taken aback. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, I'm not gay. Second, y'all are betting on us? What the fuck? I sputtered. Sorry for the cursing. Leo snorted. "I think we're beyond that, Mr. Walker. Something tells me we're beyond the Mr. as well." "Probably." Putting his massive hands on his hips, he looked down at me as if trying to work out a puzzle. "I can't tell." "You can't tell what?" He picked up the platter again, drying it as he studied me. "Leo." "Mr. Walker, do you not know that you're gay? Or queer?" I laughed, waving him off, but he stood there, big and certain. "What the hell are you talking about? I am not gay," I said, the words like packing peanuts in my mouth. "I'm straight." I was totally straight. Totally. "Yeah, that's..." "Just say it to yourself, Walk. I'm straight." "Straight? So you're not just covering it up? You really don't know?" Ignoring the funhouse moment in my brain, I followed the script that had always been in my head. "I don't know what you think you saw, but there's nothing going on between me and Ozzy, save for friendship. We've known each other forever. He helped me out at the beginning of last year, showed me what kind of clothes to buy, how to do my hair. Yeah, like a boyfriend." My mind went back to the garden, to Oz standing over me while I was on my knees. The way I pondered blowjobs and the kind of lover he was. That low hum in my groin when I saw the outline of his cock. "No," I hissed, checking to make sure no one else could hear us. "Like a good friend. I know the fact that I hang around with a lot of gay guys confuses some people, but I don't care. When you find good friends, you hold on to them, and you don't give a shit what other people think." "Nice speech," Leo said with a pitying expression. "But maybe you should do what Beckett tells me to do and think about it first." Thanks. I'll keep that in mind, I said, handing him another platter. You do know that you're a menace, don't you? Smirking, he pulled on his t-shirt and let it pop back. Proudly. So, I said, eager to change the subject, do I need to ask about this love-it person? Leo's eyes went all dreamy and he grinned at the platter in his hands like it was some sort of miracle. Oh, you've got it bad. Doesn't matter. They think I'm too young. How old are they again? 21 next week. Not an insignificant difference at this point. Maybe, he said. But I want to show them that I'm mature. I widened my eyes at him. Maybe you can start by not assuming things about people's sexuality. He returned an assessing look. Maybe. A menace, I tell you. Chapter 8. Ozzy. I drive home from the meeting house a man on a mission. I owed him one. He'd been right about Walker being a leg man. I'd worn these shorts with not a stitch of anything underneath, and that sweet country boy's tongue had nearly hung out of his mouth. Heartbreaking as it was to admit, it was exactly as Joel had said, too. People would lie to themselves, not even realizing they were crafting and buying into a cover story. When I'd stood in front of Walker, his pupils were so huge a cop would have sworn he was on something, and his plush. God in heaven. I could actually see the scenario spinning in his head, yet there was still no recognition, no defined longing, just a series of bodily reactions disconnected from his reasoning mind. Though who was I fooling? My mom had called me out for wanting Walker for longer than I'd realized. It seemed neither of us was willing to part with the idea that he was not available for the affections of someone like me. Minutes after parking my car, my heart pounding out of my chest, I'd stripped and climbed into the shower, soaping up as I relived every second of my conversation with Walker. The way his gaze kept going back to my thighs, the sharp up-down of his Adam's apple, his misted-over expression. The smell of the dirt, the prickly dandelion stems, the sun on the back of my neck. My cock hardened, bobbing and dripping, demanding attention. Rinsing off, I made it wait till I got to my bed. Reaching into the side table, I grabbed my lube and, fuck it, my favorite stroker. I'd splurged getting one with vibration and suction features. I slicked lube up and down my shaft, then squirted some into the handheld device. It welcomed my cock like an old friend. I started by playing with the settings on the remote, turning on the vibration feature, stroking myself, enjoying the sensations as I imagined slipping the head of my cock past Walker's lips. Showing him how to please me, encouraging him to take me deeper, his blue eyes wide, staring up at me, desperate to give me what I asked for. When I was ready for more, I pulled out and slid back my foreskin, exposing the sensitive glands before pushing inside the lubed, vibrating sleeve and finding just the right spot. I hit another button on the remote and I moaned as the suction leveled up every sensation. My mind flipped back and forth between fucking and getting fucked by Walker, sucking and being sucked, flipping like a goddamn pancake all night long, burying each other in pleasure. God, he looked like the kind of man who wouldn't leave a bed until his partner was spent and dripping from every hole. I hit the button again, increasing the suction as I remembered how he'd stared at my thighs. I wondered if he'd let me drape him over me so he could fuck between my legs while I filled him with my favorite toys. Had he ever played with his own prostate? I'd be happy to help him find it. One last press of the button and my brain went quiet, save for the sound of Walker's adorable country accent in my ear. Come for me, sweetheart. I arched up as sensation sped out to every inch of skin, my neck, my hips and groin, in between my toes. Fuck. I filled the stroker as I imagined his teeth and tongue and fingertips on the most sensitive parts of me, drawing out pleasure wherever he could. The scene flipped, and he was bearing down on my cock, his blue eyes wide with shock the first time I entered him, filled him, left him dripping. Maybe he'd be shy about asking for more, but he wouldn't be able to stop once we'd started. He'd want to push inside me. He'd want to be owned and fucked. He'd tentatively rim me before becoming obsessed with eating my ass and being eaten. Ah, I cried out, having let the vibrations and suction go on for too long. I fumbled with the remote, briefly turning up the suction before finding the off switch. Ah! I gingerly pulled the device off, laughing as my poor, overused cock hit my thigh. Even the air conditioning was too much sensation, so I carefully slid the sticky foreskin forward, covering the glands before pulling the sheet over my trembling body. Seconds later, I fell into a deep, deep sleep. I woke with a start, and the first thing I noticed was how hard I was. The second was how dark it was outside. Shit. My phone was buzzing on my side table. Joel. Double shit. I was supposed to cover tonight. Sorry, overslept. Be there in under 10. You okay, buddy? Yeah, I think so, I said, staring at my hard-on, which was still covered in the remnants of cum and lube. Dude, if you're getting sick, stay home. I'm not sick. I'll be there in 10 minutes. No rush. I arrived at the bar 12 minutes later, grateful I had planned my outfits for the week already. My hair had seen better days, but all in all, I felt decently put together. You've got toothpaste in the corner of your mouth right there, Tristan said. Thanks, I said, rubbing it away. You mind taking the roof? That's fine, I said, not sticking around for whatever ribbing Tristan had in mind. The Watering Hole's rooftop lounge had become a town favorite for bachelorette parties, family get-togethers, and all-around hangouts. I stepped in next to Joel and we got into a rhythm together. He'd done a great job of not getting too backed up, but things became more manageable once I was there. 2 hours later, we were finally able to step back and take a rest. So, Joel started, and I knew what was coming. You ready to admit we were right? My cock twitched. It was still sore, either from the stroker or from the quick jerk session I'd needed before getting dressed and rushing to the bar. My brain had pulled up a vision of Walker blushing at a few words of praise, and I'd known I couldn't go out in public before taking care of myself. Walker, baby, your blush just does things to me. Walk, you take me so well. Jesus, sweetheart, that thick cock of yours is going to split me in two. Yeah, that last one. In school, I'd seen all of my teammates in various states of undress, and I remembered that he was thick and cut. Baby, let me slide this foreskin over just like that. God, he would pass out and die if I ever did that to him. Hell, I bet if I plugged him and docked him at the same time, he'd fall to one knee faster than Joel did for Tristan. Joel crossed his arms, trying to look stern as he tisked at me. His twitching lips ruined the effect, and I sent him the bird for his efforts. Thankfully, we got slammed again, and I managed to avoid his busybody questions for the rest of the shift. I wasn't going to be able to avoid him for long, though. Hell, I wasn't going to be able to avoid myself. I'd had plenty of sexual experiences, been turned on by lots of guys, but never, not even once, had my brain been so fully taken over by one man. I dared not query what the fuck that meant. Chapter 9. Walker. After finishing up in the kitchen and helping Beckett with another light bulb change, I made my way home, unable to shake the memories of my conversation with Leo. By the time I made it to my apartment, I was hard, of all things, and cursing Leo in my mind. How could I be into Aussie when I masturbated to straight porn? Deciding I needed to prove a point, I got out my secondhand laptop, pulled up my favorite porn site, and found my go-to video. 2 guys spit roasting a girl. Incredibly hot and very, very hetero. I preferred women who were a little tomboyish, and this woman with her tiny pierced tits and short hair fit the bill. I started the video, and as usual, I was immediately drawn to the way her mouth stretched around the first guy's massive cock. You could practically see it moving in her throat. I was also turned on by the way the second guy spread her ass cheeks, hungry to dive in. As they got started, I remembered this one had anal, but anal sex wasn't gay. Straight people had anal sex all the time. I'd had one girlfriend who'd wanted it almost exclusively. See? Nothing gay about this setup, and I was content to let it roll on, my cock swelling as the scene progressed. I mean, fuck. The way the guy looked fucking her mouth like that while the other one stroked in and out of her ass. Oh, heaven. I got a few pumps of lotion from my bedside table and started running my fist up and down my cock, getting into the sounds they were making. Who wouldn't be turned on by two really sexy guys going at a sexy woman? After several minutes of hammering her from both ends, the men pulled out and stroked off onto her. Seeing their cum drip from her lips and slide over the curve of her ass was deeply satisfying. The video continued from there, but I'd seen enough to verify my straightness. Just as I was about to close my laptop and dismiss Leo's suggestion entirely, I noticed there was a more like this section. I hadn't come yet, so I scrolled down a little farther. I wasn't sure how I'd missed it in the past, but there was a bonus scene linked to the video I'd just watched. Clicking on it, I immediately recognized all three actors, but now the guy who'd fucked the woman's mouth was in the middle and she was sitting on his face, rather pleased with herself. When I hit play, though, the camera panned to the second guy who was lying between the first guy's spread thighs. My cock jumped in my hand at the sight of the second guy's dark head moving as he kissed the other man's belly and hip bones, licking smooth strokes along his pronounced V. I gave myself a squeeze, then gasped when the dark-haired man took the first guy's cock into his mouth. I couldn't even see the first guy's face. It was still the Queen's throne at this point, but everything in his body screamed pure pleasure. God, and the way his cock stretched the other guy's mouth. That looked as good as it had when the same cock was in the woman's mouth. The woman started coming, but I barely noticed, far too entranced by what was going on between the two men. The second guy paused his sword swallowing long enough to shove 3 fingers into his mouth. Oh, fuck. When the second guy started sliding his bony middle finger into the first guy's hole, the man's hips jumped and tilted, a muffled groan coming from somewhere under the woman's ass. I clenched, never once having considered putting anything up there. After a few moments, the second guy spat on the first guy's hole and pushed a second finger in alongside the first. More moaning and hip tilting. He was definitely enjoying the invasion. The woman had come again and finally sat back. The first guy was red-faced, arching and grasping at the covers as the second guy added a third finger. 3 fucking fingers. Damn. Then the first guy started begging. Fuck me, please don't make me wait. My cock throbbed in my hand. God, please just give him what he wants. You want this big fat cock? Yes, goddammit. The first guy nodded furiously. Then be a good boy for me, hands and knees. No one in this scenario was remotely underage, but hearing one man called another good boy made my cock leak. The first guy turned over lightning fast, then looked over his shoulder, wiggling his ass like a temptress. Tempter? I couldn't think of the right word, but it was damned effective. Like this? The second guy stroked his cock, eyes half closed with pleasure. God, I love an obedient boy. Who doesn't? The second guy positioned himself behind the first exactly like he'd done with the woman, even down to the way he spread the guy's cheeks wide open. When he spat on the other guy's hole, my cock twitched again, practically begging me to stroke it. I complied, shivering from both the visual and physical pleasure. When the second guy pressed his fat head into that tiny hole, I got dizzy. With my cock in my hand, I could imagine the tight squeeze of the first guy's body. That's topping, my mind helpfully supplied. I clenched my own hole and wondered, though, how the first guy felt. He grimaced as the second guy slowly pushed forward. That's it, baby. You're taking me so good, sweetheart. Fuck, you're so tight. The first guy's face lit up at the praise and endearments, and he pushed back against his lover, his expression a mixture of pain and pleasure. He moaned, arching his back, pulling the woman into position so he could go down on her as the second guy continued working him over. I reached for the touchscreen, spreading my fingers to zoom in on the two men. Everything about it. I couldn't look away. The way the second guy's big hands gripped his lover's hips, the way he angled his own hips just so with each thrust. He was definitely hitting something inside that guy. I mean, sure, I knew what a prostate was. I turned and coughed with the best of them. But my doctors never made me feel the way the guy on screen seemed to, practically drooling with every thrust. Reaching over for an extra pump of lotion, I tightened my grip and matched the second man's rhythm. Fuck, this was getting me there so quickly. I checked to see how much of the video was left, and there was plenty of time. If I kept stroking myself, I was going to come within seconds. I was torn. I could feel the promise of a huge orgasm, but I wasn't remotely prepared for this to end so soon. I zoomed in some more, transfixed by the way the second guy's cock was pumping in and out of the first guy's hole. I glanced over at my nightstand and back at the screen. Nightstand, screen. I loved my tight grip on my cock, but fuck, I'd clearly been missing out. I'd heard of girlfriends pegging their boyfriends, so butt stuff wasn't necessarily gay. Merely coming from the visual of one man's cock going into another man's ass, however, was a lot harder to explain. Actually, it was super easy to explain, just not while maintaining a straight narrative, especially as the scene continued to roll. Such a good boy. You love taking my fat cock, don't you? Yes. Reaching into the nightstand drawer, I grabbed the lube and... Fuck it, who cared about being straight anyway? Squeezing some lube into my hand, I pulled my good knee back and massaged the space behind my balls as I thought of Ozzy's knees. Oh, damn. Just thinking about Ozzy made me dizzy. Slick circles over my taint weren't going to be enough. Think you can take all of me, baby? Please, I need it, the man on the bottom said with a moan. Needing to know what it felt like, I took a deep breath and pushed my middle finger inside myself. The stretch was uncomfortable, but there had to be something in there to make that guy want to take a massive dick up his ass. I added more lube and pushed in a little farther and... Oh! Even though I maybe didn't have the magic button this guy had, it wasn't unpleasant. In fact, when I stroked myself, it felt pretty darn good. I pressed and stroked again, and my cock twitched. Hard. Just as I was considering adding another finger, the second guy started to get noisy and sped up. Grimacing, I pushed in the second finger. Ouch. Fuck. Oh. Oh, God. This time, matching the top guy's speed was a lot more intense. The guy on the bottom shouted, and cum shot from his dick streaking across the bed. As much as I'd wanted this to last, I couldn't hold back. In the middle of everything, it was Ozzy's voice in my head that sent me flying. Come for me, walk. The intensity of the orgasm spun my head and wrung me out, cum rocketing from my cock. The video continued playing, but the second I imagined Ozzy in the room with me, I didn't need it anymore. I stroked myself until I was empty, wondering where this sensation had been hiding my entire life. Up my ass, apparently. I was going to need more information, something in the real world. I dismissed the idea of apps because I was not ready for a one-on-one encounter. I knew the guys sometimes went into Austin for the gay clubs. They'd mentioned it was nice to simply relax and have fun around other queer folks. Maybe since they went to Austin, I could hit I-35 in the other direction and find a place in San Antonio to explore. Of course, that would only work if I found the courage to actually show up. I used my elbow to close my laptop, then took a shower to deal with all of my fluids. Future exploration was going to require a lot more planning and cleanup. After toweling off, I wiped down the mirror and stared at the guy reflected back at me, not sure what the hell I was seeing. My writing professor had once talked about the theory of windows and mirrors. A lot of people wanted to see themselves reflected in literary works, he said, but just as often they liked a window into another world. My friendships with the lost boys had always felt like windows into a world I'd never truly known. Now, I wondered if my friends had actually been mirrors this whole time. Chapter 10. Ozzy. I rolled into the tire repair shop feeling like a world-class idiot. I blamed Walker because the way he'd looked at me this weekend had turned me into the kind of person who saw a piece of metal in the road and aimed for it. Had I mentioned how much I loved my car? But I hadn't thought about the paint job or the rims or anything. I just pointed my tires right at the twisted hunk of debris and then headed toward the shop, not even knowing if Walker would be there. I needed to meet Joel at the restaurant this morning to prepare for an inspection with a full shift at the bar after. But instead of finding a more mature, sexy way to flirt with Walker, I'd given myself a ridiculous side quest. Mom would call me a foo-fool, a foolish person, and she'd be right. By the time I came to a stop in front of the service bay, I could tell I'd done a number on the tire. Hell, I was a return on investment guy. Why didn't I just ask Walk out for coffee? Even the fancy stuff wouldn't be this expensive. The moment I spotted Walker in those terrible coveralls, though, everything else went out the window. A smile lit his gorgeous face like he was his own personal son. A shot of tequila and cocaine all at once. Actually, that was a lie. I'd done all the party drugs in my college years, and not a single one of them could compare to the way I felt when Walker smiled at me. I slid down the window, returning his smile. "Hey, Walk." "Hey, Ozzy." Walker flushed and fumbled his clipboard as he approached my car. After retrieving the clipboard, he huffed nervously and leaned against my car's window frame. "Your neighborhood's roads get you again." I gripped my steering wheel for dear life, completely undone by his nearness and his nerves. I needed to avoid doing something really stupid, like stepping out of this vehicle and then pinning him to the hood while I rocked his world. One look into his jewel-like eyes reminded me that my cousin in Jamaica had said she'd carry a baby for me when the time was right. It was ridiculous that my brain went there, especially now that I was picturing a baby girl with light brown skin, stunning blue eyes, and pretty coils that bleached out in the sun. Super, super ridiculous. Ridiculous. "Oz?" Walker asked, like maybe it wasn't the first time he'd said my name. Would our kids have his country boy accent? God, that'd be adorable with the patois they'd definitely pick up from their granny. "Focus, Oz." "Huh?" "Your tire," Walker said with a gesture and a distracting grin. "It's looking awful flat." "Oh, yeah," I mumbled, not sure why it was suddenly so hard to breathe. "Came up on a piece of metal. Couldn't avoid it." "No problem. Let me in and I'll see if I can repair it for you." "I'll let you in, Walk. No problem." As my mind strolled once more down the path of carnal pleasures, I wondered if Walker would let me introduce him to the joys of flip-fucking. Not helpful, Oz. I stepped out of the car and paused to enjoy looking at his short stature and strong hands, wishing I could peek at the goods under those damned coveralls. Really not helpful. Walker swallowed thickly. Go ahead and pop a squat in our waiting room. The mini fridge is stocked. Pop a squat. What a yummy little redneck. Will do. We stood there for a few more seconds, and then he dipped his chin, coloring as I finally stepped aside to let him take the car. Jesus, Oz, you are so unfortunate right now. I made my way to the chilly waiting room where I scrolled on my phone to pass the time while a father waited with his kids. By the time Walker entered the small office, we were alone and his coveralls were fully unzipped and hanging from his waist, a greasy handprint smeared across his previously white tank top. I stood and, without thinking, reached up to swipe away a spot of grease from one of his cheekbones. Fuck, they were like cut glass. His chest expanded and a rivulet of sweat dripped down past his pronounced clavicle and under the curve of the cotton neckline. I clamped my mouth shut as I counted his abs through the thin material, willing a certain body part to behave. That was unlikely, considering I couldn't rid myself of the mental image of rucking up his tank top so I could run my tongue over each individual muscle. Stop it! When my eyes found Walker's, his chest rose sharply, then collapsed on a shudder, and it made me feel like a god. He was strung so tight, I could put my hands on him, murmur something soft and sensual in his ear, and he'd fold. Or shimmer like the little sun god he was. Before I could let my addled mind talk me into pushing his boundaries, I heroically reminded myself of Joel's words. Not only were we in Walker's family shop, he still might not be out to himself. So, Walker started, then stopped to clear his throat. I bit my lip, grateful I wasn't the only one rendered useless by the chemistry between us. His eyes fell to my chest, and he shook his head as though willing himself to focus. I know your pain, man. So, yeah, pretty good chunk of metal. In your tire, I mean. And a different tire than the last time. He stopped to check his clipboard again and took a steadying breath. What I'm trying to say is that I was able to fix it, but I have a feeling you'll be replacing the entire set sooner rather than later. Hopefully we'll be able to keep you rolling until the construction in your neighborhood is finished. I'd appreciate that, I said, my voice low and sandpapery. His eyes snapped to mine and widened, then cut back to his clipboard as he tightened his grip until his knuckles went white. Practically vibrating, he stared at the paperwork as though it held the answers to the universe. The desire to put him out of his misery was an itch under my skin. I mirrored his breathing pattern, knowing that the way we were standing wasn't how two indifferent people acted. Maybe I could... Oswald, you're here again, Walker's mom said, walking into the small waiting area with a sharp, almost fierce look in her eye. Walk took a step back. His vitality immediately shuddered, leaving me in a cold, empty vacuum. Save for a blink and you'd miss it sideways glance, he kept his eyes glued to his clipboard. I pasted on my most agreeable smile. Hello there, Mrs. Walker. It's nice to see you. And yes, that neighborhood is going to be the death of my tires. Well, bless your heart. What a spot of bad luck. I maintained my genial expression, matching her fake-ass smile. Oh, well, what can you do? I turned back to Walker, wishing I could shower him with the warmth so clearly missing from his family connections. Walk, I insist on paying for this one, I said, pulling my wallet from my back pocket. You were so sweet to comp me the other day, but I can pay, and I'm happy to. He gave me a quick nod, and I tried not to notice the way his hand trembled when he reached for my card. Of course, Oz. I'll swipe it for you right now. The way he was shutting down right in front of me made my sun-dappled visions of curly-haired, blue-eyed babies disappear into the ether. I'd obviously needed this dose of reality. It was clear in the chill of this over-air-conditioned waiting room that his family had kept him nailed to the ground, and I didn't know if he had it in him to overcome it. Frankly, I had to ask myself if I wanted to pursue a guy who had never declared his sexuality as anything other than straight. Hoping to spare him further friction with his family, I thanked him and said, Hey, if you could put the first tire on there as well, I'd appreciate it. That snapped him out of whatever stupor he'd been in. He looked me dead in the eyes, and it was my turn to inhale sharply. No, Oz, you're one of my best friends, and I can comp a tire repair. We comp our friends all the time, don't we, Mom? She cleared her throat. When it's appropriate, son. We don't like to make a habit of it, though. A Kavanaugh always pays his debts, I joked, paraphrasing Walker's favorite dragon-filled TV show. That prompted a tiny smile from him, and some of the tension bled from his muscles. I returned a smile of my own, along with a discreet wink. Just like that, he brightened all over, and I was once again swamped by visions of blue eyes and curly hair. I was in a world of trouble. Rather than prolonging the awkward interaction, I sent Mrs. Walker my most insincere smile, then finished paying and got the hell out of there. The group chat dinged a few times as I drove to the bar. I parked a couple of blocks away and pulled out my phone as I walked, catching up as Hendricks shared a selfie of himself standing in front of a familiar castle. My stomach bottomed out when I saw my cousin. He contrasted so miserably with the alpine mountains and blue skies that it looked like someone had badly photoshopped a black and white portrait over a full-color photograph. Walker. That looks like the Cinderella Castle. Hen. As it is, it's about a 20-minute drive from my house. Tristan. Damn, you're fancy. Me. But it's nice to be home. How's Germany treating you? Not sure I can call it home anymore. Won't even be here long enough to stop by the place. I let out a frustrated sigh, not liking that answer one bit. I'd already been worried about Hendrix when he went back on the road so soon after his last tour, and this photo confirmed that something was seriously wrong. Dread tightened my gut. I knew he wouldn't accept our support easily, but we were getting to the point where he might not have a choice in the matter. It was a damn miracle he'd already lived longer than his namesake, but I was hoping to have my cousin around until we were old and bitching about the kids these days. More and more, that seemed like a pipe dream. My growing feelings for Walker crashed into my worry for Hendrix, then got all mixed together with the stress of the new restaurant and visions of Joel and me turning downtown into a thriving center of food and culture with this syrup project of ours. I had no clue how to do it all, and the thought of failure on any of those fronts felt fucking unacceptable. I thumbed through the group chat, wishing I could throw it all out on the table and have them tell me it would be okay. I couldn't share everything with everyone in the chat, though, so I created another group with Joel, Major, Beckett, and Sawyer. Me. Hey guys, sending this to you separately. I'd like to get some time on the schedule if possible. Beckett. Sure, something wrong? Me. Life's getting awfully big these days. Major. Yeah, lay it on us, buddy. Me. First of all, I'm worried as hell about Hen. Sawyer. That picture was awful. I was hoping we could put our heads together and figure out how to help him. Could we start with his diet? Do we even know if he's eating? He's clearly not sleeping. But is someone making sure he has some goddamn nutrition? He's got a really great tour chef, but he says he basically collapses after each show and forgets to eat. Sawyer. ... I know, man, I know. I'm worried I'm going to have to pull him off the road, and I don't know if he'll forgive me. That picture scared the hell out of me. I've got time tomorrow evening if y'all do. Hey, Sawyer, we haven't seen you in a while. Why don't we come to you? Honestly, I could use some friend time. Same here. Come to think of it, a new jazz club opened not too far from my place. Queer-friendly, not loud. Sounds like a place for actual adults. Imagine that. Sold. And maybe Oz will tell us all about his painful crush on Walker. I walked into the restaurant space, ignoring my friend's teasing responses as construction-grade plastic crinkled under my feet. Scowling at Joel, I held up my buzzing phone accusatorially. Joan upnodded with a huge grin. Hey there, princess. You jackass. Why would you out me like that? He snorted. You cannot be outed from a glass closet, sweetheart. The only people who didn't see what was going on between you and Walker were you and Walker. Besides, we've already discussed this at length behind your backs. I hate all of you, I grumped, even as I happily noticed the new flooring under the plastic. Wait, when did this go in? Wednesday evening. The tile came in early, and the tile guy was here to finalize the backsplash in the bathrooms. Figured he and his crew would knock it out. Damn. Major's recommendations have all been fantastic, I said, towing aside a swath of the plastic to admire the muted colors and curved geometric pattern of the old-world-style tiles my mother helped pick out. True. I think the contractor wanted to impress him. Major had set us up with a friend of his who was a world-class contractor, and I'd never seen someone keep a group of vendors in line better. I'm guessing that staying in Major's good graces led to a ton of business for the guy. I'll take it, even if I still hate you all. You can't hate us. We're bound by queer trauma and blood magic. I ignored him and stood in the middle of the restaurant, taking it all in. Rather than using Jamaican-themed decorations, I'd wanted to create an upscale version of the colors and decor of my granny's home. We had not a single Jamaican flag or fruit motif in the joint, yet I felt the warmth of my mother's birthplace. Joel caught my eye and gestured toward the wall at the back of the restaurant. A color printout of the rainforest view from my grandmother's back porch was taped to the middle, and light pencil traced along the wall followed the lines of the picture. Wait, Ginger already started on the mural? I'd always loved sitting on my grandmother's back porch to watch the sunrise. I'd had a vague notion that I wanted a mural in the restaurant, but had no clue what the style should be. Joel was on board with the idea and reminded me of the watercolor postcards Ginger had sent each of us for Christmas. We'd all assumed she'd chosen a lovely set of Texas landscapes from the local art studio, and were shocked when Beckett told us she'd painted each one by hand. She'd been nervous when we'd approached her about this project, but we'd convinced her to try. Ginger had reached out to her art instructor to learn how to transfer her skills to the mural format, then worked with Major to time everything. When does she start with the paint? This weekend. Still not done with his teasing, Joel tacked on, also, the rest of the LBs think you should just kiss Walker, tell him he's queer, and get on with your lives. I have to go next door and finish up the quarterly taxes, I said, taking advantage of the fact that he still had no idea when quarterly taxes were due. Hate you, bye. You love us, he called after me, braying like a jackass. I'm already regretting this trip to San Antonio with you, I shouted back, shooting him the bird in front of the restaurant's big picture window. I had a feeling tomorrow night was going to involve nonstop teasing, and it would only get worse as we piled on the drinks. I couldn't help but smile at the thought. Chapter 11. Walker. On Saturday morning, I was ignoring texts from my father, who wanted me to go to the new Braunfels store to cover for a guy they'd fired. It made my stomach hurt to disappoint him, but I was exhausted. Besides, I'd already promised to meet Beckett at Lupe to scope out the bunk bed situation, get the measurements we needed, and identify future projects. It was just my luck that Leo was outside, waiting with Beckett when I got there. I've known he'd be around, of course, but after dealing with my mother yesterday, I really couldn't deal with one more person telling me how they thought I should live my life. The minute Ozzy had left the shop, my mom had gone after me like a dog sniffing out a piece of dropped bacon. "What's going on between the two of you?" she asked, narrowing her eyes. The accusation in her voice bugged the shit out of me, so I answered her question with one of my own. "What do you mean?" Her nostrils went red, like she'd built herself up a head of steam. "Are you—" She stopped, looked around to confirm the office area was empty, then stepped in closer to me. Whispering furiously, she started, "Are you and the Kavanaugh boy?" She wasn't even able to finish her question. "Are we what, Mom?" I asked, feigning ignorance. The one advantage of wearing grease for a living and sounded like a hee-haw stand-in was that people, even those who thought they knew you well, underestimated you. "Are you having—" She took a fortifying breath. "Illicit dealings with that man?" "Illicit dealings?" I asked, stifling my temper. "Mom, are you asking if I'm having sex with Ozzy Kavanaugh?" She blinked rapidly, unable to handle the directness. I arched my brow. "Well, are you?" she finally spat out. "No, Mom." I shook my head, more disappointed in my answer than in her question. "Ozzy and I are not having sex." "Not yet. I hope that might change soon, though." "Well, then." The way her body went limp broke my heart. It was one thing to know how the most cherished human in your life would react to your truth. It was another to have it confirmed live and in person. "You need to be careful how you act around that man," she said. "Anyone walking in here could have seen something that wasn't there and started a terrible rumor." I'd held my tongue, knowing my mom would perish on the spot if I'd told her how I really felt about Ozzy, or if I told her what I'd be doing tonight. My phone dinged again as I got out of the truck. "Dad, we need you to cover the new Braunfels store. Haven't heard from you. Let us know when you're on the way. Junior, are you getting these texts?" It was clear I'd have to deal with this one way or another, and there was no way I wanted to endure Dad's limited texting skills, so I pulled up the phone app and hit the button. "Junior, thank God. I've been trying to get a hold of you all morning." "Sorry, Dad. I put it on the schedule. I'm not available today." "How are you not available? Family is always available." I sighed, ignoring Beckett's concerned look. "I'm sorry, Dad. I don't have time to go to New Braunfels today." I could cancel my plans for tonight and take on an afternoon shift, but something inside me wouldn't let me do it. "I don't know what you're playing at, son. You know your family responsibilities come first." "Dad, do you even know where I'm at?" "I don't know. Somewhere volunteering with those friends of yours." "I'm at Lupe. Since I've taken over the shop class, we'll be working with them to make sure the kids here have beds and whatever else they need." "You can go over there any time. We need you here and now." "Well, I'm sorry, Dad," I said, wondering if I'd ever had a conversation with him in which I did not feel the need to apologize for myself. I gave my word. That last part finally stopped him. All my life, he drilled into me the importance of doing my duty and keeping my word. He couldn't exactly go back on his own counsel. Fine, but we're going to discuss your schedule going forward. It was at the tip of my tongue to tell him to take me off the schedule entirely. But I loved my family, and I wanted their business to succeed. I just didn't want to be a part of it anymore. It twisted me up inside to admit I wanted something so completely different from the life they'd envisioned for me. Once again, I was reminded of Mr. Page's sage advice. When I was having a hard time juggling coursework and my schedule at the shop, he'd reminded me that being true to myself was not selfish. Whether he'd suspected something maybe not straight about me at the time, I didn't know. But he'd probably meant it in an all-encompassing way. It wasn't selfish to want to be a teacher or want a life outside the tire shop. It certainly wasn't selfish to want friends who saw me and celebrated me. I had every right to explore a part of me I'd shoved down and ignored for who knew how long. And if those things weren't selfish, then it made no sense to continue to sacrifice myself for people who would abandon me the moment they found out who I was. The sad fact was, my family didn't give a damn about the real me, not if it didn't match up with their expectations. I'd been putting off that painful truth for a long time, and this week I'd finally accepted a reckoning was imminent. What I planned to explore tonight was going to change things, I was sure. I couldn't shake the sense that even if I found out I was straight as an arrow, I was still going to lose my family. Tucking away my phone, I bounded up the steps to Lupe's main building. Despite my reluctance to hear any of Leo's yap today, I was grateful for the hugs he and Beckett welcomed me with. Beckett's shrewd eyes locked in on me. I overheard some of that. You okay? He asked quietly. Even Leo was tilting his head, his mouth turned downward. I'd be better if my family... I held my hands up, not wanting to talk about it. Never mind, I'm fine. I just need to set some better boundaries with their demands on my time. Beckett grimaced. It took a while for my dad to get why I couldn't take the path he'd laid out for me. Hopefully they'll come around like he has. I bit my upper lip, unprepared for the way his words cut right to the heart of things. Not likely, but thank you for the sentiment, I replied, hoping he didn't notice the wobble in my voice. At least you've got us, Leo said, pounding my back. I winced as his massive palm glanced off my aching shoulders, a reminder of the number of hours I'd already put in at the shop this week. Hey now, I'm strong as I'll get out, but try not to misalign my spine before I've even started. Laughing, he pulled me into another hug, this one gentler. My eyes prickled at the way he seemed to understand and adjust. God, he pissed me off sometimes, but he was growing and learning. Blinking rapidly, I patted his arm. All right then, let's get breakfast over with so I can see what can be done this semester. He laughed and we joined the kids in their homey dining hall. The cooks had Saturdays off, so the kids and weekend staff worked together to make breakfast. The offering today was a build-your-own oatmeal bar with a bunch of sweet and savory options. I went with the traditional cream, butter, and brown sugar, then layered crispy bacon and a fried egg on top for good measure. Not only was it delicious, but I enjoyed getting to know the other kids better. They looked up to Leo, and he seemed aware and proud of that fact. He'd mentioned being worried about trying to make it on his own, but I could envision him doing anything he wanted as long as he continued to mature. It occurred to me that if Mr. Page could stay involved in his students' lives long after they graduated, I sure as hell could make sure Leo had the support he needed after he left his place. The idea that I could pay it forward made everything seem a little brighter. Once we'd finished eating and cleaning our dishes, Beckett gave me a tour of the bunkhouses. I immediately agreed with Leo's dim opinion of the current setup. These things make IKEA bunk beds look sturdy. Beckett laughed. Exactly. Leo, I said, you mind lying down for a minute so I can see what we're dealing with? He dropped into the bottom bed, shaking the entire bunk as he curled onto his side to fit in the comparatively tiny space. Though fit was an inaccurate description. I'm surprised one of these hasn't collapsed altogether. The big guys take the bottom bunks and smaller guys take the top, Beckett explained. He shook his head, guilt filling his eyes. Though, I didn't realize it was this bad. Lots of moving parts in a place like this, I said. Easy for details to get overlooked. Even with these beds, it still looks like somewhere the kids want to be. Leo nodded as he unwound himself from the bottom bunk. It's the best place I've ever lived. He stood next to me and I leaned against him for a moment. I'm glad you found your way here. He dipped his head, uncharacteristically quiet. Hell, if Dr. Gardner hadn't approved the project, I'd have figured out how to do it on my own time. No way were these kids going to be in substandard beds on my watch, even if I still didn't totally know what I was doing. I spent the rest of the morning verifying measurements and taking a look at the kids' storage options, thinking forward to the spring semester. Beckett invited me to stay for lunch, but I was anxious to get back to my laptop and work up the logistics for my new curriculum. I couldn't wait to show Dr. Gardner. Beckett stopped me on my way out. Hey, just wanted to check in with you. I know you said you were fine, but it sounded like your dad was being harsh. That is his default state, I answered, my shoulders tensing up all over again. I bet your parents were strict. Had a lot to say about what was proper and what wasn't, he guessed, grinning as he gestured to his priestly collar and tattoos. Yep, I clucked, shaking my head. You definitely would be considered a bad influence. What do you think would shock him more? The fact that I question the existence of God or that I'm gay? I let out a long whistle. Brother, I don't know. Both are pretty damn bad. He rubbed his hands together, his mouth a firm line. It must have been hard to grow up with. It was all I knew. I shoved my hands into my pockets. They loved me and provided for me. They made sure I had all of my needs met, so I can't complain. Beckett bobbed his head, listening intently. You do know acceptance is a need as well, right? His words were kind, and his meaning was crystal clear. I didn't know how to respond. Fear of the truth seized my chest, and I went quiet. He patted my shoulder. I'm not assuming anything. I'm just saying that while I'm glad you were fed and clothed and housed, it's okay to acknowledge the ways in which your parents could have and should have done better. You deserve that, too. Thanks, Beckett, I choked out, the only thing I could think to say. Anytime. Just so you know, even though I don't walk around with a confessional, anything you say to me would be kept in confidence. Tears once again pricked the backs of my eyeballs, and I cleared my throat, stubbing my toe in the dirt. That's good to know. I appreciate it. You're welcome, he said, bringing me in for a brief hug before releasing me to the world. Emotions swirled as I climbed back into my truck. By the time I turned onto the 2-lane heading back home, tears started to fall. I hadn't lied. I was grateful for my parents, and I knew they loved me in their own way. I couldn't quite pinpoint why I was crying, but I only cried harder when I thought about who I'd be if I'd always known that it was okay to love a man. Worse, I could so easily imagine what my life would be like had I never met Mr. Page or the Lost Boys. I'd be managing one of the tire shops for sure, and I probably would have found a girl my parents liked and married her, never once exploring beyond that limited scope. None of that was wrong, necessarily. Just incomplete. Even though I'd just now opened myself up to the possibility that I might not be straight, it already seemed to be encoded in my DNA, like a new friend who felt like someone I'd known my whole life. I was reminded again of the life-changing conversation I'd had with Mr. Page years ago. He'd come by the shop, supposedly to get his tires examined, but I think he was checking on me. When he'd started asking about how I was doing, I'd told him everything. How much I missed my sister. How I'd mostly been excited for my baseball scholarship because it meant I could become a geometry teacher. How stupid my family had made me feel when I'd brought up the topic of going to school once I'd recovered from the accident. Walker, though I abhor the subject myself, there is nothing wrong with wanting to teach geometry. If that's your dream, you should go for it. Well, thanks, Mr. Page, but I'm almost 23 now. Most folks have already finished college by this time. Sure, a lot of them have, but there are also tons of people who begin college later in life. And I gotta say, in the big picture, 23 is practically fatal. You still have your whole life ahead of you. Until you don't, I thought, missing my sister even more than I usually did. With my work schedule, I'd be at least 28 before I even graduated. Son, you'll be 28 either way. Might as well be 28 with a degree and the career you want. I don't know. Maybe I don't. Don't what? I avoided his eyes. Deserve it? You know, with everything. The accident. Even if the accident had been your fault, which it wasn't, you would still deserve the chance to have the life you want. You think so? I know it, son. I also know Anna Lee would want you to follow your dreams. She'd be so proud of you. Mr. Page might have been the first person who said the accident that took Anna Lee wasn't my fault. God, who would I be now if my sister were still alive? I'd been so distraught over losing her, I'd never even thought to mourn baseball. It had never truly been my dream anyway. Sure, I enjoyed the game, but I'd wanted to be a teacher ever since I met my kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Williams. She had long red hair down to her waist, and she was so sweet and patient. I could tell she loved us. But my dad had wanted me to be a baseball player, so that's what I was going to be. It had taken years for me to realize that losing baseball meant I'd lost my dad. As for my mother, I don't think she ever forgave me for living. In a way, the accident took my entire family from me, including, especially, the one person who'd loved me regardless. Despite all the tears, I got home safely. I let myself into my apartment, went to my bedroom, and flopped onto the bed. Holding my pillow, I wept like a baby, crying until I fell asleep. It was dark by the time I woke. I wasn't sure if I had it in me to go to San Antonio and try to find out whatever else I was. When I sat up, though, I felt clear. Clear as if I were standing on that mountaintop in Hen's picture, inhaling the alpine air. I'd been expecting the same dizzying uncertainty I'd experienced over these last several days, but all I felt was certain. I loved my family, and my sister's absence was a permanent ache. But this was my goddamned life. It wasn't wrong to figure out who I was deep inside, and it was okay if that person was different from who my parents thought I should be. Maybe that had always been obvious to a whole bunch of other people. Not to this country boy. Standing, I walked to my closet and found an outfit I knew Ozzy would be proud of. Tonight was about me. Chapter 12. Ozzy. My Chevelle was the only one of our vehicles that would fit 4 grown adults comfortably, so I drove with Major up front while Joel and Beckett sat in the back. We caught up with each other like we always did, and they seemed willing to leave the subject of Walker alone for the night. Sawyer led us into his top-floor condo and gestured to the bar, inviting us to help ourselves. Beckett, Joel, and I grabbed Modelo's from the bar fridge, while Major asked Sawyer to make him his usual. Thinking I'd escaped the Inquisition, I'd barely taken a seat in Sawyer's elegant living room before they were on me like flies on shit. "So, have y'all fucked?" Joel asked. I sent him my best glare as I popped open my beer. "No." "Don't you want to fuck him?" Major asked, accepting a tall, narrow glass of something bubbly and probably highly alcoholic from Sawyer. "Sawyer, man, maybe you should give Major a bigger glass. Also, are you wearing a 3-piece suit?" "He's fine with that glass. Of course it's a 3-piece suit, and stop avoiding the question." Sawyer swirled his martini glass, one finely plucked brow arched sky high. "Do you want to fuck him?" "Yes, but no." "What's stopping you?" Beckett asked, accepting the bottle opener from me. I rubbed my forehead as he and Joel opened their beers. We toasted and took a drink, and then they all stared at me until I caved. "First of all, you nosy assholes, I don't want to just fuck him." "Which means?" Major asked, managing a delicate sip of his concoction. "I'd like to date him." "How very white picket fence of you," Joel responded, far too happy with my answer. "You've got an engagement ring on your finger," I said, bumping his hand. "I wasn't making fun of you, buddy. I was welcoming you." "I don't want to marry him, you jackalope. I want to get naked with him and see if there's something there." "You still haven't answered Beckett's question," Sawyer noted sharply. "Dude, have I annoyed you or something?" I asked, taken aback by his tone. He took a sip. I'd just like to hear what's stopping you, Oswald. Full first name, huh? Yup. Tilting my head to the side, I took in my friend and fellow clothes horse. Sawyer looked ready to take over a corporate boardroom, but it seemed something about my answer was important enough to unsettle him. What was the question again? I asked, knowing damn well what he wanted to know. What's stopping you? He asked, smoothing his expression. Well, good buddy, surely you know Walker still calls himself straight. A series of laughs and snorts went around the room. Even Sawyer was amused. Y'all can laugh if you want to, but if he hasn't come out to himself yet, I don't have much of a chance. That's fair, Major admitted before holding up a finger. But that's not the only issue here. You're right, it's not. I let out a frustrated breath. Y'all know my grandfather and his grandfather came by the bar after Walker comped me that tire repair. Beckett nodded. Sure. I don't think they showed up simply because it looked bad to be receiving free goods and services from Walker Tire. What do you think it's about then? Sawyer asked, taking a seat across from me. Y'all say that Walker's pinged your gaydar for some time, right? I received nods all the way around. Well, if we can see it, maybe his family can too. Absent that, my grandfather has a nose for such things. I snorted. Back in the day, he tried to out me to my parents, as if they didn't already know. Beckett chuckled. Your parents were always supportive, but I swear, they seemed extra proud of you when he did that. Of course, it solidified our status as Kavanaugh family outcasts, I said, tapping his fist. And the Walker family is just as homophobic? Sawyer asked. I nodded. Walker and I had a moment yesterday when I got my tire fixed and... You mean when you angled your car to run over a random piece of metal? Joel asked. I did no such thing, I lied, touching my hair. Joel, who knew me too damn well, pointed to what I was doing. I lowered my hand. Shut up. Did you actually aim for the metal in the road? Major asked, down in the last of his cocktail. Maybe, I eventually admitted. Interesting, Sawyer noted, refreshing Major's drink. So glad I could amuse you. So, yeah, had a moment. Beckett made a go-on gesture. I need more details. I couldn't help smiling as I thought about it. He'd just finished with my tire and walked into the office all sweaty and beautiful in a dirty tank top. He had some grease on his cheek, so I wiped it off. Major let out a sigh and pressed his hand to his chest. I can't even imagine romance in my life right now, but that's good. Anyway, I'd started to kind of lean in, not for a kiss, but maybe to whisper something naughty in his ear, flirt with him a bit. Joel fanned himself. Nice. And that's the moment Mama Walker decided to stroll into the office. Cock blocker, Beckett said, laughing. Yeah, well, the way he stepped back told me everything I didn't want to know about the dynamic with his family. Sawyer grimaced. That sounds not great. Neither was the expression on his mother's face, I said, imitating her thin-lipped fury. He wouldn't look at me after that. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if he realizes how queer he is. You mean, for example, when he looks at you like he wants to put his mouth everywhere and anywhere on your body? Beckett asked, disbelieving. Yep, I said, polishing off my beer. Major knitted his brows together. How could he not know he's queer? When you're gay, it's often impossible to stifle your queerness. But when you're bi or pansexual and you have heavy pressure from your family or your religion to act straight, I can see how you'd learn to put that part of you aside, consciously or not, and focus on the desires that are right. Joel scrunched up his nose. That sounds fucking diabolical. You can't split yourself in two like that. That's not how being into more than one gender works. In theory, sure, but unless you're James Hendricks Kavanaugh, who was declaring that he was pan before any of us knew what that meant, it happens a lot more than you'd think, Sawyer said, finishing his second martini. So maybe don't assume what people are into? I nodded. The others started talking about their coming out stories, but Sawyer didn't join in. When they started teasing me about the timeline of my crush on Walker, Sawyer started mixing another drink. I sidled up next to him at the bar. "Is there something going on, dude?" I whispered. "No, why?" "Because A, I've never seen you drink like this, and B, you've completely shut down. Do you—" I paused when Major joined us. He lifted his chin at me, questioning. I knew he and Sawyer were super close, so maybe... "Do you have feelings for Walker?" I finally asked. Sawyer and Major shared a look. "No," Sawyer said, his voice flat. "Then do you want to tell me what's going on?" "Not particularly." "Did I do something wrong?" "No, you didn't," he said, taking a long pull from his martini. "This is my bullshit. Not about you at all. Promise. We've spent enough time on my Walker situation. Maybe it's time for you to talk." Sawyer and Major exchanged another glance as Beckett and Joel, apparently noticing something was up, came over to the bar as well. Joel gave Major and Sawyer a long look. "Whoa, are you two fucking?" Beckett shook his head. "What do you know about that?" I asked out of the side of my mouth. "Nothing," he said. "Practically nothing at all." Only now Beckett, Major, and Sawyer were exchanging glances. "Is anybody going to tell me what's going on?" I asked, confused as hell. "Are Sawyer and Major fucking?" Sawyer and Major both shook their heads, and Sawyer, swaying with an empty martini glass in his hand, went in. "The big guy and I used to fuck in high school, but it wasn't serious." Joel and I shared wide-eyed looks while Beckett was unsurprised. "I told you I'd be your boyfriend," Major said, laughing. Sawyer stared glumly at his glass. "And we both know why that wouldn't work." Major's smile was warm. "That's right, we do." I had no idea what to make of that exchange. I finished my second beer. "Seriously, what the fuck happened here? So y'all aren't fucking?" Major shook his head, still in good humor. "Hell no. That one is a lost cause." Joel, who hated awkward social situations, made a valiant attempt to get this train back on the tracks. "I take it the issue with Walker is that you don't want to cause trouble for him." "Basically, yes." Beckett tapped his chin, taking another beer from Major. "So here's the thing, you can't engineer his reality for him. All you can do is tell him how you feel and then give him the space to go where he wants to." I clinked beer bottles with him. "That's awfully mature advice, Padre. I think I'll take it." Sawyer set down his drink. "I do have one concern." "Name it." "This is going back a ways, but didn't Hendricks have a huge crush on Walker in high school, after Walker saved him from a DeWitt beatdown? I FaceTimed Hen, and he acted like I was ridiculous for even asking him. He had naked people crawling all over him and told me to go forth and conquer, so I took him at his word and ended the call before I needed brain bleach." The guys threw their heads back, laughing. Except for Sawyer. "Speaking of Hen," Joel said, "we still need to talk about what's going on with him, right?" Sawyer's lips thinned. "Definitely." "Even that FaceTime call seemed off," I said. "I mean, yes, he's always joked about having a bunch of people in every port, but he didn't seem happy. He's emaciated, and his eyes were so dark he didn't need eyeliner to look goth." "What do you think we should do?" Major asked. "Well, I think this extended tour is almost over. After that, I say we drag him off the road like Mr. Page wanted. Make him stay in town." Sawyer nodded. "I've been thinking about that too, but I didn't know if I was overreacting." I shook my head. "Not overreacting. I think it's more than the contract he's under, but I can't imagine what. Something's going on with him. Something that's stressing him out, and he's not saying." "Do you think it's his finances?" Sawyer asked. "Like, you help him manage that, right?" Uncle Rye asked the same question. I've only ever helped out with some backup accounts. Those are flush, so I've got to assume his main account is doing fine. "Do you think he's heartbroken or in love or something like that?" Joel asked. "I don't think so. For the 10 years he's been on the road, he's refused to consider being with the same person longer than a few hours. At some point, you've got to believe somebody when they keep telling you they aren't relationship material. Do you think there's something wrong with his health? Sawyer asked. That quieted all of us. Finally, I shook my head. I don't think he would hide a serious illness from us. I don't know what the problem is, but my gut tells me we need to sit on him for a while. Make him take time off. Only then will we get the truth out of him. We nodded in agreement. Major clapped his hands, then rubbed them together. Have we pre-gamed enough? Are we going to the jazz club, or are we going to sit around bemoaning our sorry asses? Jazz club, we all answered in unison. Chapter 13. Walker. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing in a place like this. My breathing was erratic, my heart was racing out of my chest, and my stomach was so full of butterflies I might throw up. I was in a gay bar. Specifically, I was in a gay jazz club in San Antonio, having researched my options and decided that this one seemed kind of chill. Some of the others were more like dance clubs, which wasn't really my vibe. A jazz club wasn't exactly my vibe either, but it didn't intimidate the hell out of me, so that's where I'd chosen to go. Not wanting to seem like a newbie, I went up to the bar and ordered a shiner. That netted me a smirk, which I didn't understand. But I didn't spend a lot of time thinking about it because the guy who served me wasn't wearing a shirt. In fact, he wasn't wearing anything but a pair of sparkly shorts, and shorts might have been a stretch. His ass cheeks were hanging out, and even where his skin was covered, the shiny material withheld not a single detail about what was underneath. Also, his nipples were pierced, which seemed important for some reason. My throat had gone dry, so I downed a good third of the bottle. You new around here, honey? The bartender asked, leaning forward. My eyes drifted to his nipple piercings again, and I stood there like a goober. Honey, you okay? I dragged my eyes up to his, and he winked at me. I felt it low in my belly. Oh, shit, that was... I'd wondered if it was just an Aussie thing, but between the porn and this guy and his nipple rings, I was pretty sure I had my answer. I'd had honest-to-God crushes on girls, but never once did they generate the electricity inside me that this stranger and his shiny shorts did. It was a short mental hop, shorter than I'd have guessed, between the bartender's sparkly nuts and the way the tips of my ears always burned around Ozzy. How the fuck had I not put two and two together years ago? I don't know if I'm okay, I admitted, finally answering his question. I think I may be into my friend. Maybe have been for a long time. Oh, honey, did you not know you were... he asked, bending his wrist so sweetly my head spun. I don't know what I am, I answered, then drained the bottle. Well, country boy, my break's in 5 minutes if you'd like to explore. Okay. I wasn't sure exactly what I'd agreed to, only that he'd called me a country boy like it was a good thing. Now that I thought about it, he looked something like one of those TikTok lesbians I like so much. Oh. Maybe it was the masculinity that had turned me on the whole time. That was definitely new information. He slid me another shiner, which I polished off by the time he came around the bar. Taking my hand, he led me to the hallway by the bathrooms where men were making out against the wall. One couple was even going at it orally. I blinked at the bartender, not sure what he was expecting from me. You're, taller than I thought, I said, realizing I barely reached his slender shoulders. Honey, sweetie, he shook his head, laying a calming hand on my chest. Tilting his head toward the guy who was definitely coming in his partner's mouth, he said, That's advanced. I just want to make out with a cute guy. I gulped as I looked up at him. God, he was pretty. Okay, I think I'd like that. He smiled sweetly, then lowered his lips to mine. Holy... fuck. His kiss was a bolt of lightning that sizzled through every nerve ending in my body, burning out any fucking doubt regarding who I was. Never once in my life had I felt like this. Fuck me spinning. He pulled back. How was that? You can kiss me again, I said, my voice cracking. He grinned and dove in. I was on my tiptoes, and he was sort of hunched down, but we made it work. I gripped his hips, pulling him closer to me. We kissed like there was no one around us, and despite his delicate aesthetic, he pumped his hips with such strength that my eyes were rolling back in my head as our cocks slid against one another. Though trimmer, he was about Ozzy's height. My mind immediately went to Ozzy's square hands and his stylish ways, and I could picture him taking me apart bit by fucking bit. Fuck, I'm gonna come, I spat out, stepping back. He grinned proudly. Is that a problem? I shook my head, then nodded. Thing is, I think this means I do like my friend. And now it feels weird that... I'm sorry. He kissed my forehead, and I felt about 12 years old. It's okay, honey. Glad I could help you figure it out. You're like my fairy godmother, I blurted out, and he laughed, patting my cheek. My ears got hot when I heard what I'd said. Not that I'm calling you a fairy. Oh, I am, he said, turning away to look over his shoulder with a devilish grin. He even kicked his foot up, and that's when I realized he was wearing heels. Tell you what, if it doesn't work out with your friend, I'm here every Saturday and Sunday. I looked at my toes, unable to keep the stupid smile off my face, unable to think of anything but Ozzy and the way he smelled and the way he hugged me. I'll keep that in mind. While I would remember those kisses for the rest of my life, I knew without a shred of doubt that I could never look at that man the way I looked at Ozzy. A movie played in my head, the greatest hits of every encounter I'd ever had with Ozzy. It was like discovering the movie had been in 3D the entire time, and I'd only just now found the special glasses. How many times had I stared at his ass? How many times had I admired his clothes and the way he held himself? And yesterday, when he swiped the grease off my cheek, I thought he was leaning in for a... Fuck, I couldn't continue that line of thought in public. Well, in this hallway, perhaps, but no. I had booked a room in the nice hotel next to the club, not sure where the night would take me, and I was thanking past Walker for the foresight. I tried my best to make it look like I wasn't running out of the club, but I was definitely booking it. I gave up all pretense as soon as I hit the parking lot, full-on sprinting toward my hotel room. By the time I shut the door, I was hard and dripping. Grabbing the lube from my overnight bag, I tugged down my jeans and briefs before throwing myself onto the bed. Not even bothering to take off my shoes, I slicked my cock and started fucking my fist. I was not thinking about the guy I'd just made out with. No. I was imagining Oz, his full lips against mine, his hands on my body, and within seconds I let out an embarrassing guttural sound as I arched off the bed. More lightning bolts burned through my nerve endings as cum spurted across my belly. Once I was drained of all brain cells, I lay on the bed, arms out to the sides, legs all twisted up in my jeans, boneless, staring at the ceiling as everything I'd ever known about myself shifted 3 inches to the left. How the fuck had I not known that guys, especially one particular guy, turned me on this much? Chapter 14. Ozzy. The Rainbow Note had a good crowd without being too packed. It definitely delivered on the chilled, jazzy vibe. As we were heading to the bar, however, I saw something that froze me in place. Beckett ran into my back. Dude, what's wrong? Is that Walker? I asked, unable to believe my eyes. He was at the bar, draining a bottle of beer. Before I could think to act, a cute guy in silver booty shorts, and nothing else, came out from behind the bar and walked up to him, clearly flirting. Walker looked nervous as hell, but when the guy grabbed his hand, he followed. The five of us stared after him, jaws swinging. Without discussing it, we moved in unison, following at a short distance as they went into the hallway. I recognized the purpose of the hallway, and it wasn't to create privacy for the bathrooms. No, it was where you went to make out, and maybe more, depending on how lax the club was with its rules. Given that at least one guy was going down on another, the answer to that was pretty fucking lax. Still, that wasn't nearly as shocking as watching Walker get kissed by the shitty bartender with his shitty silver lame booty shorts. Their first kiss looked like it had been Walker's first kiss ever. He looked like the gates of heaven had just opened, and I wanted that fucking bartender's name so I could flatten all of his fucking tires. Except no, that would just send him into my man's arms, and he'd already stolen my damn kiss. I grabbed Beckett's arm. Oh shit, it looks like he's about to come. The way Walker was thrusting against Mr. Booty Shorts was fucking erotic. My mind immediately went to the vision of him shirtless and sweaty and greased up in undone overalls and... fuck. He was sex personified. And he was kissing the wrong damn person. Raising his brow, Beckett nudged me. You see the way he's moving his hips? I could hardly see anything else. Yes, I replied, disgruntled. And maybe we should stop looking. Just as we were deciding whether or not to stop being such creepers, Walker, his hard-on visible from space, stepped away from the bartender. He seemed to be apologizing and then practically fled the club, running right by us. He was so focused on getting out of there, he didn't see us at all. Joel clapped his hand on my shoulder. Buddy, I think if you want that, you can get it. He might be freaked out, but his body was definitely on board. Definitely, Sawyer said, crossing his arms. You think I have a chance with him? I asked, rubbing my chest. A damn good one. Fuck, I haven't been to gyms in forever, I said, sinking my fork into crispy pecan waffle goodness. Right? It's been too long, Sawyer said, carefully rolling his shirt sleeves so as not to get butter or syrup on his expensive clothing. I still hadn't gotten over the shock of seeing Walker kissing another man, even after having quite a few drinks about it. My friends, solid guys that they were, had kept me occupied for the rest of the evening. The club was wonderful, and the sparkly jazz singer's voice had more depth than his tiny stature would indicate. After his set, he came over to us and sat on my lap, fussing with my collar. There was a hotel next door, and on any other day I would have dragged him there, done wonderful things to him, and sent him on his way the next morning, happy, satisfied, and without my number. Tonight, as his tiny ass ground into my crotch, I wasn't the least bit interested. No, I didn't want the singer. I wanted the sweaty, muscled, blushing teacher/tire repair guy. Not wanting to hurt his feelings, I bought the cutie a drink and whispered, If I weren't so gone over a guy back home, I'd be all over you. He looked up at me, his eyes gleaming. You're in love with someone? He asked, his voice soft and fluttery. I don't know about that, but he's pretty much always been in my life, and I'm finally seeing him in a different way. He let out a sigh, clutching his martini glass to his chest. Just like a romance novel. I laughed and sent him a small wave as he extracted himself from my lap. Good luck, sweetie. As he left, the guy Walker had been kissing sauntered over with a tray full of Jell-O shots on one hand, the other hand on his hip. Look at this sexy group of men. Anyone want a shot? I scowled at him, and Sawyer diplomatically declined. Actually, we're about to leave, but thank you. You've been here before, right? The server asked, using delicate fingers to fluff Sawyer's hair. Sawyer pulled away and sent the trollop a perfectly arched brow. Yes, but as I mentioned, we're leaving. Message received, the server retorted and slid off to another group. Good riddance, you kiss-stealing jackwad. I was grateful when Major pulled up a rideshare app and got us to one of my favorite late-night diners. That Major, he was always taking care of people. Sigh. I might have been a tiny bit drunk. After we made a dent in our early morning breakfast, we slowed down and got back to talking. So, Beckett said, tapping the table, what are we going to do about Walker? What's this we, buddy? I asked, trying to maintain a sense of humor and failing. You got a mouse in your pocket? No, I just want to see if you've got a plan of action. Now that you know our boy lacks dick. I'm not assuming anything. He was into it, yes, but then he basically fled the establishment. Looked like he went there all by himself, Joel noted, swirling the dregs of hot chocolate in his mug. Over an hour away from his house, probably no clue he was in Sawyer's neighborhood. I wonder if he was experimenting, like maybe something made him think he should try it out. I wrinkled my nose. He's got a handful of queers at his beck and call. Why not figure things out with one of us? Beckett raised his brow. One of us? That's awfully generous of you. You know what I mean, I said, tapping the tines of my fork on the table. No need to bring strangers into the equation. I don't know, Major said, grinning. Strangers can be fun. Shut up. Joel tried to tap my elbow and missed, hitting the table instead. What are you going to do? He asked, his breath smelling like vodka and pancakes. I inhaled slowly, filtering through the possibilities. I'll get closer to him, maybe amp up the flirting, see if I get a reaction. So you're not going to say anything? Sawyer asked. I took another bite of waffle. Don't want to scare him. He seemed pretty freaked out when he left. Beckett shook his head, then stopped and laid his cheek on the table. I don't think he was freaked out. You don't? I asked, listing against Sawyer. Nope. Dude was horny as fuck, but he didn't want to get off with a stranger. Dollars to donuts, he got a room and had some fun with his hand and a mental visual of you. Becky, I swear to Jesus, I don't care if you're a priest. I will fuck you up. I'm just saying. He's done a lot of volunteer work at the meeting house over the last year, and I've gotten to know him pretty well. I think you're right. A direct approach might freak him the fuck out. The slow play is the way to go. Get him comfortable with the idea. It's not about trying to convince him to give guys a shot. He's convinced himself. Now he has to figure out what that means. We've all been there. We've all had our own oh shit moment. It just came a little later. I used the edge of my fork to carve off a piece of waffle and pointed it at him. It frustrates me when you are both the chief troublemaker and good advice giver in the same sentence. Beckett brushed his shoulder. It's a skill. I can see why Leo is such a menace. It's from hanging out with you. You know it. So, Operation Help Walker Come Out is underway? Joel asked. Looks like it, I said, running my teeth over my bottom lip. I'd made a lot of bold decisions in the last year. Moving back here, going into business with Joel, choosing to deal with the low-level bullshit that was small-town Texas in exchange for the friendships. For some reason, this thing with Walk felt like the scariest thing I had done yet. I was a weird mix of nervous and hopeful, but I also knew that once I put my mind to something, I usually got what I wanted. Walker, I'm coming for you. Chapter 15. Walker. I'd spent the rest of Saturday night and a good part of yesterday morning alternating between sleeping and fucking my fist. By the time my mother texted me to ask why I wasn't at church, I had the sort of mildly chafed clarity I couldn't have gotten from 1,000 Sundays in the pews. When I got home from San Antonio, I'd applied balm and given my poor, overworked penis a break after deciding I'd spend my Monday off exploring. I had never been more grateful for overnight delivery than I was this morning. My brain had quickly moved from jacking off while picturing Oz to thoughts of what we could do together. I understood porn was not realistic, but watching gay porn, this time on purpose, with my browser in incognito mode, turned me on like nothing I'd ever watched before. It turned out there was a lot I'd be willing to try with Ozzy. I'd always thought Ozzy had a fucking amazing ass. Yeah, I heard it. And now I could imagine it under my hands. I could imagine fucking him. But, and this sort of embarrassed me, it hadn't taken long to start imagining him fucking me. I'd looked up details on anal sex, and it was intimidating as hell. Even so, the thought of receiving didn't turn me off. Not even a little bit. Between jack-off sessions, I'd come across an article written by a guy who called himself a bottom. I knew enough about gay stuff to understand the difference between top and bottom, but I didn't think I had ever seen someone label themselves like that. The guy was quick to say that liking one thing didn't mean you had to like it exclusively, and that plenty of people liked both giving and receiving anal. I'd also learned, to my surprise, that a lot of gay guys didn't do anal at all, instead focusing on hand jobs and blow jobs and other stuff. Basically, his message was that whatever worked for you, and you didn't have to make it make sense. I wondered what kind of label Ozzy would give himself. The most important thing I'd gleaned from the article was that being upfront about what you wanted meant you had a higher likelihood of getting it. He said guys who liked it up the ass sometimes got painted with this brush, implying that they were weaker than men who preferred the top, which simply wasn't true. I was overwhelmed, to be honest, but I still needed more information. I liked the idea of going back and forth, but I wasn't sure how it would work in practice. There'd been an ad in that same article for prostate stimulators and dildos. So I'd bought both. I'd ordered the dildo from a small indie shop, but the stimulator from Amazon, since I could get it overnight and it was less intimidating than the dildo. Embarrassingly, I'd also purchased a douche bulb, and today I'd used it for the first time. The less said about that, the better. As for lube, everything I'd read said to be super generous. And boy, howdy was I. So clean as a whistle and slick as a used car salesman, I held the prostate stimulator out in front of me, trying to hype myself up. The wand, which was a series of connected bumps, started out fairly thin and got progressively thicker. I hit the button on the remote and nearly dropped the thing. Holy shit, that was strong. I hit a few more buttons to reduce the vibration and change up the pattern, but it all felt very advanced, so I decided I'd wait and check out the vibrating function later. So yeah, here I was, about to pleasure my prostate. Saying it like that made me scrunch my nose, thinking of my last physical exam. The bottom guy, the one who wrote the article, called it his P-spot, like a G-spot only for guys. Unfortunately, P-spot made me think of our old family cat who'd hated that we moved his litter box and kept peeing in the same place. Not helpful, Walker. Pleasure button? Bundle of nerves? Man bean? I really had to quit stalling, so I ignored my inner thesaurus, took a deep breath, and tried to relax my sphincter. Then I laughed because the word sphincter was hilarious. Get a hold of yourself. I had to stop to laugh a few more times, but eventually I kept going. I took another breath, stifled a final giggle, then raised my good knee and swirled my lubed fingers over the tight furl of skin. Suddenly, I didn't feel like laughing anymore. Since I'd tried this once already, my cock responded to the touch, thickening before I'd hardly done anything. After a few seconds, the muscle began to relax. Grabbing the stimulator, I sucked in another deep breath, then pushed the toy inside past the first, oh wow, bump. It was definitely a stretch, but it wasn't bad. Eventually, I relaxed enough to push it past the second bump, then the third. It felt weird, and my cock was nowhere near as interested as it had been when I was making out with the bartender, but this experiment didn't have to be life-changing. I went into the fourth bump, pleased with how well I was taking it, and rocked it back out. Oh. The way the bumps felt against the tight ring of muscle was new. I pushed in a little farther, then changed the angle. I'd liked the way it felt to touch my prostate with my finger, and it felt good with the stimulator as well. Maybe adding vibration wouldn't be that advanced. Eyeballing the controller, I adjusted it so the buzz was at the lowest point, then hit the on button. Pleasant. I rocked it in and out, enjoying the bump, bump, bump of the beads even more with the hint of vibration. Pushing the wand in past the 5th bead, halfway to the 6th, I found the stretch, while a little painful, also felt good. Like the way salty and sweet went together so well. I upped the vibration to the next level, and my mouth dropped open. My dick, which had stalled out at half chub, filled as I eased the toy in and out. I hit the vibration again, and my cock started leaking. Grabbing my shaft, I pumped up and down with the same rhythm I was using with the stimulator. Fucking holy hell. Even if I weren't queer, I couldn't believe I hadn't known how good this felt. Far too many straight guys were definitely missing out. With lube clinging to my fingers, I upped the vibration again and nearly fell off the bed. Recentering myself, I pushed the stimulator until it was right up against that lovely spot of nerves I'd been ignoring all my life. Further testing out the waters, I clenched, happy to find that the stimulator stayed in place, because then I could use both hands to get me the rest of the way. I tightened my grip on my cock and jacked hard as I shifted the other hand to my balls, pulling and twisting them. The stimulation in all 3 places at once was a trifecta of fucking awesome. I braced one foot on the bed, jacking myself while thrusting my hips and clenching tight around the vibrator, intensifying the pressure inside me. Within seconds, the orgasm had overtaken me from the tips of my toes to the top of my head. Fucking up into my fist, I grunted with each thrust, pumping stripe after stripe of cum out onto my belly and chest. I'd come so hard that the vibrations from the stimulator went from oh my God to oh my God in about 2 seconds flat. Gripping the toy, I yanked it out and then stifled a yell. Fucking ouch! I couldn't wait to recover so I could do it again. And again. Everything was so intense that I needed a minute for my brain to unscramble. Augustus, son of a bitch. If there was something no one ever wanted to hear right after they'd come their brains out, it was the sound of their mother letting herself into their apartment. Mom and I had talked about this before, but apparently she had not fully understood. Are you okay? Where are you? Groaning, I shoved the toy and bottle of lube under my pillow, and completely dizzy, I hopped into my pajama pants, pulling on a long t-shirt to cover everything that was happening with my body. Mama, I said, stepping out into my hallway. Having learned nothing from There's Something About Mary, I ran a hand through my hair. Oh, there you are. Are you being a lazy butt and sleeping in? As embarrassed as I was to nearly be caught self-pleasuring in the gayest way possible, her words didn't sit right. I'd never been lazy a day in my life, working full-time while I put myself through college, then getting a teaching job while still helping out with the family business. It's my day off, Mama, I said, bunching my jaw. Well, no reason to get an attitude with me. I was just checking in on you since I hadn't heard from you today. Because it's my day off. You and I are more than co-workers, you know. I do know that. Do you? I honestly couldn't believe that had fallen out of my mouth. The way her eyes practically eviscerated me, I didn't think she believed it either. Well, I'll leave your breakfast here, she said, putting a hand-wrapped breakfast sandwich on the table. Her cooking was always the best, but I'm sorry, Mama, but we've talked about you letting yourself in like this, and I felt terrible about lying to her, but I was definitely not going to tell her what I'd actually been doing. Dead asleep and you scared the shit out of me. Watch your mouth there, Junior, and excuse me for trying to take care of you. Mama, I'm almost 30, as you so frequently like to point out. I can sleep in and I can set boundaries around when you're allowed to let yourself into my place, which is next to never. Boundaries? Is that one of those things you picked up at college? She asked, putting her hand on her hip. As a matter of fact, yes. Speaking of which, since you're here, let's go ahead and talk about my schedule for the upcoming school year. The curl of her lip told me her opinion on the matter. They don't pay you enough. That is true, but the pay isn't why I'm doing it, Mama. While I appreciate the extra income from working at the shop, I also need time off. I don't think you realize how much work goes into creating the curriculum, and most of that happens after school hours. So I can only help out 1 or 2 evenings a week, and my Saturdays are booked with volunteer work. I might have time on Sundays, occasionally, but we'll have to see how that goes. See how that goes? After everything, you're going to leave us in the lurch. Mama, I've been telling you and Dad for the last year that you needed to find someone else to pick up those shifts, but you've been ignoring me. I love you, but you ignoring me isn't me leaving you in the lurch. Well, seeing what a mess you made of your life in this dinky little apartment with no wife and no kids and a job that underpays you, no wonder we have to intervene. I took a step back, struck by the reality of the situation. I was, by all reasonable measures, a successful adult human. I lived on my own, paid my bills, worked hard, had a job I loved, and supported my family where I could. Yet my mother was acting as though I'd failed so spectacularly that she had no choice but to barge in and take over, regardless of what I had to say about the matter. Maybe I'd found some courage alongside my prostate because I could not keep going like this. I'm sorry you feel that way about my career, Mama, but this is my life and I'm happy with it, I said, my voice stronger than I'd have expected. And while I'm grateful for the breakfast, I need you to leave now. You're kicking me out? Her eyes widened in surprise. No, Mama, I'm asking you to respect my wishes. If I wish to sleep and rest on my day off, that's not lazy. Everybody needs sleep and rest. Your father and I never rest. That's a choice you've made. It's not the same choice I'm going to make. Drawing herself up, she said the one thing guaranteed to leave a mark. You know, if your sister were here today, she wouldn't recognize you. Not one bit. Having hit her target, she spun on her heel and walked out the door. I sank into my chair at the breakfast table, flipping the aluminum-wrapped sandwich in my hand as I dropped my forehead to the wooden surface. None of that had gone the way I wanted it to. Of course, it could have been worse. Had she come into my room, which she'd done before, it would have been more than humiliating. She would have disowned me right then and there. But bringing Anna Lee into it like that, Mom had intentionally set out to hurt me, and I had to admit she'd been successful. Only rather than the guilt she'd intended to engender, my heart was breaking. The dread of impending reality reached down into my soul. I knew the consequences of telling my parents the truth. They would happily let me lie to them for the rest of their lives, but if I came out, I would be excised from the family, just like an unruly weed in their garden. And I refused to live a lie. Chapter 16. Ozzy. I slid Tommy his first beer of the day, happy he'd been cutting back. The past weekend had left me with a lot to think about. I didn't want to have to go worrying about our regulars, too. As I got lost in my thoughts for the millionth time, Joel nudged me with his elbow. Look who's getting coffee, he said, nodding to the window. I followed his line of sight, and my heart started to thump harder. God damn. Walker had always been an attractive guy, even when he'd been sporting an unkempt mullet and ratty jeans. Now that he'd heeded my fashion advice, which stroked my ego hardcore, he was drop-dead gorgeous. He was more casual with his school attire during the summer, but his fitted GCHS polo was tucked into dark jeans and set off with a belt and shoes I'd picked out for him. And on his tight body, the effect was mouthwatering. Ignoring Joel's commentary, I flipped up the pass-through and made my way out of the bar, settling behind Walker in line at the Seguin Bean ordering counter. He ordered a drip coffee and slid to the side to doctor it. Good afternoon, Oz. Want your regular? Allie asked. When she said my name, Walker startled, spilling some of the hot coffee on himself. Walk, sweetie, here you go, Allie said, handing him a wad of napkins. Do you need some ice? Did you burn yourself? He huffed out a laugh and shot me a glance before putting down the cup. Oh, no, I'm good. Hey, Walker, I said, trying to keep my voice even. I don't usually see you around here in the afternoon. He cleared his throat and poured half and half into his cup. Oh, we had an in-service today, and those always let out early. Figured I'd reward myself with some coffee. Not a beer? I asked, nudging him with my shoulder. He startled again, this time spilling the sugar dispenser that sat on the counter. Allie raised her brows at me, so I sheepishly took a few more napkins and cleaned up the mess. I still have some grading to do, and then I've got a shift at the tire shop, he explained as he put a lid on his coffee. After working all day? He scowled, shaking his head. I told him not to put me on schedule after school days, but my mom is mad at me and therefore ignoring my request. I gestured to an empty sitting area near the back of the cafe, and he followed me. My imagination unhelpfully conjured a scenario in which he obediently followed my every direction in bed. But that was not playing it slow. So I shoved that very delicious image to the side as we sat in overstuffed chairs across from each other. What's going on with your mom? Why is she mad at you? His neck went bright red, and the way his flush crawled up his jawline to the tips of his ears was too damn sexy not to tease him about. What's this look? I asked, bumping his knee with mine. His breath hitched, and he almost spilled coffee on himself. Again. He took a few seconds to calm himself, then finally managed to look me in the eye. Oh, hey there, beautiful. I had a conversation about boundaries with her, and it didn't go well. It took a second for the words to register. Wait, you're still having to set boundaries? Yep, he grunted, then took a sip of coffee. What kind of boundaries are we talking about? I asked, not liking the discomfort I read in his posture. He took another swallow, then palmed his cup with both hands. The kind of boundaries that prevent embarrassment. The kind I really wish she would honor. Oh, there's got to be more to this story. I leaned in, curious. He dipped his chin, again avoiding eye contact. I gave her the key to my apartment for emergencies, and she keeps letting herself in. Comprehension struck, and I hid my smile. Don't tell me. She let herself in at an inopportune moment. He hid behind his coffee. Highly inopportune. I leaned forward, rubbing his thigh. She'll come around. Boundaries are hard, but mamas love their kids. His eyes landed on my hand, and his hips shifted. Don't know about that. Pretty sure she still blames me for Annalie's death. I pulled my hand back, feeling awkward about the flirty touching. Annalie's death had been one of the worst tragedies in Seguin history, and no one, not one single person, could reasonably think Walker held any responsibility. It had been raining all that day, and dusk was an especially tricky time to navigate the roads. Annalie had always been a careful driver, but she'd overcorrected when a dog darted out in front of her, and the car was still going highway speed when they hit a tree. Annalie had died on impact, and Walker had been seriously injured. I didn't remember all the details, just that his knee was fucked up enough to end his baseball career before it began. I also remembered attending the funeral and thinking that his parents seemed agitated by all the sobbing teenagers. Mom explained to me that grief hits each person differently, and that we had to be kind even when they'd seemed rude in the years after her death. I couldn't help but imagine how differently my parents would have handled the situation, though. They'd be gutted if I died, but they'd have found a way to bring good from it. Not a lot of folks knew this, but my mom lost a baby early in pregnancy about 4 years after she had me. We always did something together on the anniversary of Sabrina's death, and it usually involved helping others. Given what I'd observed of the Walker family's behavior, I couldn't help fearing, despite my automatic reassurance just a few seconds ago, that if Walker chose to live his truth, they'd choose judgment over acceptance. Beckett was right, though. I couldn't navigate this for Walk. One of the reasons I'd never gotten serious with anyone, at least beyond college crushes, was that I'd never felt for them the potential for what I saw between my parents. In the last few weeks, however, I'd started to think that Walker might be the kind of man who'd understand that level of devotion. Wanting to distract him from the realities of his life, I nudged him again. I'm sorry to hear your mom's being so unreasonable. You don't deserve that, Walk. You're such a good guy, and you do so much for the community. Hell, think about what we'll be doing this Saturday." He sent me a painful grin. "And wouldn't you know, Dad put me on the schedule that day. So on top of everything, I have to tell him yet again that I'm booked." "Shit, dude, that sucks. But those kids at Lupe will love having bunk beds that actually fit them." "Well, I know. I thought it'd be harder to get Dr. Gardner's approval, but the mayor has incentivized community service in the schools by offering landscaping upgrades to the school that does the most community service. Dr. Gardner wants those upgrades big time." I rubbed my hands together. "Then let's get your school on the map. Do you have everything you need for Saturday? What can I help with?" He ran a weathered, calloused hand along the back of his neck. "Not gonna lie, I'm worried we might run short on wood. And nails. And wood glue, now that I think about it." He shook his head. "I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I can't make this happen." "You on your own?" "Probably not. But you don't have to do it all. You show up with what you got. We'll help out with the rest. If we get into it and need more, then we hit Sawyer with the puppy eyes and he'll do some Venmo magic." Walker laughed, sweet and sexy. "Come on now, Sawyer's more'n a bank account. He likes to keep things close to the vest, but deep down he's solid. He can be pretty intimidating, though." I chuckled. "Don't let the fancy wrapping get to you. He's got a generous heart. He's just learned to hide it behind handmade Italian suits." "Duly noted." Walker relaxed into his chair a little more, taking another sip of coffee. "And thanks for your support. Really means a lot." I grabbed his hand and gave it a quick squeeze. "Anytime." Chapter 17. Walker. I'd been stressing about this build project, but talking to Ozzy earlier this week made me feel like it was doable. I'd been nervous to put a request for volunteers out on the group chat, but everyone said yes, except Hen, who was somewhere on the other side of the planet. So instead he sent the school a ridiculous amount of money for supplies. Dr. Gardner was thrilled and said that we might get the landscaping in regardless of the city's contest results. Since being assigned to take over Mr. Page's shop class last year, I had consumed as many YouTube videos on woodworking as I could. I'd come in between shifts at the tire shop to practice my projects, and it had been a gut punch when they hadn't gotten the engagement I'd wanted. The classroom today, however, had a completely different vibe. This was a test run, an attempt to determine whether the bunk beds would even work, so anybody here was here of their own volition. Given the number of students from last year's class who showed up, though I hadn't asked them to come, we might be on to something. "Excuse me," Oz whispered somewhere above my ear, gripping my hips as he passed behind me, his crotch sliding against the seat of my jeans. I put down the sander and prayed to whatever God might be listening to help me keep it together. That one touch had spiked my heart rate, seized my lungs, and made my dick want to leap out of my shorts and into his hand, mouth, or ass. I did not care. Except I did because students. Or something. Oz settled into the station next to mine. I gestured to the discs we were using to smooth and polish the wood, trying not to think about how badly my hands were shaking. Seriously, how had I not put it together that I'd had a crush on him all this time? Anyone within a 3-block radius could probably tell. Mesmerized, I watched his hands as he figured out how to attach the pad to the sander. The assembly was tricky, but he got it in no time. Despite the fact that I'd been eyeballing him like a creeper, I still startled when he leaned into my shoulder, showing me his work. "Like this, right?" he asked. Cheese and rice. Did his voice always sound like that? Like velvet and sex and charcoal? And when had a deep voice ever been so fucking sexy? Yeah, you're natural," I answered, and wanted to swallow my tongue. A natural? What were words even? And why did I sound like Heath Ledger's character from Brokeback Mountain all of a sudden? Had I been gargling rocks? My mind drifted to the scene where the two characters hadn't seen each other in forever and were kissing like the world was going to end. I wondered if Oz had ever kissed someone like that. Once I dragged my attention back to the project, Oz and I decided that I'd smooth with the low grit and he'd polish with the high grit, and we got into a rhythm. I'd finish a piece, hand it to him, and he'd take it home. Then one of the kids would grab it and pass it along to the test assembly team. I tried to keep my eyes on my own wood, because if I let my concentration drift... Ouch! I yelped, dropping the sander, proud I'd managed not to shout the F word in front of my students. Hey, you okay? Oz was there in a heartbeat, cupping my work-roughened hands in his larger ones. My windpipe squeezed shut again. I could barely fucking breathe with his skin on mine. Yeah, I said, desperately sucking in oxygen while my hearing went fuzzy. Just took a little skin off my knuckles. No big thing. Gently, he steered me to the sink station and ran the water. Here, let's clean you up. You okay, Mr. Walker? One of last year's students called. I huffed out of breath as Oz soaped up my hands and then rinsed them carefully. Yep, let this be a lesson in shop safety. Accidents aren't anyone's idea of a good time, the whole shop chorused. The students knew the saying because I had said it 100 times last year, but like me, the lost boys had learned it from Mr. Page. We all chuckled, but I checked in with my friends, and their eyes were as shiny as mine. I shook my head at my carelessness. Mr. Page would so kick my ass right now. You never curse in class, Mr. Walker, Leo said, popping his brows. It's a good thing this isn't an official class, then. The kids laughed, and everyone went back to work while I checked out my knuckles. I'd nicked one and grazed the others, nothing serious. I taped them to prevent sawdust from getting in there, and then Ozzy and I got back to work. Sure you're okay? He asked, changing out the disc on his sander. Yeah, I'm fine. Little embarrassed that I'm the only one who got hurt today. No better me than anyone else. But that's kind of what today is about, right? Testing out the theory, seeing if it'll work, seeing if there's anything we need to be careful of. Me around a sander, apparently, I retorted, following his lead by switching out my sanding disc. He set his sander down for a moment to observe the activity going on around the classroom. Then he leaned his shoulder into mine and spoke directly into my ear. It's been a good day, though, right? I nearly dropped the sander again. They've never been this excited, I admitted. I can't believe the students from last year showed up. How'd they even know we were doing this? Ozzy raised a brow and lifted his chin toward the chief troublemaker. Of course, I laughed, shaking my head. Makes sense. This was his idea, after all. He might have been the one to tell them, but they made the decision to come. I think you're being a little too hard on yourself. I bet the classes last year were fine. They just weren't quite meeting the students where they were at, and because you're a good teacher, you listened when one of them had a better idea. I've heard you say you're no Mr. Page, but that's exactly what he'd do. I opened my mouth to protest, but he barreled past my objection. You're the next generation, Walk. These kids won't show up for a teacher who doesn't give a shit. They're here on a Saturday morning because they want to hang with you. They like you. And Mr. Page... Ozzy paused, the word seeming to catch in his throat. Mr. Page must have seen that in you. Before the new clothes, before the haircut. He knew what he was doing when he gave you that carpenter's square, he said, gesturing to the tool that was now sitting on a stand on my desk. Damn it, Ozzy. I ducked my chin, wiping away a renegade tear. Guilt flashed in Ozzy's eyes. Sorry, man. Didn't mean to... I waved him off. No, it's all good. I needed to hear that. I've been feeling like a fucking failure in every area of my life, and... Turning so that his body blocked me from the classroom, Ozzy laid a gentle hand on my arm. You're not a failure, Walk. You're overworked, you're trying to make too many people happy, and you're new at this. You get to be new. You get to make mistakes. Literally no one thinks that you're a failure. Hell, you're a lost boy. We don't make failures. I kept my chin tucked into my chest in case any other tears were hanging about. Being reminded of Mr. Page's faith in me brought up emotions every time, but Ozzy's words tugged at a painful string, one that could unravel me wholesale if I wasn't careful. He didn't call me an honorary lost boy like the others usually did. He said that I was a lost boy, and that was more meaningful than he could ever fathom, especially now. Okay, I said, clearing my throat, refocusing on the Sanders situation. I'm going to need you to stop saying nice things about me because I will definitely shave off the rest of my knuckles if I sand while crying. His laugh, deep and ebullient, spread through my muscles and the bendy parts of my brain down the back of my neck. Seriously, how had I ever convinced myself that I was straight? Chapter 18. Ozzy. The bunk bed experiment was a success, showing us what the teens could do when they cared about the project they were working on. Once most everyone had left, Beckett approached Walker. So, Leo and I worked on a grant from the Scout Martinez Foundation for smart screens in the classrooms at Lupe, and it was just approved. We're going to need new storage cabinets for all the equipment. I swept the floor slowly as Beckett continued to chat Walker's ear off, so excited about the ways in which these new tools could help the teens at Lupe. I was excited too, but I also needed him to get the fuck out so I could talk to Walker. Maybe put my lips on him. Hell, we could probably do with some closet organizers. Beckett, Leo said, walking into the room. Why are you still here? Beckett, who'd been sitting on one of the work tables while I swept, cocked his head. What do you mean, why am I here? I'm telling Walker all of my ideas for spring semester. Don't we need to let him finish up? Turning to Walker, Leo said. I was looking for the mop and bucket but couldn't find them. Oh, they're locked up in the maintenance closet. I'll go grab them. Leo watched Walker until he exited the classroom, then got into Beckett's face, blinking pointedly. Beckett's eyes slid over to me. What am I missing? Leo tapped Beckett's forehead, bringing his focus back. It's super obvious, Bex. Ozzy's been waiting for everyone to leave because he'd like some alone time with Walker. Meanwhile, you've been in here yammering like a mockingbird on sugar water, cock-blocking your buddy. Leo, I told you about not assuming what people are getting up to, Beckett warned. Leo pinned me with a look. Tell him. Rolling my eyes, I let out a grudging sigh of gratitude for my young, plain-spoken friend. You are cock-blocking me just a tiny bit, I admitted. Beckett shot a grimace my way. Sorry, he mouthed. Right as Leo started to chirp at Beckett, Walker returned, pushing the mop bucket in front of him, looking like a snack. Beckett sent us a wave. We're out, he said, dragging Leo out of the room before he could say anything else. Walker watched them go, chuckling. What did Leo do now? Who knows, I said, dumping the contents of the dustpan in the trash. It's Leo. Could be anything. He laughed, and I wanted to hear that sound for the rest of my life. True. While he damp-mopped the floor to get rid of the rest of the sawdust, I rearranged the tools, straightened his desk, and emptied the trash can. By the time I got back from the dumpster, he was done. It had been a long day, and I'd noticed he was dodging calls and texts. Based on our previous conversation, I guessed his parents were on him about missing work. So, he shoved his hands into his overalls. Beckett seems to think we can do a lot with the curriculum this year. He's right. Mr. Page would be so proud of both of you, taking what he did and using it to help the kids in the community. Walker's Adam's apple bobbed. You really want to make me cry twice today? I reached out and dragged him into a hug, something I'd been wanting to do all day long. I wasn't sure how he'd react, but he pressed his face against my neck and breathed into the embrace. God, he felt so good against my body. Mom once warned me that a person could fit like a puzzle piece but still feel like cardboard. But this wasn't about how Walker fit against my body. It was about how he fit into my life. I held him for a little longer than I should have, but he didn't complain or try to end the hug early. When I finally let him go, he cleared his throat and took a small step away. So, thank you for helping out today. Really meant a lot, he said, his eyes drifting off to the side. Of course. Grabbing the top of his shoulder, I grazed his neck with my thumb. It's what we do for each other. He cleared his throat again, the curve of his body self-conscious. Lost boys unite. Maybe this wasn't the day to try to move things forward. As much as I wanted to pull him into another hug, I needed to respect his comfort level. We broke the silence at the same time. So I guess I started, overlapping with his, "Can I buy you a beer?" Walker flamed red and took another step back. "Oh, sorry, I shook my head. I almost said I was going home, but if you're offering... "Oh, it's stupid, obviously," he said, sending me a nervous smile. "Well, with you and Joel owning the bar and all, just wanted to thank you." Maybe today was the day after all. "You don't have to do that. I was happy to be here." "Of course," he said to the ground. God, he was getting the way wrong idea. The moment stretched out between us and... fuck it. I needed to take control of the situation. "Walker, can I ask you a question?" His eyes flashed up to mine and went wide. A tiny droplet of sweat appeared near his hairline. Sure." He took a deep breath, bracing for impact, so I swerved a little left of the question I'd originally intended to ask. "Why do you get so red around me? Why do you blush so much?" He swayed, his eyes falling back to my shoes. "Oh, I've always turned red really easily." "Okay, I thought you might be uncomfortable around me, and you're the last person I would ever want to make uncomfortable," I said, hoping to soothe him. He rubbed his chest. "I'm not uncomfortable. Not really. It's just... you're the coolest person I know. Meanwhile, I can't even get my mom to like me." I frowned. "Thing is, you're pretty cool too." He snorted. "Whatever. I'm telling the truth." I reached for his shoulder. "Nothing would make your parents happier than you spending the rest of your life in one of their tire shops, which would be great if it was what you wanted. But it wasn't, so you did the hard work of going to school while working full-time, even though you weren't getting the support you deserved." He shook his head. "That's not entirely true. Mr. Page had my back. He's the one who encouraged me to go to school. He said college was an important experience, and even if I ended up at the family business, I'd at least have more context to the world around me." I wrinkled my nose, not buying it. He generally wasn't sold on college unless a person had a very specific career goal in mind. Whenever a kid was unsure about their future and wondering if college was worth the expense, he always suggested vocational training or certification programs at one of the community colleges nearby. He must have seen how much he wanted to be a teacher. Walker dipped his chin, humble as ever. "I've always wanted to be a teacher. Everybody acted like it was such a tragedy when I got hurt and couldn't continue with baseball." "No. The tragedy was that you lost your sister," I said, wondering what the hell was wrong with people. "Exactly," he said, gesturing broadly and sending a box of screws flying. I grabbed the broom and helped him gather them up. "Exactly," he repeated, this time more quietly. "I liked baseball. It was fun, but it was a game. Now, if that game was going to get me through college, I was going to ride that horse all the way to the finish line. But losing baseball didn't even crack the top 5 worst things that could happen. First was my sister. Second was the loss of my scholarship. And third was realizing that my family was never going to forgive me for surviving. That took me down way worse than a busted knee. And Anna Lee was the one person who would have comforted me and given me perspective. So, it all circled in on itself." I couldn't help myself. I pulled him back into another hug. "Then one day," he said to my shoulder, "Mr. Page came by the shop and business was slow and my mom was out, so we sat in the office and talked. He was so kind. I got the feeling that if I'd wanted to keep on with the tire shop, he would have been supportive. But he could tell it wasn't my passion, so he started asking questions. I loved being in his class, but I'd never been anywhere near as close to him as you guys have been. He seemed to know I needed his help, though. That was Mr. Page. I told him everything I was worried about. The money, the time, the going back and forth between here and San Marcos. Let me guess. He was the one who suggested online classes. Yep. He helped me get grants to cover the first 60 credit hours, and then he helped me figure out how to keep going. Every time I thought I'd have to give up, he helped me find a way to make it work. Walker's eyes remained downcast, so I gave his hands a quick squeeze. And you saw it through. You have to know he was so proud of you. Everybody always talks about how proud he was of me. Walker looked as though he didn't buy it. But I couldn't do any of it on my own. He finally met my gaze, his eyes rimmed red. None of us got where we are on our own. The amazing thing about you, Walk, is that you took a tiny amount of help and used it to create a whole new life for yourself. He gave you maybe 1%. You're the one who brought the 99%. I couldn't even pick out my own clothes, Oz. You know how much of a loser it makes me feel that I needed your help with that? I do not shop for losers, I said, touching my chest dramatically. Did you not enjoy me dressing you? He pinked up again. Of course I liked it. I'd been waiting for an opening, and this was it. Good, because I love it when I see you wearing an outfit I helped you put together. Yeah? Definitely. Just like Saturday, for example. You were wearing an outfit I picked out for you, and you were incredibly handsome. Sexy, even. His eyes widened with fear. What? At the Rainbow Note. You saw me there? His Adam's apple bobbed. I did. I would have said hi, but you were occupied. Oh, God, he bleated, then buried his face in his hands. You saw that? I did, I said, enjoying his embarrassment a little too much. It wasn't serious. I didn't know him. I was just testing out a theory, he sputtered. From my vantage point, it looked like you were confirming a theory, if that's not too forward of me to say. His breathing sped up until I was afraid he might hyperventilate. I gently grabbed his hands and pulled them away from his cheeks, waiting until his eyes met mine again. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you proved to me once again that you're brave as hell. I am? I did? I nodded, solemn as I took in his beautiful eyes and tantalizing lips. I wonder if you're brave enough to do what you really want to do. He gulped. I don't know. How do I leaned in and dropped a kiss on his forehead, then parked my lips next to his ear, whispering, Tell me this, Walk. If you had your choice of men to kiss, would you still want to kiss that guy from the club? No, he answered immediately, his voice cracking. I let my lips drift over the outer shell of his ear. Who would you want to kiss like that? Tell me, I insisted. Be brave for me. He huffed out a breath, leaning into the pressure of my lips at his ear. You. I hadn't had a chance to process his one-word answer before he wrapped his calloused hand around my neck. With one final look into my eyes, he pulled me in for a searing kiss. Chapter 19. Walker. This kiss was making my insides fizz, rattle, and shake all over the place. I yanked back, startled by my own boldness. The guy in San Antonio had a smooth face, but I preferred Ozzy's trim beard against my skin. My eyes fell to Ozzy's lips, which were even softer than I'd imagined. He dipped his head to brush them against mine, and I was gone all over again. The kiss at the Rainbow Note had been a revelation. This kiss? Earth-shattering. A sound I didn't recognize came out of the back of my throat, and it was Ozzy's turn to stop. You okay? He asked breathlessly, pushing the hair off my forehead. My head followed his fingers, chasing the touch. My heart rate was about to put me in the hospital, and things were starting to happen below my waistband. No, you're not okay. He stopped kissing me, I answered, cracking a nervous grin. Ozzy matched my expression by quirking up a corner of his mouth. You sure you don't want to go kiss that other guy again just to make sure? Who? I asked, completely lost. Good answer. If the brush of lips could raise empires, this fucking kiss could build whole new universes, raise the dead. Ozzy's mouth was firm and insistent, his hold on my body perfect. When he swiped his tongue against my lips, I opened up to him, no hesitation. He pushed me against the work table, taking charge as he pressed his hard shaft against mine, kissing me like it was the only thing on the planet worth doing. Even when we needed to pause for breath, we didn't let go of each other. Instead, Oz took my face in his hands, pressing kisses into my jaw and cheeks, then spreading the sweetness along my eyelids, my hairline. The familiar clacking of Dr. Gardner's heels echoed down the hallway, coming closer. I stepped back hastily, even though it felt like pulling apart two buckets that had been stacked together. Unwilling, but out of time, I ran my hand through my hair and grabbed the dustpan. Belatedly clocking the sound, Oz picked up the mop bucket. "All right, now that we're done here, we can take these back to the maintenance closet," I said as Dr. Gardner walked in. "Mr. Walker, how did it go today?" she asked, her eyes drifting to Ozzy. "It went well," I responded, pointing to one of the bed frames we'd leaned up against the wall. In other circumstances, I'd have gone over and shown her some of the details, but I was parked behind the work table so she couldn't see the Washington Monument in my jeans. She walked up to the frame, examining it. "Impressive. Security said there were a number of students' cars in the parking lot today. More students showed up than I'd anticipated, and they were engaged the whole time. So Leo's theory about meaningful work was correct," she noted with a satisfied look. "It appears so. He showed real leadership today." "Excellent," she said, glancing at Ozzy again. Working to keep my voice steady, I introduced him. "Don't know if you know Ozzy Kavanaugh, but he was one of Mr. Page's original Lost Boys. Ozzy, this is the principal of GCHS, Dr. Gardner." "Ozzy, welcome. Thank you so much for helping today," she said, looking between the two of us. Ozzy, way smoother and more put together than I was, gave her a charming grin. "Thank you, Dr. Gardner. I'm so excited to help Walker continue Mr. Page's vision. If anything, today taught us we could dream bigger." "Bigger?" she asked, raising her brows. "Mr. Hendricks was very generous, but I don't know if we have the budget for bigger. I'm good with finances and even better at getting international superstars to open up their wallets. Tell me your moonshot and we'll see what we can do to make it happen." "That's a very kind offer, Mr. Kavanaugh. I'll be in touch. I expect Mr. Walker here knows how to reach you," she said, smiling and shaking his hand. Turning to me, she nodded. "Good job, Mr. Walker. This was an excellent pivot, and anything that encourages community engagement is wonderful." "Thank you, Dr. Gardner," I responded, hoping she didn't hear the shiver in my voice. Ozzy and I were about to put away the equipment and lock up unless you needed anything. "Please say no. Please say no. Please say no." "Not at all. I'm here with a coalition of area principals, so we'll lock up the building," she said with a smile. "Go on, enjoy the rest of your Saturday." With that, she turned on her heel and left us to our own devices. Once her footsteps receded down the hallway, Oz turned to me. "That was close. I thought you were pulling away from me because—" I shook my head quickly. I was literally weighing the value of my career against continuing to make out with you. Gotta say, the career only won out by the thinnest margin. I held up my thumb and forefinger about 0.5 millimeter apart. "So you're not freaked out?" he asked, pulling me in for another glorious hug. "Maybe a little," I said into his neck. "But mostly I'm just glad you said something. Might have taken me a while longer to build up the courage." "I'm not pressuring you, am I?" I rolled my hips, pressing my still hard cock against him. "What about this feels like I'm being pressured?" Chuckling, he asked, "Want to get out of here?" "Yeah. My place?" I asked. "I'm sure it's not as nice as yours, but it's about 20 minutes closer?" "Yes," I admitted. "Not to be too presumptuous, but do we need to stop somewhere for supplies?" "Been keeping Amazon busy," I admitted, grimacing. His laughter vibrated my body, and I tightened my grip on him. "Good enough. Though, you do know that you'll have to let me go in order for us to make our way to your apartment, right?" I whined again, then reluctantly left his embrace. Look, I'm not encouraging you to speed in a small Texas town, but I will encourage you to go as fast as you legally can, I said, grinning into his shoulder. I could do that. We jogged to the teacher's parking lot and got into our respective vehicles. He followed me as I took a shortcut. This was a brilliant idea, bound to shave precious minutes off the drive time. If only I'd been paying attention. The dirt road was a bit messy after some light mid-afternoon rains, nothing either of our vehicles couldn't manage, until I missed a slight curve and my tires went from crunching over the hard-packed dirt to sinking into the soft black clay mud a few inches off the beaten path. I tried to course correct, but it was already too late. I turned the wheel and tapped the gas, but the tires spun uselessly beneath me. Knowing better than to try to power my way out, I turned off my engine. God damn it. I looked down at my dick and apologized profusely. Ozzy rolled up alongside where the road was still firm, openly laughing at me. Need some help? At this point, I just have to let the mud dry. Mind giving me a ride? That cracked him up, which I took as a yes. He got out of his car and came around as I grabbed my bag and opened the door. Standing at the edge of the boggy mud, Oz reached out and took my bag, tossing it into his car. He came back and took my hand as I hopped toward the packed dirt. I'd love to say that I landed with grace, but my heel caught the muddy edge. I reached for Ozzy and, not knowing my own strength, pulled him down with me. Into the mud. Your clothes, I moaned. Now you'll never want to kiss me again. He threw his head back, laughing so hard it set me to laughing as well. Impatient to see him naked, I tried to get up while still laughing, only to slip again. He started wheezing, and we had to give ourselves a chance to breathe before we could even attempt to fight our way out of the mud. Still chuckling, Ozzy managed to army crawl to drier land. Once he was able to stand, he reached for me, pulling me up as forcefully as I'd pulled him down. My knee twinged, and he held me until it righted itself. You okay? He asked, chuckling as he used his cleaner hand to push the hair off my forehead. Yeah, I replied, lost in his smile. Good, he said, guiding me backward to his car and pressing me up against it. I'm getting mud on your... He cut me off with a fiery kiss. I couldn't even worry about whether I was doing it right or wrong. His kisses were so good I followed suit and hoped to keep up. Mud be damned. Dusk was beginning to fall around us, and somewhere in the back of my head I remembered the golden hour when the light made everyone look beautiful. Ozzy, covered in black clay, was certainly beautiful to me, even if I'd never considered applying that word to a man before. Just like that, we were pressing our bodies against one another, spreading mud everywhere. Can't wait to get to your apartment, he said, his voice rough with sex. Need to taste you now. My brain short-circuited and I made the approximation of a positive sound, enough to have him go into his knees. I cursed my muddy hands, wishing I could put them on him, wishing I could touch him. I was just glad my jeans were mostly clean in front. He unzipped me and fished out my cock one-handed, efficient enough to make me think he'd done that before. Seconds later, my shaft was enveloped in glorious suction and heat. Dizzy, I nearly choked on my tongue at the sight of my dick stretching his lips wide. I whimpered. Feels so good. He smiled around my dick, and I nearly passed out right then and there. Then he snaked his hand down to cradle my balls, working his pointer finger along my taint. I froze for a moment, worried he could tell I'd played back there. Would he judge me? Something about my tension must have set off an alarm bell because he slid off my cock and sat back on his haunches. You seem nervous. Do you want me to stop? No, my brain just fritzed. Probably 'cause you sucked it out through my dick. His rich laugh near my sensitive skin nearly killed me, and when he resumed seconds later, I was convinced I'd stumbled into some sort of afterlife. We were on an abandoned stretch of road, no one around us as the golden light gave way to dusk. The way his muddy thumb found and caressed my hip bone made me want to marry him. I'm gonna... Holding me in place, he took me deeper. His eyes met mine, glittering and insistent, as ecstasy swept through me. I was powerless to do anything but let it build and rise as if it were coming from the rain-soaked earth. No, farther down, it felt like the blazing core of the planet was shooting up through my body, sending flames out through my fingertips. Slowly, my senses came back online. A whippoorwill called in the background, and I inhaled the sweet smell of wet grass long dead, glimpsed the orange disappearing at the horizon under the dark navy of night, felt the evening breeze in my hair. Ozzy was staring up at me, his eyes glowing. Grinning, he rose and ran his nose against mine. I kissed him eagerly, then drew away, surprised by the taste on his tongue. "Oh, sorry," he said, rolling his lips inward. I shook my head. "No, nothing to apologize for. I've kissed a girlfriend after a blowjob, but it tasted different in your mouth." Fuck, what was I saying? I facepalmed, feeling new and inadequate. And now I had mud on my forehead. "Just come here," I grunted, going in for another kiss so he'd know I was telling the truth. I dipped into his mouth, tasting myself, tasting him, losing my mind on the side of this dirt road. Tentatively, I slid my hand down his body, inhaling sharply when my palm connected with his erection. Suddenly, I couldn't wait to touch him skin to skin, to smell his musky scent, to see him hard for me. "Wait a second," I said, remembering the week-old half-drunk bottle of water in my school bag. I pointed to the bag he'd thrown into his car. "Water bottle." Grinning, he reached in, uncapped it, and poured it out over my hands to get the worst of the mud off. I wouldn't be performing surgery anytime soon, but it was good enough. I struggled with his belt, and even more with the zipper, but finally I got into his underwear. Soon I was moaning from the pleasure of his hot flesh against my hand. I spat in my palm and slicked his length, loving the way he jumped and shuddered. I'd always been fine having sex with women. Genuinely, I hadn't felt anything was missing necessarily, though I had thought the hype around sex had been that. Hype. It was good, but not life-changing. This hand job, though, was definitely changing my life. I wasn't even sure what to label my sexuality after this muddy interlude. Ozzy nudged my cheek with his nose. "Hey there. You're not getting into your head, are you?" "Maybe," I said, finding that I needed to catch my breath. It's a hell of a thing figuring out I might have been gay or something this whole time. He let out that rich, deep laugh again and covered my hand with his, helping me to stroke him. Something about that gave me permission to stare into his eyes, to really take him in. He let me look, and it was the most intimate moment of my life. Seeing what I was doing to him, how I could make him feel so good, it made my chest ache. I went back to kissing his glorious mouth as we stroked him together. Before long, he stiffened and his cock pulsed in my hand. Hot fluid dripped down my fingers, slicking the way. The smell of his cum hit me. It was similar to mine, but different. Without thinking, I brought my hand to my lips, taking a lick, then another. Fuck. Watching you do that might be the end of me. "Oh, we can't have that, can we?" I said, suddenly cocky. "I need you in top form so you can teach me everything." Ozzy took my face in his hands again, biting his bottom lip as he stared down at me. "What kind of things would you like me to teach you?" "How to give blowjob, for one." I was encouraged by his smile. I tried out a prostate stimulator, but I haven't built up the courage to use a dildo yet. He slid his hands down the sides of my neck, then down my back until he was cupping my ass. Does my country boy want to fuck? Get fucked? All of the above. Anything, really, that puts your hands on me. He kissed the top of my head and my cheek, then my lips. "I'll take care of you. Promise. But let's get to your place first." Yeah. School's in session. Chapter 20. Ozzy. As Walker raced up his steps, I caught him and lifted him off his feet. "Jeez, you're fucking strong," he said, breathless, his eyes on fire. "You're not so bad yourself," I said, hoisting him over my shoulder as I stepped out of my shoes by his front door. "No reason to have muddy footprints in your house." Laughing, he toed off his shoes, and they landed with a thunk next to mine. He then unhooked his keys from his belt loop, holding them out for me. It took me a few tries, but I figured out which key belonged to his apartment and let us in. "I'll first need to—" I dropped him down far enough to cut off whatever he was saying with a kiss I'd wanted to give him since we'd gotten into my car. I threw the keys in the general direction of the side table by the front door as Walker wrapped his legs around my waist. Horny as hell from that sexy maneuver, I pressed him against the front door and kissed him, rolling my hips. Bits of dried mud cracked off our clothes and fell to the tiled floor. After we made out for several minutes, he trailed kisses down my jaw before dropping his forehead to my shoulder. "Holy fuck," he panted. "I really do love kissing men." I raised a brow. "Men? Plural?" There went his blush again. "No, though," his eyes glazed over a bit. "I may have had a few raunchy dreams involving you and some random guy." "Oh, this I've got to hear. We can chat about my naughty fantasies any time. When you prefer to start our lessons now? Maybe in the shower?" He pointed to a door. "Bedroom's back there." Rather than replying, I carried him to his room, found the ensuite, and started his shower. He slid off me and tried to shed his muddy clothes, but I slapped his hands away, shaking my head. "Mine." His eyes darkened and his chest expanded as I slowly peeled each layer of clothing from him. "Look at this body, Walk." I clucked my tongue, grabbing his trim hips, loving the feel of muscle under my palms. So compact, so muscular. I couldn't believe how responsive he was, the way he shuddered and hiccuped under each stroke of my finger. When he fisted my shirt, his silent demand nearly undid me. Starting from the bottom, I slowly unbuttoned my shirt, ignoring his increasingly needy sounds. "Why are you torturing me?" he asked. "Because I enjoy it." We were both hard again, but hopefully we wouldn't be quite so hair-trigger this time around. I tossed my shirt to the floor, then undid my belt buckle, whipping the buttery leather from my belt loops, the crack reverberating throughout the small bathroom. Walker's lips parted and his eyes went hazy. Yeah, he liked that. I slipped out of my pants, took off my socks, and then paused with my thumbs in the waistband of my briefs. "You're literally killing me," he said, gripping my arms. "Gotta say, country boy, I thought you'd be a little more hesitant, especially considering my plans for your ass." He shivered. "I told you. I've been practicing. I watched gay porn, I played with prostate toys, I even kissed a man and rubbed up against him." I grumbled at the reminder, and he gave me a self-satisfied smile. "But then he wasn't you, so I had to leave. Went straight to my hotel room and made myself come so hard I thought I'd pass out." "You'd already come thinking about me before today?" I asked, running my thumb over his dirt-smeared cheek. "Yes, many times now." "And you thought of me when you put a vibrator up your ass, set it right on those nerves and let it buzz?" He whimpered. "So good. One of the best orgasms I've ever had." "Want to have a better one?" He nodded. "Then get in the tub." Scratching his nose, he slid the curtain aside and stepped under the shower spray. Some guys look like wet rats when you add water, but not so with Walker. No, he got even sexier. The way the water darkened his hair, the way he pushed it off his forehead and ran his hands up and down his torso, looking at me expectantly as muddy water swirled around his feet. "Fuck. You coming?" "Multiple times if I have anything to say about it," I said, joining him. After we'd both rinsed off the mud, I tugged his wet body against mine, loving the glide of my fingertips over his smooth skin. We kissed as the water ran down his back, and I brought out the body wash, soaping up his cock and balls, teasing him, ignoring his tortured cries as I edged him again and again. I sensed his wildness beneath my fingertips, like an untamed horse, unbroken, unbending, and I couldn't wait to have him under me, then in me. Speaking of which, I pointed to the bulb sitting on the mounted soap dish. "You've used that before?" Red flushed the tips of his ears, and he nodded. Grinning at this new revelation, I turned him toward the tiles, blanketing his back with my body. "What you're going to do now is get real clean for me, yes?" "Okay," he answered, breathing heavily, water streaming off the end of his nose as the shower pounded down on us. I kissed the back of his neck till his cock was twitching, then stepped out of the tub and wrapped a towel around myself, smiling as his country-fried curses filtered past the shower curtain. I went into his bedroom to give him privacy, then took my turn once he emerged. His ears were still red when I was done, so I approached him where he sat slouched on the bed. Knocking his knees wide, I stepped into his space. His eyes slowly tracked up my body until they reached mine. "Hey," I said softly, tousling his hair. "Nothing to be embarrassed about. This is just what we do to make things more fun." His chest and neck flamed, but he ducked his head in agreement. I was used to seeing him dirty, sweaty, grease streaked across his cheek, and I'd wanted him like that, no question. But here, squeaky clean and loosely wrapped in a towel, he was beautiful. His room was a surprise, too. He had a few plants and books he'd clearly read over and over again, yes, but then his walls were covered in landscapes of faraway places, and the place was neat as a pin, everything about it deliberate. I dropped my towel, a silent command. He slipped out of his, and I catalogued every inch of skin as he crawled back against the pillows. He had a funny tan, sun-kissed and golden from the waist up, milk pale below, crisscrossed with jagged scars from his accident and neat, straight lines where the doctors had cobbled together his knee. I wondered whether he knew how strong he was, and how so much of that strength had nothing to do with his Jim Ad-worthy abs, strong legs, or perfect V. God, but he was perfect, and in the center of all this perfection was his thick, cut cock, already straining and ruddy. A clear droplet of pre-cum slid down the underside of his shaft, so I leaned in and caught it with my tongue, loving the brine-on-clean skin taste. His breathing hitched and I crawled forward, propping myself up on my forearms as I let my weight drop onto his. "You still good?" He nodded, his pupils dark even as the irises sparkled like the corona of an eclipse. "You don't need to keep on asking me. Promise, I'll say something if that changes." "All right, then." We kissed and slid against one another, and nothing about this felt like anything I had ever done before. While I was certain the notches on my bedpost far exceeded his, he made me feel like the amateur, with the way he was kissing me and rolling his hips, threatening to make me lose control. Cock against cock was always a good time, and skin, sweet and fresh from the shower, was never not ambrosia. But this thing had been sparking between us for longer than either of us had known, and now it was overdue. We were desperate and needy for each other. His 5 o'clock shadow was rough while his skin was soft, and that combination of opposites was the man beneath me in a nutshell. Countrified and scholarly, muscular with a shy smile that needed exploring. His surprised gasps, the way his body bent and arched toward mine, told me I was meeting every one of his needs, and I was drunk off the knowledge. I had always tried, at my mother's insistence, to moderate my prideful nature, but his unrestrained expressions broke any control I had, filling me with gratification as they made my ego purr. "I swear you might kill me," he choked out, throwing his arm over his eyes. "Just know I died a happy man." I cracked up and pulled his arm away, loving the humor and barn-burning passion at war in those bright blue eyes. I let my fingertips drift across his clavicles, living for the sharp expansion of his chest. "You are stunning, beautiful, such a gorgeous, special man," I murmured. If I thought bringing his body under my spell was an accomplishment, that had nothing on the way my words landed between us. This was a before and after moment. In Chicago, I had only experienced job satisfaction to the extent my efforts benefited me. Moving back to Seguin had shown me what it was like to take pride in a job well done, in helping my best friend, and in creating a better community through what we were doing, both with the bar and the wider syrup initiative. Still hated that name, though. This was better than all of that combined. I was making someone I admire feel amazing and hopefully more confident in himself. Turning off my thoughts, I focused on his deep, deep pleasure. Dragging his wrists above his head, I pinned them there with one hand and slid to his side, then used my free hand to explore his tight body. I ran my fingertips over his brow bone, then his sharp cheekbones, then down the slope of his perfect nose and his soft, barely pink lips. His jaw was a masterpiece, his corded neck vulnerable. His abs rippled under the warm pressure of my hand. His cock was hard, angled up, weeping. I tightened my grip on his wrists and his shaft bobbed. "Please," he begged. "Please." I let go of his hands and dipped between his legs, pushing one up and back, stretching him so that he was laid bare and open, nothing of his desire hidden from me. Eagerly I leaned in and licked his shower-fresh asshole. He let out a sound that was half donkey bray, half curse, half benediction. Grinning, I dipped down for more, running my tongue along his ass crack before circling his puckered entrance. His balls, which had been slack, tightened. Curious, I sucked one into my mouth, and it was, as I had imagined, divine. Each place my tongue and teeth and lips and fingers landed pulled more noises from him. Eventually his rough hands cupped my head, his fingers searching a path through the thick coils of my hair. He gripped me tight, his rolling hips adding to the friction as I continued to devour him. I ran my flattened tongue over the back of his cock and decided that at some point I was going to set aside a solid hour to worship this masterpiece. Even as I sucked his head into my mouth, I knew one night would never be enough. I needed so much more. I went back and forth, tonguing him wherever I could and leaving love bites on his thighs, where only he would see them. I sucked his balls into my mouth as my thumb swept over his sensitive hole. Wordlessly, he reached under his pillow and dragged out a high-quality lube. "Somebody's been doing his research," I said, breaking from my oral exploration to grab the tube from his shaken hand. Looking at his needy but nervous expression, I paused. "Hey, is this too much? Do we need to take a break?" He shook his head vehemently. "No, not too much. This feels so good I might have an aneurysm." I chuckled. "I know we talked about it briefly, but do you still want me inside you? We don't have to do that tonight. I'm having plenty of fun already." "Please, Oz, don't make me beg anymore. Just fucking fuck me." That was it. I grabbed the condom he'd laid out for me and rolled it on, then swept lube over his hole before pushing in my middle finger to the first knuckle. He pounded the bed with a closed fist, and I pushed in a little farther. "Even better than the toy," he choked out, laughing at himself. I drove him wild, working him with my mouth and my fingers until he was more relaxed, yet more desperate. I generally found it easy to ignore my own hard-on when I was working over a lover, but I didn't want Walker to think he was just a body beneath me to play like an instrument. I wanted to make music with him, yes, but together. Once I was satisfied I'd thoroughly prepared him, I shifted up to kiss him, loving the way he paused to inhale his scent on my beard. Then I carefully fitted the head of my cock to his sensitive entrance, loving how he whined beneath me, shifting, pressing against me, asking for more. I pushed forward and had to call on every trick in the book to not come immediately. "I'm good," he whispered, rolling his hips to take me deeper inside him. "Oh, fuck. I might just be gay," he babbled. After we both recovered from tonight, I'd make sure he felt comfortable identifying whatever way was true for him, but right now, in this moment, God, I loved it. "Maybe you were always just Sexual, I said, pulling back, then driving my hips forward. Yes, definitely sexual, he sobbed, pleasure racking his body. Only me, I growled possessively, wondering what had overtaken me. Only you, he said, his eyes searching mine. In that moment, something clicked. I had only ever been a one-night stand kind of guy because no one else was Walker. No one. I kissed him, pulling him impossibly closer, and we found our rhythm. Less of the sexy hip rolls and more of the buried pulses, and elegant and needy as if we were trying to become one person. That thought, which would have terrified me with anyone else, made me push in harder. I'm gonna come. His voice and body shuddered on the words, and I was hooked. Yes, Walk. Come for me, I said, sliding my lube-slicked hand between us to grab his cock. His cries grew louder as I stroked him, and then he clenched tight around me as cum shot out across his belly and chest. The sight of his ecstasy, even more than the hard clench of his body, sent me over. God, I want to fuck you raw, I spat out, intoxicated with the euphoric possessiveness as the orgasm ran roughshod through my body. Want to see my cum dripping from you. Yes, he choked. That. I spilled into the condom and he gave a final cry, wriggling against me as if searching for any bit of contact I could give him. I pulsed again, wringing every drop of cum from my nuts. I kissed him, staying inside his body as long as I possibly could, only regretfully pulling away as my cock deflated. I knotted the condom and reached over to set it on the floor by the bed, returning to him as quickly as I could. He was laid out, his slack and satisfied body once again filling me with pride. You okay? I asked, gripping his neck where it met his jaw, running my thumb over his cheek. He nodded as he sank farther into the bed. More than, especially when you said. His blush was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. When I said what? He bit at his lower lip, avoiding my eyes. Walk? When his gaze finally met mine, it was filled with so much heat it warmed my chest. When you said you wanted to see your cum dripping from me, he said on a soft rasp. Jesus, this country boy was going to be the death of me. Yeah? Yeah, he responded, confident despite the color still playing over his cheeks. I covered his body with mine and gave him a kiss that I hoped conveyed every flame he'd just lit in me. Don't say things you don't mean, Walk, I teased, because I want your cum dripping from me, too. Have to have it. I swear to God, I'll take you to the pharmacy first thing in the morning. They've got an on-site clinic, and I'll buy the coffee on the way there, he said, wrapping his leg around mine as he drew me into a heated kiss. I'd go another round with him right now if I could, but my happy cock was down for the count. Coming up for air, I nosed his ear, whispering, Rest up, Walk. The second you're able, I want you to use all these perfect muscles, these strong hips, to fuck me into the mattress. Would you like that? He nodded, yawning as he ran his strong hands over my back. I'll do whatever I can to make you feel this good. I nestled against him. You being here is all I need. He responded, giving in to sleep's insistent call. I woke hours later to his hand on my chest and his face in my armpit. Hey there, country boy, I said, dragging him up so I could kiss his nose. Hey there, fancy dresser, he replied, grinning. How are you feeling? I asked, inhaling our combined scents on his formerly clean linens. He stretched and smiled. Recovered and ready for round 2, or 3 if we're counting the roadside delights. Oh, we're definitely counting that. You sure you're ready? I asked, kissing his brows. So hard and ready, he said, pushing his erection against my hip. It'd be a tragedy to let that go to waste, I said. What can I do to help? Let me into you. Let me try to make you feel half as good as you made me feel earlier. Walker, I shifted my fingers through his silky hair. Having you in my arms like this already makes me feel just as good. He stared at me. I stared back. I preferred doggy when bottoming, I murmured, pressing a kiss to his dusky lips. That work with your knee, or? I cut myself off when I saw his face. It was as if I'd told him that Christmas had come early. We were going to Disney World, and there would be ice cream all at once. My knee can take it, he breathed out, sitting up, perfectly displaying all those hard-working muscles. Also, it's been pointed out to me that I've been staring at your ass for a year, so I'd want to do it regardless. Grinning, I rolled over, slow and lazy, sliding my arms up under the pillows until I rested on my forearms and laid my cheek against the soft material. In no particular hurry, I slowly raised my hips, undulating as I went. I heard a low whistle as he settled in between my legs. I want to touch you so bad. Touch me, I begged. Please put your hands on me. So he did. I turned my head to the side so I could watch him. The wonder in his eyes as he ran his hands up and down my back stirred something deep inside me. The way he whispered, "Fuck, so beautiful," as his fingers drifted over my ribs brought back those fantasies of children with curly hair and eyes so blue you'd weep to look into them. He massaged my back and shoulders, achy from our earlier work, and slowly made his way down to my hips and finally, my ass. He let out a groan of satisfaction, growling, "Fuck me." "No, Walk. Fuck me." He chuckled, kneading my glutes as I buried my face in the pillow and allowed myself to indulge in the sensations as his hesitation turned to confidence. He spread me open and I jumped as his hot tongue slid over my balls. He slid up my taint past the nervy circle of tight muscle, all the way to my lower back. He drew sounds from me I'd never made for another person. I was lowing like a cow in labor as his curious tongue found different parts of me to explore. My balls, the shelf of my ass, his hands spreading my cheeks the entire time, giving me not a moment of peace. When he finally let go, it was to suit up and slick himself. Using his fingers, he copied the way I'd helped him relax and open up. Even though he was thorough, when he pushed the head of his cock against my hole, I had to force myself to breathe. His fat head stretched me so perfectly, with just a hint of pain to add to the mix. He was careful, perhaps more than he had to be, but I let him find his way. When he bottomed out, I sighed heavily. "Too much?" he asked, drawing away from me. I reached back and grabbed his hip, forcing him forward again. "Just keep splitting me in two." He didn't need to be told twice. He sped up and angled his hips. "Fuck, baby. You found it. Keep doing exactly that for me." In that moment, I remembered that he'd been an athlete like me, and he'd never lost his physical sharpness. Being on the receiving end of his focused efforts was amazing. He was new at this, so very green, yet it was as if all the component pieces fit together in his head. "Harder," I begged, knowing he had it in him. Taking my hips in a bruising grip, he pulled almost all the way out, then slammed back in. I had the sense he couldn't hold back even if he wanted to. Not when it felt this good. Again and again. I took myself in hand as he continued to thrust, nailing that perfect spot inside me over and over. Pleasure built until I couldn't hold off a second more. "Coming," I choked out. He increased his speed, his angle, the roll of his hips, and I saw stars. I came so hard that it took a few long blinks for my brain to come back online. With the way his hips were stuttering behind me, he had to be experiencing the same bliss. "Fuck," he cried. "Fuck, fuck, fuck." He collapsed against me, taking me down with him. Once he was coherent enough to slip from me, he chuckled. "Hmm?" I asked dreamily, turning to admire his muscles as he knotted the condom. "What's so funny?" "Definitely going to that clinic in the morning." "I said that mid-orgasm. We don't—" His fierce look stopped me. "Okay then," I said, smiling as I drew him down for a kiss. We finally cleaned up, even tossing our muddy clothes into the wash, then met back in bed. We couldn't stop looking into each other's eyes. I tightened my arms around him, loving the way he fit up against my chest as I silently vowed to never let him go. Chapter 21. Walker. I woke to hazy gray morning light, and the second I shifted, several previously undiscovered muscles complained. I was sore everywhere. Hell, even my eyelids were a little pissed at me. I'd for sure pissed off my knee, strained my hip, and maybe torqued one of my shoulders. Most importantly, though, my ass had been stretched by a man I couldn't believe wanted me this way. I loved every fucking ache. Ozzy's steady breathing hitched, and he blinked awake, his melty brown eyes catching the filtered rays. "Fuck, I love your mouth," I said stupidly. "That's just because you know what it did to you last night," he said, awarding me with a brilliant smile which was gorgeous against his darker skin. His expression went serious for a moment. "So, no gay panic?" I shook my head, drawing my fingertip down his nose. Not even a little. Just a sense of wondering where this was all my life. "Right here, baby." He followed that up with a wink, which... fuck. Knowing he felt good about what he'd done to me turned me on all over again. He had a lot to be proud of. Taking turns was just the beginning of the night. He'd played with me, edging me until I was a begging mess. We then took turns again, basically fucking each other till we passed out. I was exhausted, achy, and needed another 4 hours of sleep, but I had a promise to keep. "You sure the pharmacy in San Marcos is open on Sunday morning?" I asked, checking the time. We looked it up, and while the same pharmacy had a branch in Seguin, I didn't want a chance running into anyone I knew. I'd promised Ozzy that I didn't plan on hiding forever, and he assured me that it was okay to take some time to figure myself out. He nodded, holding up his phone to show me the website. "The on-site clinic's been open for an hour already. We'll go, get our blood drawn, grab breakfast, then come back here to nap and fuck until we can't move." I cursed under my breath. Who had I become, and why did I like this version of me so much? "When will we get the results?" "Wednesday or Thursday." "Okay," I said, taking a big breath. "Let's do it." We got dressed and took off in Ozzy's Chevelle. He was right. San Marcos was just down the road, the clinic was super fast, and we didn't run into anyone we knew. After deciding that we were too horny for a sit-down breakfast, we got coffee from a local drive-thru before heading straight back to my place. We made our way into the apartment, ripping off our clothes as we stumbled through the living room. We got hung up in the hallway for several long minutes, Ozzy removing the rest of my clothes with careful fingers while finding every fucking erogenous zone with his mouth and tongue. "Top or bottom?" he whispered, pushing me into the bedroom, then onto the bed. "I don't care," I breathed, too buzzy and focused on Ozzy's hotness to worry about such mundane details. The corner of his mouth quirked up, and I knew I'd made a tactical error. "You're going to make me beg, aren't you?" "Was thinking about it," he said, crawling between my legs. "And since you love my mouth so much, why don't I use it too?" "Junior, what are all these clothes doing on the floor?" I froze at the sound of my mother's voice. "Oh, shit," slipped from my lips. Ozzy had the good sense to yank the sheet over us just as my mother appeared in the doorway. We righted ourselves and scooted back against the headboard. "Junior?" My mother's trembling voice shook me to my core. My eyes widened, searching Ozzy's for answers I knew he wouldn't have. Despite my unmistakable panic, his gaze held decisiveness, warmth. He was as steady as I was terrified, and I couldn't muster guilt in the face of his certainty. Given the understanding and care he'd shown me, it would dishonor him to act like I'd done something wrong. Still, as much as I'd known this day might come, I hadn't expected it to be today. "Mama," I started, but she cut me off. "Augustus Walker, Jr., I am so disappointed in you." Even though her voice was shaking, she stood her ground in the doorway of my bedroom, like she had the right to be there. As though Oz and I hadn't just been wrapped up in each other, clearly in the middle of an intimate moment. No, she was certain her opinion was more important than that. Before I could say anything, she barreled on. "I knew you'd struggled with this. I've known since you were in high school, but I thought my years of instruction, showing you the way of the Lord, had taught you to fight it. I thought you were stronger than this, Augustus. I had no idea you were so weak." Ozzy opened his mouth and I touched his hand. He pressed his lips together but sent me a look unlike any other I'd received before. Full-throated support, even in his silence. He tightened his hold on me. He was here, and he wasn't going anywhere. I pulled the duvet over us to ensure our business was fully covered, then looked my mom square in the eye. "Mama, I'm not weak. I'm just not straight." I was still struggling with exactly where I was on the Kinsey scale, but not straight sounded the most accurate in the moment. She inhaled sharply, her hand going to her chest as though I'd stabbed her. Come to think of it, she might have preferred that. "Augustus," she started. It was, however, my turn to talk. "Mother, this is who I am, and I will not be explaining myself to you. Further, we have had multiple discussions about you not walking into my home unannounced." She drew herself to her full height, judgment dripping from her pores. "Clearly, the things you do in private are so awful you needed my intervention. Do you hear how you sound right now? I'm almost 30 and I have taken control of my life. I have chosen a career path and I have chosen a lover, maybe a boyfriend if he'll have me." I shot a quick glance to Ozzy, whose lips, while still pressed together, now tilted up, like maybe he was holding back his full glorious smile. Like maybe he was proud of me. Eddie's tough. My mother, though, still stood in my doorway. "We'll talk later, Mama, but right now I need you to go. And leave my key on the kitchen table on your way out," I said as firmly as I could. "How dare you," she said, stepping into the room. "I rebuke this." Ozzy shifted behind me and I grabbed his hand. "I've got this," I whispered. "Mother, I am naked, so I don't think you want me to get up right now. But you will leave my house. You will leave my key behind, and we will talk about this when you have calmed down." "When I have calmed down?" "No, we'll talk about this when you've come to your senses." "Mama, I hate to break it to you, but this is me coming to my senses." I couldn't account for my bravery, save for the man gripping my hand like he'd go to war for me. "This is all your fault," she cried, pointing an accusatory finger at Ozzy. "Don't you dare point at him like that," I warned. "Don't you dare be rude to him. Nothing is his fault. There is no fault. It's just who I am. While you succeeded in helping me hide it from myself for all these years, you always told me that the truth will out. So, this is my honesty. This is my truth. You don't have to like it. You just have to accept it." "I accept nothing." Her eyes cut to Oz again. I shifted to block him from her vitriol, but he whispered, "Don't you worry about me." "I don't," I answered, no longer bothering to lower my voice. "I don't worry about you, Oz. I just don't want you to be a target the way I have been all my life." My mother ignored my words, or more likely didn't hear them to begin with. Instead, she focused on Oz. "You did this. You groomed him. You saw his weakness and you preyed on it." "Mrs. Walker, I'll ask you not to treat me like I'm some sexual deviant who drew your innocent son into sin," Oz responded, steady and strong. "What's going on here is not sinful. It's actually kind of amazing. For both of us." She took a step back as though his solid belief had physically struck her. Seeing that she wasn't getting anywhere with anger, she switched tactics, fat tears falling down her cheeks. "Augustus, how could you break my heart like this?" I answered her with the truth. "Mama, you broke your own heart. This is all you." "Well, this is me saying you are no longer part of our family. I hope you're happy. I already lost your sister and now you've made me childless." "No. If you are childless, that is on you. If you should change your mind, I love you, and I'll be here." It was horrible watching reality settle in, watching all her notions crumble into dust, watching her dreams of my future evaporate. She'd lost so much when Annalie died. I knew it had hurt her more than she'd ever let on, just like I knew that this would hurt too. But awful as it was necessary. It was hard not to feel like it was my fault, even though I knew it wasn't. She stepped backward, disappearing into the shadow of the hallway, and we heard her soft footsteps hurrying through my apartment. The metallic tumble of keys on the kitchen table. The ghostly way the door closed behind her. Even though I didn't witness it with my eyes, I could see her grieved expression and her certainty that she was right and I was wrong. In one of the psychology classes I took in college, we'd gotten into a discussion about how social media had been weaponized so that with just a few sharp words, you could ruin someone's reputation. Hell, their entire life. The professor, an older guy who was heavily involved in social media, had listened for a while, then shook his head. An old adage applies, even though this is a seemingly new problem. In order to be truly happy, you must let people be wrong about you. You don't have to correct the people who are wrong, because the only people who matter already know the truth. Those are the ones you gather around yourself. Don't waste your time trying to make people understand and accept you, especially when they don't give a damn about you. Falling to my side, I curled in on myself, wishing that confrontation could have gone differently, wishing my family could see me for who I was, wishing I'd somehow been able to make them proud instead of angry and afraid. "Can I hold you?" Oz asked, pulling me out of my spiral. "I want to. I understand if you need to be alone, though." "Please don't leave me alone," I whispered. "Please tell me she didn't scare you away." I knew before he even spoke where he stood, but I needed his reassurance, and he gave it immediately. "She couldn't scare me away, Walker. Hell, I couldn't stay away from you even if I wanted to." "I feel the same," I said, burying my head in my hands. Oz curled around me. I didn't know how I'd gone a whole life without this kind of affection. "I'll never understand your mother's reaction," he murmured. "I respect that she's still grieving Annalee and always will, but that doesn't give her the right to ignore your wishes and insist your dreams need to align with hers. You are allowed to be your own person. To hold family over your head, to make your acceptance contingent on compliance isn't fair. You don't deserve to be treated like that." "I wish I had parents like yours," I whispered. "Well, I can't change your parents, but maybe you can borrow mine for a while so you can see what family's supposed to be like." Tears pooled in the inner corner of my eye and dripped onto my pillow. "Okay." Chapter 22. Ozzy. I pulled into Mom and Dad's driveway with Walker leaned against my shoulder, snoring quietly. It was amazing watching him sleep. You didn't realize how much tension someone held in their expression until sleep smoothed it away. Walker looked so heartbreakingly young once the line between his brows disappeared. "Hey, we're here," I said, kissing his temple. Sucking in a deep breath, he blinked slowly. "Wow, feels like we just got in the car." "I think you were so stressed you zonked out." I tilted his chin up and kissed his lips. I know meeting the parents is a big deal for a lot of people. Maybe it is a big deal. But to me it feels like the most natural thing in the world. I think you need to meet them, but it's your call. We can turn around and leave if it's too much. Still moving slow, he lifted his shoulder. Maybe I'm too overwhelmed to do my usual worrying, but it doesn't feel that weird to me. It's not like I'm meeting him for the first time. I remember him being nice back when we were in school. True. But you're sure you're good? I am. He looked around as he stretched into another yawn. Can't believe Canyon Lake is only an hour away. It's like a completely different place. I grinned, happy he'd been willing to go through with this hasty plan. We'll eat brunch on their back deck, which overlooks the lake. I'm hoping the view will make you feel better. He nodded and sat up, more awake. Sounds like it might. Let's go in. We got out of the car, and by the time we reached the front door, Mom was already opening it. Augustus, it's so nice to see you again. Look at you, all grown up. Walker flushed, and Mom was immediately charmed. Is that them? Dad called from the kitchen. I've got our brunch fixins ready. He walked out of the kitchen in a floral apron, again, so lucky I got my fashion sense from my mother, carrying a tray loaded down with various delicious breakfast and lunch items. Mom went ahead of him to get the door to the deck, and he set the tray on the table while I grabbed the carafe of fresh coffee. "Wow," Walker said as he followed me onto the deck. "You were right about the view. I do feel better." The lake sparkled in the sunshine, and the trees went on for miles as if Mother Nature were putting on a show just for him. "Hope you like your coffee strong," I said, pulling out a chair for Walker. He looked at the chair and gave me a shy smile. "What?" I asked, nudging him. "Never had someone pull your chair out for you before?" He shook his head. "Not gonna lie, that was really sexy." Mom chuckled, and heat rose in my cheeks. "Just sit down." Grinning, he complied. Mom and Dad sat across from us, and we passed around food until everyone's plate was piled nice and high. One of the things I loved about my parents was that they knew not to intrude even when they were curious. After the first round of coffee, Mom brought out the mimosas, which barely held any orange juice at all. By the second mimosa, Walker's smile had eased. "Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Kavanaugh. What a treat to attend a family meal that doesn't devolve into crying and finger-pointing." They laughed along with him, even as they sent me sad looks. Mom reached out, grabbing Walker's hand. "Are you all right? You look a little haunted." Walker glanced at me. "Did you tell him what happened?" I shook my head. Told him there'd been a confrontation, but I didn't give them the details. I figured you should decide what you want people to know. He turned to them, the line reappearing between his brows as if he was searching for traces of judgment. He wasn't going to find any. After a pause, he said, "When I first moved into my own place, I gave my mom a key in case of emergencies. But then she started letting herself into my apartment whenever she wanted. I asked her to stop more than once. She ignored me. That became a bigger problem this morning when she walked in on me and Oz." Mom put her hand over her mouth. "Oh my God, were you two in the middle of—" He buried his face in his hands, his ears turning scarlet. "Almost," she laughed. "Silly man, why would I mind knowing that you were taking care of my son?" It was my turn to groan. "Mom, let's keep the focus." Dad patted Walker's hand. "So, she found you in bed?" He let out a sigh. "Yes. The worst part, though, is that she had read something queer off of me long before I ever recognized it in myself. She thought that this entire time I'd been, I don't remember exactly, but the gist was winning the war against being gay." Dad shook his head, and I could see Mom gearing up to dispense some truth. She might not pry, but once she'd been invited to the discussion, she didn't keep her opinion to herself. "So," she began, "when she thought you were struggling with it, she was proud of you, but never said anything to you." "That's correct, ma'am." "Walker, if you call me ma'am again, I'm going to smack you," Mom warned him, deadly serious. "You can call me Kiana. Miss Kiana, if you absolutely must." Thankfully, Walker believed her. "Yes, Miss Kiana, I'm sorry." "No apologies. I just wanted to get this right. She thought you were struggling and didn't help you, didn't reach out to you, didn't tell you that you had her support." "Absolutely not," he answered, shaking his head. "She would never say anything like that." "My Oswald has shared some of his story with you, yes?" "Yes, ma'am, Miss Kiana." Mom raised her brow. "My husband's family doesn't approve of our relationship. To demonstrate that, they refused to acknowledge Ozzy, and they cut Preston out of the family's massive trust. Not that we were looking to them for support. I suppose they thought he would feel the consequences of his actions and divorce me, ditch the biracial baby, and come crawling back to them." I snorted. "I clearly did not know either of you at all." "Clearly." Mom sat up straight, taking my father's hand. "Ozzy and I weren't welcome at any of the Kavanaugh holiday gatherings or family functions, and that hurt Preston deeply. I don't like it when people hurt my husband. He's a good man. So instead of complaining that they had ostracized us, we rejected them, along with their bigotry and their backstabbing ways, and we created a new branch of the Kavanaughs."
We're proud of our outcast status."
Walker smiled. "I like that. Taking the narrative back. I might need to adopt the idea, considering my mom also fired me," he said, pulling up his phone. "Mama, until you repent, you are not my son, nor are you my employee." My mother leaned forward, her expression pained as she read the cold words on the screen.
"I understand her grief, losing Annalie like she did. But how could she push away her remaining child?" she asked, her voice soft and horrified. "I hate feeling sorry for someone who is behaving so badly, but I hope she finds a way to heal and accept you, Walker."
"Me too," he said, playing with his napkin. "Thank you both so much for being so welcoming, not to mention the delicious brunch and letting me enjoy this gorgeous view."
Mom reached out and squeezed his hand again. "Just in case you never heard this while you were growing up, the most beautiful thing about any good person is their truth, whatever it is. The only way you can be the best you is by being fully yourself. My son is many things. He is gay, yes, but that's only part of his truth. He's also fashionable and a little arrogant, but a lot smart. I missed him when he went away. But it was the right choice, because that tiny little town on the river hadn't ever accepted him. But this partnership with Joel, and now with you, I know he was right to move back. This thing between you might be new, but I've never seen Ozzy so happy." "Mom, you are a happy man, son. But there's been something missing behind your eyes, and now I see it. The look you two have when you look at each other. That is all I need to see." Walker blushed, and I watched as his humble brand of magic charmed my parents. When he told them a heavily edited version of our muddy adventure, he had them laughing so hard tears were streaming down my father's face. We couldn't ignore the repercussions of Walker coming out to his mother, but we damn sure weren't going to ignore this truth between us. Chapter 23. Walker. On the drive back from Ozzy's parents, I laid my head on his shoulder. It was weird how the dynamics had shifted once I started exploring my sexuality. There were some things I'd always wanted to do, like lean on someone, but never did because they weren't manly enough. I was just beginning to understand how much I'd missed out on. Hell, I'd withheld certain types of affection and vulnerability from my previous partners because I'd been trying to play a role with strict rules and no room for softness. With Oz, my brain wasn't sorting us into boxes, so wanting the comfort of my head on his shoulder wasn't automatically met with some level of internal judgment. I needed physical reassurance, and there was nothing wrong with that. Not only was leaning against him the most natural thing in the world, but the comfort of his warm arm was yet another revelation. It wasn't pressure to do something more. It was just human touch, sweet and authentic. By the time Ozzy parked the car, my mind was blown in about 7 different ways. I sat up. "Hey, we're at your house." Ozzy grinned, kissing the side of my head. "Nothing gets past you, does it?" I elbowed him, feigning a scowl. "Shut up. I just had all the molecules in my brain rearranged. Give me a minute." He took my hand, running his thumb over the knuckles as he looked into my eyes. "Are you okay, though? I know that between last night and this morning, it's been a lot." I shook my head. "I mean, yes, it has. I thought this discord with my parents was a recent thing, But I've been twisting myself to fit into their vision for me for years. Forever, really. And I'm no longer willing to live such a constricted life." As he got out of the car, I sat there for a minute, cataloging all the rules I'd applied to myself just to make my folks happy. I startled when he opened my door and held out his hand. I took it and let him help me out of the car. I could exit a vehicle on my own, of course, but this felt special. Having that extra support meant I didn't get a twinge in my knee. I pressed my head into his shoulder. They never helped me out of the car, even when they first brought me home from rehab after my accident. They just
Walked into the house and let me figure it out for myself. Why? Ozzy asked, horrified. They thought the struggle was good for me. Sure, sometimes, but you just lost your sister and... No excuses, I said grimly, remembering my father's words. I learned that I didn't get support or affection, and I internalized that. Believed it. I had sweet girlfriends, but I never let them comfort me or try to make me feel better when something went wrong. Hugs were for them, never me. But we, the guys in me, hug you all the time. I nodded. I wasn't sure what to do the first time y'all hugged me. And then, once I was alone and could let myself process it, I nearly cried. He then pulled me into the warmest, most comforting hug I'd ever had. I'll always hug you, Walker. Always. Thank you, I said, inhaling his woodsy ocean scent. I brought you here in case your mom decided to go back to your place, but I want to be here. With you, I admitted, snuggling into his warmth. Good. When the hug reached its natural end, he grabbed my hand and we walked up the steps to his front porch. As he worked the key into the lock, my phone rang. Bracing myself for a diatribe from either or both of my parents, I checked the screen. It was Dr. Gardner. Weird. I hit the accept button. Dr. Gardner? I asked as I followed Ozzy inside. He gestured for me to take a seat and then disappeared down the hall, so I kicked off my shoes. Mr. Walker, I hate to have to make this phone call. I stopped in front of the couch. What do you mean? A complaint was made to the school this morning. Very serious complaint. A complaint about me? I asked, confused. It's Sunday. Ozzy walked back into the living room, cocking his head, a silent question. I shook mine, not sure what was going on. Yes, Dr. Gardner hesitated, which was not a good sign. I racked my brain. I was a new teacher, but I'd tried to follow all the rules. Dr. Gardner? My apologies. This is very hard. You have been accused of inappropriate conduct with your students, she said, hurrying through the words as though that might somehow blunt the impact. I froze, not sure I'd heard her correctly. Mr. Walker? I'm sorry, Dr. Gardner. Did you just say that I was accused of inappropriate conduct with the kids in my class? Ozzy's eyes widened. That was the complaint, yes. Dr. Gardner, you have to know that I don't know where that's coming from. I've completed all the classes about appropriate behavior with students, and I take what I learned very seriously. I did notice last year that a couple of the students had crushes on me, but I never encouraged that behavior, and I always directed them away from me. Mr. Walker, stop. If you had legal representation, they would tell you to shut the hell up. So respectfully, shut the hell up. You should also reach out to your union representative. My heart fell into my stomach. All these years of working while going to school. Are there any specifics that you can share with me? Dr. Gardner kept speaking as though I hadn't asked the question. There will be an inquiry. Your students will be questioned, and you are being put on paid leave until this is resolved. I couldn't process that this was happening. I was stunned, speechless. Mr. Walker, as mandatory reporter, I have to take this complaint seriously, and I have to follow every rule. This will not be pleasant for you, but I will do what I can to make sure it is handled expeditiously. Thank you, Dr. Gardner, I said automatically, even though the warmth and support I'd felt from her over these last few weeks was missing entirely. It was as if I were talking to a stranger. There was something else missing, though. Details. Dr. Gardner, can I ask who made the complaint? Are there any details you can share? The complaint was lodged anonymously, she answered, sounding hesitant. But the language was coded. It specifically mentions grooming for homosexual acts. I cursed, tears springing to my eyes as I recognized the language, as well as its source. I know what this is about. Save it for your union rep, Mr. Walker. I knew she was trying to protect her career and mine, but Dr. Gardner, I just came out to my mother this morning. Actually, she walked in on me and my boyfriend and got very upset. Said a lot of very hurtful things. Fired me from the tire shop. Dr. Gardner went quiet for a moment, then let out a breath. That information won't change anything as far as how this will be handled, but it does provide some context. As I said, get your union rep on the line. I will, Dr. Gardner. Thank you for... I didn't know how to finish that sentence. For your professionalism, I finally said. We each said a stiff goodbye and ended the call. Ozzy stood in front of me, his hands cradling my elbows, worry filling his deep brown eyes. My mother filed an anonymous report accusing me of inappropriate behavior with the students in my class, Oz. Because I'm gay or queer or whatever. And you're sure it's your mom? The report was anonymous, but it was filed this morning, and the accusation included the word grooming. Fuck. Walker. He looked distraught, and I shook my head. I can't have you feeling bad about this, Oz. Dr. Gardner was so cold. Not mean, just professional. But the kind of professional that's like armor. Impenetrable. I'm sure she can't show her cards with a complaint like that. She said I should talk to my union rep and that she'd do what she could to see that this was reviewed quickly. Sounds like she's trying to make sure you protect yourself. You've worked closely with her this past year, right? The room started to spin. I need to sit down. He took my hand and we both sat on the couch. He coached me through regulating my breathing until I felt a bit more stable. After a few moments, he asked, "Why wouldn't your mom come after me? I'm the one she called a groomer. Why accuse you?" I patted his knee. "I'm so glad you don't understand how the fundamentalist mind works. Tell me." I took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. "You're already lost, Oz. An unrepentant sodomite, not worthy of anyone's concern. I, however, have been drawn away from the righteous path, and according to that way of thinking, the only way to convince the lost sheep to return is to shun them and make them feel the consequences of their actions." "But she's creating consequences for made-up shit. What would your dad do if he knew she was doing this?" The mention of my dad hurt as much as anything. My mom's willing to be the nasty one, but she doesn't do a thing without my father's approval. If she's saying it, he's thinking it. But he never liked me going to college. In their minds, everything I did to become a teacher led me down this path. They couldn't keep me from getting my degree, so now they're going after my ability to teach. If I get fired, they think I'll have no choice but to go crawling back to them. "No, you fucking won't." His voice was quiet, but it held a level of anger I couldn't have imagined anyone would ever feel on my behalf. "One of us will hire you, if it comes to that, but you're never working for them ever again." I'd been a smear on the sidewalk so many times I didn't know how to process that I wasn't in this alone. Sure, Ozzy was sitting next to me, holding my hand, but he wasn't the only one who cared. Lost boys didn't let other lost boys hit the ground. That included me. "Thank you," was all I could say. He squeezed my hand and kissed my temple. After a beat, he said, "I don't get it. If you hadn't been in that accident, you'd have gone to college on your scholarship." "Don't bring reason into this, Ozzy. It'll only give you a headache. And don't imagine for a second that they aren't figuring out a way to make you pay for dragging me down." "Bring it," he said decisively. "You want to hear what I think?" I nodded, hoping he'd give me somewhere to land. "I think Dr. Gardner has always been an advocate for you and will continue to be an advocate for you. They don't have anything to back up their claim, so this can't go anywhere." "That'll only piss them off. If I don't come to heel, they'll get louder. Just you watch." As much as I'd have liked to keep a positive attitude, a dark plume of anxiety settled into my chest, choking me, strangling my internal organs. Resting my elbows on my knees, I dropped my face into my hands. What am I going to do? Dr. Gardner said to contact your union rep, right? I nodded. Then do that. Do it now. I know you've dealt with your family your entire life, but I've dealt with homophobes my entire life, and I know how this works. They try to make us feel like shit, and sometimes it works so well we lose our will. But gay history is full of people who fought back. You've got an entire pantheon of queer rebels to look to for inspiration. I know this feels awful, but we act, and we act now. We don't let them make us feel defeated for even a single second. We? Oz, this could affect the bar, your new restaurant. If they somehow make people think that we're abusing kids together, it'll ruin your life. And it wouldn't stop there. This could take down Joel, Tristan. It's like I'm a fucking atom bomb in the queer community and I just showed up. Ozzy's jaw clenched. That is not the truth, and it is not the way any reasonable person would see it. If there's any blowback, that's on bigotry. That's on your parents. That's on anyone who has known you your entire life and would believe them over you. Your parents are grasping at straws, and they're about to see what it's like to come up against the queer community. It will not go well for them. I don't want to destroy my family, Oz, I cried. Ozzy took my face in his hands and kissed my forehead as if trying to infuse me with his strength. I don't want to destroy them either, but I will fight fire with fire. What about your grandfather? I know he and your grandfather are buddies, but I don't give two shits about their opinion of our life, and if they want to be part of the problem, again, bring it. You sound so certain, I said, nausea roiling in my belly. It's certainty based on a solid foundation, Walk. It's not false bravado. Think about the meeting house. When it caught fire, we all showed up. Hell, you got there barefoot and devastatingly hot in your pajama bottoms. I flushed at the memory. I was just so mad and scared for Beckett and Holden. And you didn't stop, even to put on shoes because your friends needed you. Well, guess what? That's the way we feel about you. Even when we all thought you were straight, we had your back because you had ours. So let's do the legal stuff, and then let's do the queer stuff. I took a deep breath, my first in several minutes. The thought of going through this filled me with dread, but I tried to hang on to Ozzy's words. I wasn't going to lose everything just as I'd finally made my life my own. Okay, let's do it. Chapter 24. Ozzy. As strong a game as I'd talked about having Walker's back, I'd have been lying if I'd said I wasn't nervous. While I trusted him implicitly, I also had a moral stand to consider. Thankfully, a couple of calls with his union rep had cleared up a lot of my concerns before the day ended. He got the full report of the accusation, and it didn't contain anything that the school could act on. It didn't include the names of any students who had supposedly been affected, nor did it indicate which of Walker's classrooms this could have occurred in. I'd been relieved, but Walker's mood had deteriorated with every minute the falsehood was out in the world. The thing is, he'd said, fighting back tears, I've always said to trust the victim. If someone is accused of assault or grooming, you believe the person accusing them unless proven otherwise. Period. End of sentence. I'd pulled him into my arms and admitted the hard truth I'd been keeping from him. I agree. If anyone had put their name behind this accusation, or if the anonymous report had some substance to it, I would have had to step away from you. I'm not a court of law, but you'd have to prove your innocence to me for me to even consider continuing this thing between us. But that's not the case here. This is nothing but an anonymous, detailless accusation, and we both saw that the language sounds exactly like your mother. Despite my support and a pep talk from the union rep by evening, Walker was a mess. I'd taken him to bed and held him until morning. I can call Joel, I offered as I made coffee. We'll go grab your truck out of the mud, then stay home and stream videos together. He shook his head. No, I'm meeting with my rep in person today. Then we're meeting with Dr. Gardner, and then I'm going to throw a pity party for myself. Well, you're welcome to home base here if you want a bit more distance from your family. Thank you, he said, wrapping his arms around me tight. And you're still okay with me telling Joel about us? I asked. I'd been dying to tell him, but I didn't want to push Walker with everything that was going on. A tiny smile appeared on his face. Yeah, he's your best friend. Besides, you said that the guys all saw me at the club. I kissed the flush on his cheeks. You know they're not judging you, Walk. I know. He set his forehead on my shoulder. I'm still going to be embarrassed. I squeezed him, barely able to let him go long enough for us to get ready. After I'd taken him to his truck, he was right, it was fairly easy to get it out once the mud had dried. I reluctantly drove to the bar to start the opening duties. Just as Joel walked in, I received good news. Walker. The school district's council started the investigation by following up with the anonymous reporter. Me. If it was anonymous, how did they reach out? The form requires an email and a valid account, probably a throwaway, was provided. According to my rep, when asked for verifiable details, the person replied but refused to provide any actual answers. This is my shocked face. Shut up. Seriously, though, I'm glad the district was able to resolve it quickly. They still have to interview some teachers, so I'm not quite out of the woods yet. Think of it this way. You have some unexpected paid time off. And I won't in any way be silently losing my shit while pacing your house. You could volunteer at Lupe for a few days. My union rep recommended that I not do anything around minors until my name is fully cleared. I have a honey-do list if you're interested. I may have already tightened the hinges and knobs on all the cabinets in your kitchen and started in on your bathrooms. Are you sure you don't want to just watch Heartstopper? What's Heartstopper? Joel looked over my shoulder. What's Heartstopper? Who the fuck doesn't know what Heartstopper is? I pulled my phone away. Walker, and stop snooping. Joel's eyes lit up. Dude, did you seal the deal? He scream-whispered. The excitement in his voice made me grin so hard my cheeks hurt. Oh, fuck, man, look at that smile, he said, grabbing and shaking my shoulders. Chuckling, I said, yeah, we, sealed the deal multiple times this weekend. Whooping, Joel dragged me into a huge hug. As happy as I was, I felt myself deflate as he pulled away, and of course he noticed. Wait, is this not a good thing? It's an amazing thing, I said on a sigh. But his mom walked in on us yesterday morning. Joel's grimace was on point as we walked to the supply closet. Oh, shit. That's one way to get meeting the parents out of the way. She was awful, I said, selecting a few bottles of liquor to replace ones that were running low. If that's how she's always been, I don't know how she managed to raise such a sweet son. Goodness just sort of shines out of him, doesn't it? He asked, grabbing the other supplies. I nodded. After that, he needed a bit of a pick-me-up, so I took him to my parents for brunch. Already? Yeah, he was in such bad shape after his mom had raked him over the coals, I figure he could use a good dose of Preston and Kiana. Good call, Joel said, restocking the napkins on the bar while I arranged the bottles. That sounds like you helped turn around a bad day for him. I raised one shoulder. Sure. So why do you look like your dog died? Somebody, almost certainly his parents, filed a complaint with the school district and said that he was grooming his students. Joel blinked. Grooming as in sexual exploitation? I nodded. What assholes, he said, aggressively refilling the stir sticks. No shit. The district put him on paid leave pending an investigation. But when the district's lawyer reached out for further information, the story didn't hold up. Okay, that's good then, right? Doesn't that mean he's in the clear? Not quite, but hopefully soon. Joel cursed under his breath. His own parents making up a story like that. Don't they have any concern about the impact false claims have on real victims? No, they just go and fuck it up for the 99.5% who are telling the truth. Honestly, I think that upset him as much as anything else. The idea that defending himself might cast doubt on other people's reports, that's gotta feel pretty shitty. Poor guy. What's he doing now if he's off work? I crossed my arms on the bar and buried my face in them. He's staying at my house in case his family decides to show up at his place. Not exactly the simplest way to start a relationship. Joel stopped talking and I looked up, meeting his eyes. This is the start of a relationship, right? Not just some sort of fuck-buddy situationship? No, it's definitely a relationship, I assured him, a smile making its way onto my face despite everything. That is, if I have anything to say about it. Then good luck. I'm really happy for you. Thanks, man. Joel tapped the bar. That brings us back to the Heartstopper tragedy. I know he's new, but come on. Laughing, I turned to my phone again. I'll take care of it. Walker had been mostly quiet all day, so I wasn't sure what I'd find when I went home for dinner. I was not expecting him to be sitting on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, his lashes spiky with tears. Walk? I asked, rushing to him. What happened? He blinked up at me. I just finished Heartstopper. I wish I'd had this when I was a kid. I'd have figured things out a whole hell of a lot sooner. Oh, baby. I squeezed him tight, stifling a laugh as I kissed the side of his head. That's okay. You know now. Yes, he cried, sobbing into my shoulder. I bit my lip, loving that the representation on screen meant so much to him. There's a couple of streaming series you should see then. None of them are as sweet as this one, but they all gave me the same kind of queer feel-goods. He sniffled loudly. Okay, but I don't think I can handle any more today. I chuckled, wiping his face. What about making out? Can you handle that? He sniffed again, wiping his tears. Yeah, I think so. Let me splash some water on my face first. He left the blanket slide off him and shuffled to the bathroom, then came back a minute later, his face bright and shiny, if a little sheepish. Hey, what's this look? I'm not embarrassed, but I'm trying to get used to processing emotions differently. Differently? Yeah, being with you, it feels like I'm suddenly able to access a whole new part of me. I don't know if that makes any sense. It does. Anyway, all of a sudden I'm all kinds of weepy, and his eyes went red again, and I pulled him into a tight hug. Baby, you can be weepy. You don't have to hold back tears for me. I just feel so stupid, he said, half laughing, half crying. Hey now, none of that. You're sexy as fuck, you're strong as fuck, and the people who work with you know how wonderful you are. This has been a shitty couple of days, that's all. You weren't able to come out to your family on your own terms because your mom didn't respect your boundaries, and then your parents tried to get you fired. You're bound to be emotional. He buried his face in my shoulder. True. I kissed his temple, whispering. Also, there's the fact that we've had fantastic set-the-sheets-on-fire sex. This is a typical reaction to getting naked with me. He snort-laughed, pushing me away from him. Asshole, he choked out, barely able to get the word out for laughing so hard. Whatever. You liked it. The joy on his face made me proud, especially when he smirked and added, Don't forget, Oz, you've also had sex with me. I hear I'm kind of a big deal. You're not too shabby, I winked at him and was rewarded with that sexy, shy flush. Growling under my breath, I pulled him close and planted a wet kiss on his lips, only to have him return it with equal force. We made out, banging into the couch, aggressively dry-humping each other. Then he went to his knees. I need to get the bad taste of this shitty day out of my mouth. I undid my belt buckle and he knocked away my hands, unbuttoning and unzipping me, pulling down my slacks along with my underwear. Someone's in a hurry, I said. You're only here on your break. I don't want to waste any more time crying. Chuckling, I sifted my fingers through his hair, then grunted as he took me to the back of his throat. Not gonna lie, I wished I'd been the first guy he kissed, but I cherished the fact that I was the first guy he had sex with. For the better part of a year, I'd viewed him as a hottie I wouldn't mind getting naked with. Now, though, once I'd seen this sweet, gentle man undone, I knew I had to have more. I groaned as he went after me, choking, gagging, pulling back, trying again. He wanted to be good for me. If I let him, he would take care of me with everything he had. What he might not realize just yet was that I would take care of him right back. I never wanted to care for somebody as much as I wanted to care for this man, which meant not letting him hurt himself on my cock. Shh, baby. You feel so good, you don't have to choke yourself. You're getting all the important parts. His blue eyes snapped to mine, his expression worshipful as he pulled back and gave himself a little room to breathe. He kept watching me, as if he had to make sure I was enjoying myself. I ran my thumb along his cheek. So good. Fuck, baby. You're so good at that, I murmured. His eyes rolled back in his head as he let out a moan, soaking up my words like water on parched soil, and something finally clicked into place. I loved his adoration, and he loved my praise. Together we fed each other. Years of neglect at the hands of his family made him hungry, maybe even desperate for the slightest bit of encouragement, but he'd never have to beg for that from me, and I would never have to lie. Everything I said was 100% the truth. Fuck, baby, I'm gonna come. Do you want to swallow it? He looked so innocent, nodding with my cock stretching his lips. Good boy, I said, palming his cheek. His eyes flashed at those words, and I knew I was onto something. Relax the back of your throat. Ah, fuck. There you go, Walk. Just a little more for me, yes? He nodded, eventually taking me down to the root. Pride in him filled my chest when his lips met the base of my cock. I held him in place as I came, whispering praise as I shuddered and spilled down his throat. Baby, that mouth of yours. You sucked out my ability to think. Walker let me slip free as his Adam's apple bobbed, telling me he'd swallowed everything I'd given him. Pushing his face into my groin, he rubbed his cheek along my junk. You like doing that, don't you, sweetheart? I asked, lifting his chin. Swallowing my cum. He nodded, his eyes glued to mine. Can I take care of you now? Please, he said, his voice scratchy. I dropped to my knees, meeting him for a kiss before pushing him down onto the floor. I slid his sweatpants down to mid-thigh, then snuck my hand up under his shirt. I thumbed one nipple as I licked the underside of his cock, kissing it, tonguing his fat ridge, marveling at how his pale shaft grew increasingly ruddy toward the head. I teased him until he started whining, until his hips began to shift and roll up off the floor. What do you want, baby? I asked, determined to make him say the words. He clenched his jaw, glaring at me. If you say it, I'll give it to you. The flush on his chest deepened, but he'd told me that once he put his mind to something, he didn't stop until he achieved it. Pushing past his embarrassment, he finally spoke. I want your mouth on my cock, your hand gripping my balls. His voice was still rough from the fucking I'd given his mouth, and I felt it low in my belly. Good choice. He preened, and I sucked on his glands, loving how it rubbed against my tongue as I moved, remembering how good it felt inside me. I took his full length into my mouth, steadying his trim hips with my hands, enjoying the view of his undulating muscles. Pressing his palms to his eyes, he begged, chanting, Please, please, please. Remembering his request, I reached down to tug his balls, caressing and teasing them until they tightened in my hand. Fuck, gonna... He didn't even get the words out before he rocketed cum to the back of my throat. I swallowed him aggressively, needing to taste him as I worked him to the point of oversensitivity. He pulsed again and again, the noises falling from his lips, dirty and whiny and perfect. I relaxed the suction as he gripped my hair, practically sobbing through the end of his orgasm. I sat back on my knees, barely holding in a laugh. He was laid out on the floor like a starfish. Throwing his forearm over his eyes, Walker shook his head. How did I not know it could be like this? He asked, breathless. I hoped he'd be asking me that question for years to come. Grinning, I put myself back together, then reached for his hand. I helped him to stand and pulled up his sweatpants. He was wobbly, and I couldn't help but make it worse by nibbling at the sensitive skin on his neck, sending shivers through his extremities. I was interrupted by the buzz of my cell phone. It was Joel's notification pattern, which probably meant he was wondering where the hell I was. To be continued when I get back, I said, letting pride color my words. Clean out your ass for me, because I'm about to set up camp. He shook his head, still looking a bit dizzy, then nodded. Yes, please. I thumbed open the messaging app and my brows drew together. I didn't quite understand what I was reading. Walker tapped my scrunched eyebrows. What's up? Tommy came into the bar with a cut over his eye, saying that someone had trashed the restaurant. They threw a rock through the glass and spray painted all over. Holy shit. Is Tommy okay? Walker asked, flipping from boneless sex fiend to concerned friend in a second. Joel's on hold with the police and ambulance. He says Tommy's coherent but bleeding badly. Whoever it was threw a can of spray paint at his head. Goddamn cowards, Walker stepped into his trainers. Let's go. Walker, baby, we have to let the police handle this. Sure, yeah, but I'm still going with you. Chapter 25. Walker. We parked on the street and jogged over to the restaurant. The scene looked like a war zone, and a neighborhood watch had gotten together. Aside from the circle of onlookers, there was glass all over the sidewalk and straps of red spray paint everywhere. The worst was Ginger's mural, which Ozzy had said she'd just finished a few days ago. Unlike the random straps of paint throughout the restaurant, someone had started to spell out a word over her lovely painting. The first two letters were G and R, and the final letter looked like the beginning of a C. No, that wasn't a C. You see what they were trying to spell, right, Oz? I asked, my stomach in knots. I'd never seen him so furious, and I flinched when he reached for me. Shh, 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 baby, he whispered. I see it. They're trying to call both of us groomers. I'm mad at them, not you. Caution tape was stretched across the door. Tommy was sitting on a bench outside the Seguin Bean, arguing with the EMTs, and Allie was comforting Joel as officers tramped through the restaurant. Ozzy went to Joel and pulled him into a tight hug. It's okay, man. It's all replaceable. I know, Joel gestured inside, where the officers were taking pictures. I'm so sorry about this, guys, Allie said, running her hand through her multicolored hair. This fucking blows. We quietly nodded in agreement. Aside from the fact that the place had been spray painted to hell and back, chairs and tables were knocked over and everything was covered in broken glass. And I realized there was something eerily familiar about the scene. This is my parents' doing, I said, guilt thrashing my chest. You don't know that walk, Joel said, so willing to be kind, but I knew he knew about the accusations. You remember how my sister died, Joel? He blinked at me. Well, it probably did seem like an odd question. She lost control of the car, trying to avoid hitting a dog. A tear streaked down my cheek. First responders found the dog and returned it to its owners. Dad found out where they lived, just north of San Antonio. He went there and ripped apart their house, smashed in a big picture window, broke their furniture, tossed their beds. Found a half a gallon of exterior paint in the garage and poured it all over the place. Holy shit, how did you find out he did that? Mom told me at the funeral. She'd helped him find the address. She was mad that the dog wasn't home. Jesus fucking Christ, Walk, Allie said, shaking her head. I tried to keep going, but I couldn't get the words out through the catch in my throat. Hey, Ozzy said, pulling me into a hug. Baby, don't worry. You had nothing to do with this. His whispered words soothed something inside me that had always felt a bit tumbled. But the truth was, I had a lot to worry about. This is who I come from, Oz, I finally managed to say. I told you they wouldn't be satisfied with hurting me. They had to come after you and your new restaurant. Ozzy pressed his hand to my mouth. Don't you dare. You will not be apologizing for their actions, and what they did tonight wasn't only about you. It was about the entire queer community. Allie shook her head. They'd best be prepared because they don't know what they started. You don't even know, I started, but her fierce look silenced me. I don't need to know everything, Walker. I nodded and accepted a side hug from her. Tommy joined us after finally shooing away the first responders, including a cute gal who was worrying over the cut on his forehead. Hey, man, Joel said. Our insurance will cover any medical expenses that you have. Tommy shook his head, then swayed from the movement. Ozzy and Joel started, but he put his hand up. Just got my bell wrong, fellas. I've done a lot worse to myself on a bender. Before they could respond, Sheriff Kavanaugh joined us, notepad in hand. Guys, I'm sorry this happened, he said. I got my best folks on the case. Thanks, Uncle Rye, Ozzy said, a grim set to his mouth. One of the investigators handed Sheriff Kavanaugh a clipboard. He scanned the information, shaking his head. Anyone know what might have set this off? The truth sat like a rock in my gut, because in the middle of all this, I was worried about Sheriff Kavanaugh finding out I wasn't as straight as I thought, even though he'd never know about my collection of toys or the things Ozzy and I had gotten up to. My cheeks heated at the prospect of telling the truth. You don't have to say anything, Ozzy murmured, hand light on my back. I closed my eyes. I do. It's the right thing to do. Besides, it'll look bad if he finds out after the fact that this is tied to the complaint. Ozzy thinned his lips. Okay, but I'm here for you. I swallowed the acid rising from my stomach and cleared my throat. Nothing to do but face it. Sheriff? Sheriff Kavanaugh turned to me, surprise in the lift of his eyebrows. Walker, do you have some information? He asked, his pen poised to take notes. My eyes hit the sidewalk, and I took the biggest breath I possibly could, nearly choking on it. Just breathe normally, son, he said. I did as he suggested, though I still wanted to throw up. Why don't you step over here with me and Detective Crow? He asked, pointing to a spot away from the crowd of people. I followed him. Allie and Joel stayed with Tommy, but Ozzy wouldn't leave my side. Quick like a Band-Aid. So, I'm pretty sure this has to do with a complaint that was made about me to the school district. What kind of complaint? I've been put on administrative leave because someone accused me of grooming my students. Sheriff Kavanaugh stopped writing to look at Oz, as if checking to see if he believed the accusation. Ozzy shook his head, his posture resolute. Sexually? Detective Crow asked. She was in civilian clothing, but looked every bit like a law enforcement professional. I shoved my hands into my pockets. Yes, it was an anonymous report filed through the district's website, but the district is taking it seriously, of course. The latest I've heard is that when they reached out to the provided email, the complainant had no actual data to back up the accusations. I'm still technically on leave, though, until it's cleared through the union and the school district. Detective Crow tapped on her clipboard, seeming to mull over my words. And why do you think this incident is related to that accusation? The letters on the mural. I think they're trying to spell groomer. Why would they make the same allegation about the two of you? She asked, looking between me and Oz. Do you know who might have done this? I let out a sigh, knowing my next words would sever forever my relationship with my family. I'm pretty sure it was my parents. Sheriff Kavanaugh's head snapped up. What? Why? I stopped, hating everything about this. But then I glanced at Ozzy, remembering how his praise went right to my chest. I can do this. I'm dating Ozzy. The sheriff's brows lifted in surprise. You're dating my nephew? He asked, not unkindly. Yes, I said, unwilling to retreat even though I wanted to throw up. And my mom walked in on us. The sheriff turned to Ozzy. Y'all were having sex at Mrs. Walker's house? Ozzy let out a laugh and held his hand out to me. I hesitated, then decided I didn't care. I took it and squeezed it. Definitely not, he said, kissing my knuckles. We were at Walker's place and she let herself in with a spare key. He'd asked her on multiple occasions not to do that, but she didn't take his request seriously. Sheriff Kavanaugh squared his jaw. So she walks in and sees you two together and throws a conniption, I answered, shivering despite the evening's warmth. He adjusted his department-issued cowboy hat. Help me with the timeline here, Walker. How soon after this did you hear from the school? Just a few hours later. And then the complaint was investigated and for all practical purposes dismissed within 24 hours? Yes, Sheriff. I think you can call me Ryan at this point. Yeah, well, that's not going to happen, I said. Calling the sheriff by his first name would break my brain. He chuckled. Fair enough. So your mother finds out about you two, and then someone calls in an anonymous tip, and it's checked out more or less immediately. I assume it was clear that their claim was going to go nowhere. And then, within 24 hours of that, the restaurant is smashed up. I bounced nervously on the balls of my feet. That's about the size of things. Obviously, this is just the beginning of the investigation, but I can't ignore that the report to the school or the fact that the report seems to have been determined to be unfounded seems to be related, which means I'll have to look into it. My eyes flew wide. You're going to investigate me? He shook his head. No, not as such, just the handling and the timing of this accusation to see if we can conclusively prove there's a connection between the two events. I bit the inside of my lip. The relief from my rep's earlier reassurance is completely obliterated. You are not under arrest, Walker, and assuming you weren't the one who smashed up this restaurant, you're not in any legal trouble. However, I have to explore every avenue. By doing that, I'll be able to get an IP address on the report and chase it down digitally. That means you'll find out for certain who did this? I asked, gesturing to the broken glass. Well, we'll learn the location of the device that was used to put in the harassing report. If I can trace it to an individual, I can lean on them and see what they know about this incident. I guess everybody's going to find out about me, I said, feeling sick to my stomach all over again. I'll do what I can to keep your personal details out of it, but yes, more people will know. I turned away from him, knuckling away a tear that had managed to break free. Ozzy tightened his grip on my hand and addressed his uncle. This about Walker, it isn't just brand new information to you and me. It's new to him, too. Detective Crow sent me an understanding look. Turning to Ozzy, she asked, I'm assuming you have cameras set up in and around the bar and restaurant? Ozzy nodded. We do. Out front and out back, plus a number of businesses in the square have exterior cameras as well. She turned to Sheriff Kavanaugh. Can I grab a uniformed officer to help me go to shops around the square to get whatever footage they might have from, say, the last 2 hours? He nodded. Good idea. I'll let you take the lead on that. Will do, Sheriff. She gestured to the destruction. Tommy said the perpetrator was a man wearing sunglasses and a medical mask. From what we can see, he was efficient, which means he might have already been familiar with the place. My parents had never set foot in any of the Queer Row businesses, but it wouldn't be a surprise to find that they'd spied on me. I'll leave you to it, then, Sheriff Kavanaugh said, tucking his notepad away. His eyes went back to Ozzy. You okay, nephew? He asked, softening his tone. Ozzy swallowed thickly. Tommy was hurt, and it could have been so much worse. As he was talking, Major, Tristan, Beckett, Holden, and Wren pushed past the ring of onlookers and approached us. You'd think I'd be less nervous. Hell, nearly all of them had seen me at the Rainbow Note, and apparently our whole friend group had witnessed me ogling Ozzy's ass for an entire year. I still wanted to sink through the pavement and disappear. The fact that Ozzy was being so understanding somehow made everything feel worse. Not only was it my fault his new restaurant had gotten wrecked, but I was also having a fucking heart attack about admitting that we were together to our friends. Hey, Ozzy said low in my ear, whatever fatal scenario you've got going on in your head right now, stop it. This is allowed to be hard for you. I can't imagine having to come out like this. This did not go the way it was supposed to, and that is entirely unfair. I slid a glance his way, barely able to make eye contact. Is this even worth it to you? I know that for a lot of guys, sleeping with other people is not that big of a deal, but for me it is. And I don't even know if I can call you my... Ozzy's expression stopped my babbling. Hey, we're going to unpack all that later, when we have time. But let me make one thing perfectly clear. You are my boyfriend. None of this is your fault. And yes, you're worth it. Completely and utterly worth it. I rolled my eyes. I don't see how that's possible. It's not only possible, it's a fact. I want to be with you, and that includes standing right here, right now. I cleared my throat, so frustrated by my tears I could only nod. Our friends joined us, and Ozzy gave them the lowdown. I stayed quiet, waiting to see what they thought about everything. Major was the first to come up to me. Hey, Walk. This sucks, brother. It's not fair, and I'm so sorry, he said, wrapping me up in a hug. But I'm so happy that you and Oz finally figured your shit out. I can't think of a better man for him than you. I smiled into his shoulder, appreciating his gentle teasing. Next was Beckett. I know this isn't the right time to go into it, but I counsel a lot of people who are figuring out their sexuality. It doesn't have to be biblical or spiritual or anything like that. We can just talk as friends. Thanks, Beckett. I think. He grinned, then stepped aside as Tristan, Holden, and Wren took turns giving me hugs and words of encouragement. I was still numb by the end of it, and I had no idea what to think of Sheriff Kavanaugh's investigation. But I was more hopeful than I would have been had I been going through this alone. Chapter 26. Ozzy. Major had Leo grab some plywood to cover the broken window, but it took another full day for the police to release the restaurant back to us. Uncle Ryan explained that Detective Crow would review the surveillance videos from around the square as quickly as possible, depending on her other active investigations. Wednesday morning, the Lost Boys and some of our friends and family gathered to help us clean up the mess. "Okay, y'all," Ginger said, her voice a little shaky. To get out the spray paint, use rubbing alcohol on the wood and vinegar on the leather. It'll take a while, but stick with it." She'd admitted that seeing the restaurant trashed like that had brought up a lot of shit from her old life. Still, she was right about the alcohol and vinegar, even if they did smell to high heaven. I shouldn't have been surprised when Jules, another volunteer from Lupe, joined us, managing to look elegant even in cleanup clothes. She and Ginger had become good friends after an incident in which Ginger had said something unintentionally offensive to the trans community. Jules, a trans woman, corrected her with grace, and Ginger immediately and sincerely apologized. They'd worked closely together ever since. Beckett was convinced that they were meant for each other, but I didn't see it. Then again, I would have never guessed that Walker would want to be with me, so maybe I wasn't the best judge. Jules volunteered to help Ginger with the slow process of restoring the mural, and according to Beckett, there seemed to be a lot of incidental touching for having as much space as they did. I was just glad that the sealant Ginger had used had protected the delicate watercolor details from the spray paint. By the end of the day, we were all exhausted, but the results were worth it. "Damn, Ginger," Joel opened his arms. "Apart from the window and the smell, it doesn't even look like anything happened here." She paused, then stepped into the embrace. We all kept quiet, most of us knowing it was a big deal that she let a man hug her. And when Jules offered to drive her back to Lupe, we didn't even dole out the usual ribbon. Everyone else packed up too, leaving Walker and me alone in the restaurant as evening fell. It smelled of plywood and the various cleaning solutions we'd used, but I didn't care. I just wanted him in my arms. While the temporary window covering was ugly, it hid us from the street and dulled most outside sounds. "I know it's a good thing that you can't tell this place was trash, but it feels weird, you know?" he said. "Sweeping up the mess and wiping away the paint helps us to move on, but it also kind of makes you doubt your own memory," I said, rubbing my forehead. "Yeah. Welcome to being queer, Walker. It's not always this bad, I promise." I'd taken Tuesday off, and we'd spent it together. While we'd enjoyed each other's bodies, Walker had been pretty quiet. I couldn't erase my memory of the terror in his eyes when my uncle had begun to question him about the connection between the restaurant vandalism and the complaint at the school. He hadn't just been coming out to my uncle. He'd been coming out to the county sheriff. And not just to the sheriff, to any onlookers who saw us holding hands and anyone who found out about him as a result of the sheriff's investigation. Basically, he had to live with the fact that he no longer had any control over who knew about his sexuality, which he was still figuring out. I was grateful his sexuality included me, but I could tell the past couple of days had done a number on him. Hell, they'd done a number on me too. I put a hand on his waist. "I want to hug you, but let me know if you need some space." "You can hug me anytime." Moving carefully, I pressed my chest into his back, wrapping my arms around his rigid form. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Walker followed along until his muscles unlocked and he melted against me. I hated the circumstances, but loved how Walker's shorter stature made him fit up against my body so perfectly. I tightened my hold on him, hoping to infuse him with every ounce of warmth and support I could. He let his head fall to my shoulder, and I ran my open hand over his chest, gratified as his body continued to soften against me. "I don't know how you're putting up with this," he said, his voice cracked. "Walk, baby. I'm going to get you some Q-tips." "Q-tips?" I nudged him. To clean your ears. None of this was your fault, and it's okay to be stressed about being basically forced to come out. It doesn't mean that I'm embarrassed about you, Oz, he whispered. I know that. I mean, look at me, I said, turning him around and fitting us together again, swaying him to the tune in my head. Of course you're proud to have me as your boyfriend. He dipped his chin, and the first real smile I'd seen on him in days cracked his face. He leaned his forehead onto my chest. Shut up. I will not, I said. I'm sure you've dated some nice-looking girls, but were any of them as gorgeous as I am? Not even close. I cupped his face with both my hands, lifting it so I could see his eyes. Then again, the only one who might give me a run in the looks department is you. Shut up. Nope, you're too handsome for me to be quiet about it. I love the way the sun tans your skin and bleaches out your hair. I sifted my fingers through the blondish locks before dropping my hands to his ass. And these muscles, we haven't even had a chance to properly put them to use. He flushed and I popped my brows, grateful I could make him smile. I leaned in for a kiss and he kissed me back, deepening the contact. We stood there for a long time, swaying as we tasted each other. It wasn't sexual. It was necessary. Although, are you hard for me? I asked, shifting to rub my erection against him. Maybe, he answered, heat in his eyes. Maybe I can do something about that, I said, leading him to the restaurant's lounge area. I pushed him onto a blocky leather lounge chair we'd restored. Landing with a grunt, Walker automatically spread his legs. I could work with that. I knelt between his strong thighs and ran my hands over his clothes, palming his hips before thumbing his nipples. I cut off his moans with kisses and slid one hand to his package, rubbing his hard shaft through the rough material. Moaning into my mouth, he lifted his hips to meet my touch. I kept kissing him while working off his jeans and underwear. The sound of his bare ass cheeks on leather made my jaw clench, as did the sight of his twitching, flushed cock. Fuck, so pretty, I sighed, licking up his length, tasting him on the tip of my tongue. I bent down again, this time pausing to worship his balls, sucking on them one at a time until he begged for more. After sucking a line of kisses up his shaft, I teased the thick ridge of his fat head, licking him so lightly he couldn't decide whether to pant or moan. Killing me, Oz, he choked out, his hand landing on the back of my head. Please. I slid my mouth down his cock, effectively short-circuiting the wiring that controlled his mouth. Why, fuck me right there. Is it so much better with your mouth on me? I shrugged and kept at it, running my hand up his chest. I pressed my thumb into his mouth and he sucked on it eagerly. His moans pitched up and I belatedly registered the door opening, then Joel cursing under his breath. Fuck, sorry. I forgot my keys, he said, grabbing them from the host stand. I glared over my shoulder. Joel had his back to me and appeared to be pushing Tristan, who was peeking around him, his eyes as big as the moon. Joel managed to get both of them out the door, but being Joel, he couldn't leave it there. Before the door closed, he called, Hey, Walker, it was nice seeing you today. Get the fuck out of here, I shouted, laughing. I returned my focus to Walker, who let his head drop back on the chair, covering his eyes. They're never going to let us live that down, are they? He asked. Absolutely not. It'll be on our gravestones. Excellent. He tugged at his hair, making it stand on end. I have a question for you. Ask away, I responded, placing a light kiss on the head of his cock. Am I being hazed? Like, is this a Lost Boy thing now that I'm an official member? I won't be mad. I just need to know. Laughing, I nuzzled into his pubic hair. No, that's not hazing. It's what passes for friendship these days. Got it. Can I continue? I asked, tonguing his slit. Please, he said, covering his eyes again as the small smile on his face bloomed into a full grin. I couldn't help but start over with the teasing before sinking down on him. Best blow job ever. Trapping his narrow hips in my comparatively large hands, I took him to the back of my throat. Country-fried curses began falling from his lips as his Texas came out to play. Coming, he choked out. Needing to see him go over, I pulled away, replacing my mouth with my hand. His perfect, compact body bowed up, a living sculpture, every muscle straining as cum striped his belly. Just as beautiful was the way he relaxed into the tail end of his orgasm, sweaty and limp. "Every time you do that to me, I feel like I lose a few more brain cells," he said, chuckling as he slow blinked at me. When he could stand, we switched places and I flopped down into the sturdy leather chair. He gazed up at me hungrily as he drew my cock into the warm, wet suction of his mouth. Wrapping his strong hands around my hips, he moaned, and his fingers slid under me to grip my cheeks. "Like that ass, do you?" He mumbled something around my dick, and it felt amazing. I had him beat on deep-throating, but the things he was doing with his tongue? Fuck. Within moments, he had me gasping. Tightening his grip, he took me deeper than he had before, gagging a little before relaxing and going deeper, tightening his death grip on my hips and ass. I let out a guttural cry, barely stopping myself from grabbing his head and fucking his face. I couldn't wait to work him up to that, and the thought made me spill down the back of his throat. "Fuck, baby," I said, my voice straining as I shivered through the last of it. "I'm gonna need another round with you." Breathing heavily, he nodded. "Same, but not here," he said, reaching up for a cum-stained kiss. "Someone's horny," I said as Walker pushed me through my door only seconds after I turned the key in the lock. "What can I say? I love dick," he said, leaning into his accent. Just as he was ripping off his shirt, my phone buzzed with an unknown number. We'd grown, but it probably couldn't wait. I hit the accept button. "Ozzy here." "Hey, Oz, you got a moment?" I put my hand over the speaker and mouthed, "It's my uncle," to Walker, who pulled his shirt back on. "Sure, Uncle Ryan, I've got Walker here. I'll put you on speaker." "Sounds good. I'm patching Joel in so that we're all on the same page." After a moment, he came back on the line. "Sorry to interrupt your evening, gentlemen, but we've made progress with your case." "Do you have good news for us?" I asked, crossing my fingers. "You'll have to be the judge of that, but Detective Crow found that the Seguin Art Supply across from you had two very well-placed security cameras. The one facing the restaurant caught the person with a medical mask and glasses that Tommy described." "So, no way to identify them," I replied, disappointed. "Well, Detective Crow was able to follow his movement across various camera setups and discovered he'd parked on the side street that runs by Seguin Art Supply. They have surveillance on that side too, and it caught the man getting into a truck. We were able to grab the license plate number." "Excellent," Joel said. My uncle let out a sigh, and I knew what was coming would be bad. "I'm sorry to have to say this, but the truck was registered to Walker Tire Service." Any remaining horniness between me and Walker died a quick, brutal death. "Thanks for letting us know, Sheriff," Walker said, looking gutted. "I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. Not even a little. There's more, I'm afraid." I could hear the hesitancy in my uncle's voice. Walker's jaw tightened. "Lay it on me." Our relationship was new, but I was quickly learning that he preferred to face up to things, even when those things were painful. "The use of a vehicle associated with a business would be considered circumstantial at best, but there was an identifiable getaway driver." Walker's chin trembled. "It was my mom, wasn't it?" "Yes. She was wearing a medical mask, but she tugged it down for a few seconds, enough time for Detective Crow to make a positive identification. That's not all, though." "It gets worse?" Walker asked, his soulful blue eyes rimmed with red. "We traced the IP address from the complaint to Walker Tire Service. I personally examined the complaint that was filed against you and found the school district's assessment that there were no valid grounds for the complaint to be accurate. Based on the surveillance footage alone, I had enough to request arrest warrants for both your mother and father, but this additional layer will help the prosecution's case." Walker's mouth turned down, his expression pained. "So, they've already been arrested?" "Yes, those warrants were executed about an hour ago, and your parents are in county lockup. They've already contacted their lawyer and will be arraigned in the morning. Most likely after the arraignment, they'll be released on bail pending trial." Walker dropped his head into his hands. Joel softly added, "I'm so sorry, Walk. In order for insurance to cover the damages, we have to press charges." There's no way around that? I asked, pulling Walker into my arms. Afraid not. I reread the policy to make sure. Obviously, if they were strangers, we'd have no hesitation about it. I mean, not only did they do thousands of dollars worth of damage, but Tommy ended up at urgent care needing stitches. Walker nodded along, biting back tears. They're going to use their influence, I'm sure, and I apologize in advance for whatever that ends up looking like. But do what you got to do. Joel cleared his throat. Thank you for that, Walk. Do we need to go down to the station? I asked. For now, no, but either Detective Crow or I will let you know if that changes, my uncle said. Thanks, Sheriff, Walker said. You're welcome, Walker. I'm sorry this was the outcome. We said our goodbyes and I hung up the phone, turning it face down. Walker, He cut me off with a deep, searching kiss. After a few moments, he laid his head on my shoulder. This is a shitty situation, and we both know it's neither of our faults. This gets laid squarely at their feet. I nodded, then pressed my lips to his again, needing the reassurance. You're not just saying that? We're going to be okay, you and me? More than okay. We've had a rough couple of days, and I need you to take me apart. Right now. Wordlessly, I planted another kiss on him, grabbed his hand, and dragged him to my bedroom. Chapter 27. Walker. You know it's not going to be good news, Oz said, his voice soft as he pulled me toward him. Leave it for later. My phone was vibrating on the nightstand. We were twisted in the sheets. Ozzy's neck and shoulders were riddled with hickeys, and my ass was sore. Were it not for that damned phone, it would have been the perfect way to wake up. I know, I mumbled. Never could put off bad news, though. Just prefer to get it and figure out what to do next. Okay, Walk, I'm here for you, he said, wrapping his arm around my chest as he pressed his body against mine. Who knew that a soft cock against my ass was the comfort I needed right now? I grimaced at the name on the screen as I hit the button for speakerphone. Mama? Augustus Walker, Jr., you are no son of mine. Good morning, Mama. I heard that you were caught on video driving a getaway car. How dare you, she said, voice quiet but filled with rage. I didn't have anything to do with it. The police asked surrounding businesses for their surveillance footage, and they provided what they had. You're lying. My neighbor Geraldine saw you talking to the sheriff, holding that man's hand, no doubt spilling your nastiness for all us again to witness. Never in my life have I had the embarrassment of a night in jail, and now look at me. Mama, you and Daddy tried to ruin my career, and then you tried to destroy Joel and Ozzy's new restaurant. I'm sorry that you spent the night in jail, I really am. I hope you were treated well, and I hope you were safe. But you always said that when you make your choices, you also make your consequences. Don't tell me you're trying to go back on your word now. Stop calling me Mama, you dirty boy. Guilt churned in my belly, but it was a weak thing. I'm not going to take you seriously now, I told her. I know you're upset, but I have no doubt that the justice system will treat you with kid gloves. I'll be here when you realize what you've done and are ready to apologize. You want me to apologize for what I've done? How dare you? Look at what you've done. You've ruined this family. I've always wondered if somehow the wrong child hadn't died, and now I know it's true. Her words took my breath away, if only because they echoed what had been going on in my brain all these years since that awful night. I knew she was upset, and some part of me always knew my parents' love was conditional. I just hadn't been prepared for how conditional. Mama, the thing I wonder is, she hung up mid-sentence, not even letting me answer her. If you ever truly loved either of your children at all, or at least me. Walk, I'm so sorry, Oz said. Come here. I turned toward him, and he put his arms around me in a tight embrace. I've never heard a parent say something so hateful to their child. She didn't used to be like that. I sighed. Maybe she was, but never this bad. Ozzy kissed the side of my head. I have all the sympathy in the world for a mother who's lost their child. Really, I do. But people lose loved ones all the time without being hateful like that. And hell, if you've got to be hateful, hate the world, hate God, hate the government, hate the system. But don't hate your own son. She is so lost right now. Yeah, well, getting disowned was not on this year's bingo card, but here we are. I thumbed through my phone automatically and stopped when I realized I'd missed a text from my rep last night. Carla, Union Rep. Mr. Walker, we need to discuss your case at your earliest convenience. I'll be in the office early tomorrow morning. I didn't think it was possible for my stomach to drop farther, but it did. I showed Oz the text and he wrinkled his forehead. I don't understand. I thought your rep said the case was basically dead in the water. Maybe she just needs additional information. Maybe it has to do with people overhearing what I said the other day outside the restaurant. Ozzy ran his hand over his beard. Neither of us believed that. Want me to go with you? I let out a dry laugh. Thank you, but if I can't attend a meeting without my boyfriend, that doesn't say a lot about me. I know, I just want to make sure you're okay. Yeah, well, I'm not, so might as well pile on. Come on, Walker, let's not catastrophize before we know all the details. I let out a gust of air. I'll try. Augustus, come on in, Carla said, her expression guarded. Not gonna lie, you don't look like you have good news for me, I said as we sat down just to get it out there. She drummed her fingertips on her desk. Unfortunately, you're right. But the investigation showed that the anonymous complaint was baseless. That's true. Then why do I get the feeling you're about to tell me I lost my job? She held up her hands. We're not at that point. Not yet. Not yet. I've got school starting in a few weeks. What are we? She shook her head. As things currently stand, you will not be starting the school year. What about my classes? Who's going to cover those? GCHS won't be offering a woodworking class this semester, and they have a substitute coming in for your geometry classes. A substitute? I asked, immediately worried for students like Leo. He'd passed my class, but he was definitely not unique in his difficulties with geometry, which required a lot of memorization. I know it's not ideal. Not ideal? What is going on? Your mother's lawyer called the district yesterday, she started. What the hell? Your mother has admitted that she was the anonymous source, and she threatened to go to the news if the district lets you continue to teach. The news? With what story? She didn't even have a name to go with her accusation. Looks like she came up with one. Leopold Haynes? My jaw dropped. Leo was a student of mine, and I've worked with him at Lupe for over a year now. What did she say about him? Your mother is saying that you were working with Oswald Kavanaugh to set up an illicit tryst between Leo and an adult in another town. That is literally the opposite of what we did, I said, remembering with a rock in my gut the way Ozzy and I had joked that evening when Oz had come in to have his tire fixed. We'd done it to rankle her. She hadn't said anything at the time, and I hadn't thought any more of it. Apparently, she'd been waiting for the right moment. I'm going to need more details if you want to counter this. I took a moment to compose myself. There's a non-binary person out over by Johnson City who Leo's had a crush on for quite a while. We've arranged for them to spend time together, in appropriate settings, both at the meeting house and at Wild Heart Ranch, where love it works. Who's we? Me and my friends. We all volunteer with Lupe in the meeting house, which is how we all know Leo. By the way, he just turned 18. In fact, if you were to talk to Lovett, they would tell you that when Leo showed his interest last year, he wasn't quite 17 when they first met. They declined to pursue anything other than friendship. Now that Leo's 18, Lovett is coming around more and more. Even so, they are moving slowly, and we're all helping Leo to put his best foot forward. And now you know why your mom is calling you a groomer. Because you gave a young man advice on how to pursue a queer relationship. It's not wrong to pursue a queer relationship, Carla grimaced. I know. Your mother's lawyer, however, specifically threatened to go to San Antonio and Austin news outlets if we didn't take these accusations seriously. But those accusations are baseless. I believe you, she said calmly, stacking her hands one on top of the other on her desk. The school district believes you. The union believes you. Dr. Gardner believes you. There are other issues at play in the school district, however, and they cannot take any chances with this case. Is this because I was holding Ozzy's hand after his restaurant was attacked? There are videos making the rounds on social media. It was clear that you were with your boyfriend. I wasn't fucking him on the sidewalk, Carla. I was holding his hand, I shouted, grabbing my hair in frustration. I know, Mr. Walker, I know. So because I'm whatever I am, I'm losing my job? You're not losing your job. You'll go on extended leave with pay. One of the issues brought to my attention was that having a queer teacher be under investigation for grooming might increase bullying against our queer and questioning students. We are working very hard to make sure that GCHS is an inclusive and safe environment, and starting the school year with these accusations hanging over my head makes it harder for the students. Yes, it can. Do I have any chance in hell of getting back in the classroom? Maybe not at the high school level, but yes, I do think you'll be able to teach again, she said. The way she couldn't look at me, though, made me doubt her words. I have some friends at Texas State. It'd be a good fit, and they're desperate for math teachers. But I specifically want to work with teenagers. Definitely don't say that to anyone else. Stop acting like that's such a terrible thing, I cried. I've already told you that Mr. Page was a critical adult in my life. I didn't even know I was gay. I just knew I liked being in his classroom, and he followed up with me after the accident. He's the one who encouraged me to get my degree. All I want to do is provide that same kind of support for the teens in this community. How the hell is that getting twisted into some narrative that I've harmed them? People with their own agenda will do that, Mr. Walker. Yeah, except the people in this case are my family members, and that's giving it extra weight. That is also true, though their being arrested yesterday did somewhat reduce their credibility. You're my union rep. We should be fighting this, I said, banging the side of my fist on her desk. We are, Mr. Walker, I promise you. I'm just telling you where we are now. School starts in less than a month. I know. I'm so sorry. We have to do what's best for everyone involved. So even though this doesn't feel like it's good for anyone except my mother, this is the way we're going forward. Yes, because we have to think about what's good for the future of the school, for the future of the students, for the future of your career. I stood. Thank you for letting me know. Mr. Walker, she started. I walked out the door, not waiting for her to finish. Numb, I got into my truck and made my way to my apartment, where I sat on the couch and stared at the wall. My phone buzzed over and over again, but Ozzy was right. No good could come from a buzzing phone. I flipped on one of the queer shows Ozzy had suggested, then cried into a throw pillow as I saw those kids fighting for some fucking sliver of humanity. I didn't even fully understand my own sexuality, and I was already tired of the fact that homophobia was the expectation. About halfway through the first season, someone started banging on my door. Walker! It was Ozzy, and I couldn't face him. Walker, I know you're home. I see your car. Why aren't you answering your phone? I snaked my hand out of my blanket burrito and picked up my silenced phone, turning on the screen. 7 missed texts and 3 missed calls from Ozzy. I'm sorry, I just need to be alone, I called out. Walker, open the door. Sigh and I sat up and tightened the blanket around me. He continued to knock, so I stood, wiggled my knee so that it wouldn't give out, then trudged to the door. I opened it a crack. My mother called the school and admitted she was the one who put in the anonymous report, and she told them I had groomed Leo. What? When you came by to get your tire repaired, the joke we made about getting him and Lovett together, the fact that we've all facilitated them meeting up, she's spinning that into some nefarious scenario. How is that grooming? I don't know. I was teaching him to be gay by telling him to wait until he was a more appropriate age. So they could just say whatever they want and ruin your career? Looks like it. Are you going to let me in? I need some time to myself. I feel like everything I touch turns to shit, and I don't want to fuck up any other areas of your life. Baby, he said, leaning against the doorframe, you going through a hard time isn't bringing shitty things into my life. This is why people come together, so that we can support each other through shit like this. I hear you, but I need some time to be not okay. I spent 5 years getting my degree, 1 year actually teaching and failing partially, plus 1 summer trying to make it all better. And now they're not even letting me teach this semester. So I'll be fine. I just fucking need a moment. He opened his mouth to protest, but stopped himself. I'm here for you, and I'm going to check in on you. Thank you. I gently closed the door in his face, knowing I'd lied to him. I didn't know if I would be okay ever again.
Chapter 28. Ozzy. On Saturday, we were scheduled to install the first set of bunk beds at Lupe. I showed up early. I didn't want to be there, not without Walker anyway, but he was still in his self-imposed exile. I knew he was alive because he kept telling me he was okay through his door, which he still wouldn't open for me. I didn't know how to help him fix this, and it had been 2 days since I'd laid eyes on him, and I was fucking losing it. I was also ignoring the small voice inside my head that said he might not want my help after all this. "Morning, sunshine," Leo said, opening the door for me. "What's wrong? Normally I'd tease you about coming out in public looking less than perfect, but something tells me this isn't a joking matter." "They're not letting him teach this semester," I said glumly. "What? Is this still about that report?" he asked. "The school district called me and I told him it was bullshit, that he'd only ever been supportive, nothing gross, not ever." "They believed you, Leo," I said, trying to calm him. "But it can still be spun to look bad, and Mrs. Walker threatened to go to the bigger news markets and tell them that Seguin ISD doesn't protect its kids if Walker gets reinstated." "That bitch," he grunted, shaking his head. "Leo, I can't believe they're doing that to him. He was my favorite teacher. Who's going to teach woodshop?" "They're not going to have shop this semester." "What the fuck?" he said, the vein in his forehead bulging. "I agree, and I know it's upsetting, but we've got this project to get done. I don't know about you, but I need to focus on something positive, and then this evening I'm going to try again to visit with Walker." "What do you mean, try?" "He's been holed up in his apartment for days, watching, as far as I can tell, every sad gay movie out there." "Oh, that's no good." "No shit. Are you worried about you two? This is a lot for a brand new relationship," Leo said, sounding way too fucking adult. "Maybe. In the space of a couple of days, he lost his family, he lost his career, and he lost his privacy. Even without a big news story, pretty much everyone in town knows why he suddenly disappeared. He didn't want to come out like that, obviously, so now he just wants to hide. Honestly, that's not an entirely unreasonable response. He can't even help with today's installation because they recommended he stay away from kids." Leo stood to his full height, squaring his jaw. "That is such bullshit. And the way he was basically outed all over the place, double bullshit. Not going to get any pushback from me on that, dude." Leo curled his hands into fists. "Fine. I've got to go meet Major to pick up some supplies from the school. I'll be right back," he said, grabbing the keys to the Lupe van. "Okay, I'll be here." 5 minutes later, Major walked in alone. "Hey, Oz, you ready to get started?" Sure, but I thought Leo was meeting you at the school to pick up the supplies." Major shook his head. "No, he and I got everything from the school yesterday." "Why would he lie about—" I stopped, face-palming. "Holy shit, I know where he went." "Okay, you can enlighten me?" "Pretty sure he went to confront the Walkers." He grimaced. "That's not going to end well." "You're telling me." "Need me to go with you?" "No, I think more people will only escalate the situation, but tell Hen I might need bail money." "Come on, Oz, it's not that." Major stopped and shook his head. "Never mind, I was about to say it's not that dramatic, but then again, I've met Walker's parents." "Exactly." Seconds later, I was back in my Chevelle racing toward Walker Tire's main location. Even though it didn't take me long to get back to Seguin, every minute felt like another disaster waiting to happen. As I approached the shop, I spotted the big 15-passenger van with the Lupe logo on the side. Leo had angled it so no one could get in or out of the bays, and the driver's side door hung open. Shit. I screeched to a halt in the parking lot and ran into the office where Leo was standing over Walker's dad, yelling, "You take it back now! Stop lying about Mr. Walker! He was the best teacher and you're lying about him! He was encouraging you down the wrong path." "I need no encouragement to go down the wrong path, you blowhard. He's the only one who makes me want to go down the right path." "Leo," I shouted, pulling him back. "This is not how we handle things. We go through proper channels." "This is my proper channel," he retorted, shaking me off like a fly on a horse's ass. Adding fuel to the fire, Walker's mom came into the office, waving a cell phone. "I called the police, and they said a cruiser was just down the block." "You," Leo pointed at her with every ounce of his righteous anger. "You did this to Mr. Walker." "Leo, we've got to get out of here," I said, trying and failing to move him. She pointed right back at him, and in other circumstances, the 1.5-foot height difference between them might have made for an amusing image. "You dirty, nasty boy, trying to do disgusting things with adults. It's not dirty to have a crush, you hag. Seriously, lady, you have your head so firmly shoved up your ass. Did you know that Mr. Walker didn't even realize he was gay until a few weeks ago? I'm the one who had to tell him." Despite the seriousness of the situation, I couldn't help but snort. Fucking Leo. However, the arrival of a patrol car was not humorous in the slightest. "Leo, the police are here. You need to step away from Mr. and Mrs. Walker, and you need to shut up." "Fuck these assholes." "Leo, seriously, shut the fuck up right now." "What seems to be the problem here, folks?" the officer asked as he entered the already crowded space. "These two are trespassing and threatening me and my husband," Mrs. Walker cried, pointing at us. The officer looked up at Leo, putting his hand on his gun. Leo raised his hands, and so did I. "I'm not threatening her, officer," Leo said respectfully. "I'm just saying that she's a stupid bigot." I dropped my head to my chest. "Leo, shut up." "Regardless, if they asked you to leave, then you're trespassing," the officer said. "That's what happened," Mrs. Walker said, sneering at me. "We asked them to leave, and they refused." "You are a lying liar who lies," Leo shouted. "Leo," I hissed as the officer reached for his handcuffs. "Shut up." I was, unfortunately, familiar with what was going to happen next. "Y'all are shitty parents," Leo said, ignoring me. "And I know about shitty parents." "Leo, we are about to get arrested. Please shut up. For the love of God, please just shut up." Leo's eyes widened when he finally clocked the handcuffs. "Okay, Ozzy." "Thanks for bailing us out, Beckett," I said as the clerk handed me a Ziploc bag containing everything that had been in my pockets when the officer had brought me in. "Glad I could return the favor," he retorted, holding back a laugh. "I'm just glad I'm not the one who got arrested this time." "This isn't funny." "It's a little funny," Leo said, sauntering out of the police station like he owned the place. I stepped into the sunlight and was confronted by my Uncle Ryan, still in his uniform, and the Lost Boys crew minus a certain teacher. Joel stepped forward. He hugged me tight. "I brought in Sawyer because he has connections out the wazoo," he said in a low voice. I sent a salute to Sawyer, who was wearing his usual suit and tie. "Thanks, man." "No problem. I have a lawyer friend who owed me one." "She called the Walker's lawyer while you were in the slammer," Joel said, grinning. I rolled my eyes. "This is not a Broadway musical set in the 1920s, Joel. We were in county lockup." He wrinkled his nose at me. "You have zero flair for someone as fashionable as you are. Anyway, she proposed a ceasefire of sorts." "How so?" "She got Walker's parents to drop the trespassing charges, retract the allegations against Walker with the school, and sign an agreement not to go to the press. In return, we, including Tommy, drop our charges against them." I looked him in the eye. "I can't ask you to do that, man. And Tommy, we were pretty much able to restore everything with $2 worth of cleaners and some elbow grease." "But the window was expensive, and the replacement has taken forever to come in, but it's not the end of the world," he said calmly. "Certainly not as bad as the kids not having Walker in class. That's way worse. But I'll let you make the final call." "Wait," Leo said. "They're going to get away with it?" No, not really, Beckett explained. They'll have to promise to never use Walker's sexuality against him in public. Big whoop, Leo grumbled. Joel patted Leo's arm. They won't be getting away with anything. They destroyed what was left of their family to make a point. That already hurt Walker, and he shouldn't also have his career blown up just so we can get our insurance money. I'd rather drop the charges and have Walker where he should be. My uncle held up his phone. I just texted Hendricks, and he offered to take care of anything insurance would have. I can't ask him to do that, I said. I think you and I both know that my son is going to do whatever the hell he wants to. It'll be easier for everyone involved if you just let him pay what needs to be paid. Fine, I huffed. But can we talk about the way he's been looking lately? Worry darkened my uncle's face. I agree. It's bad. His mother and I have put aside our differences to see what we can do to convince him to come home and stay for a while, like Mr. Page wanted. Sawyer stepped up. Sheriff will do whatever it takes. If it were up to me, I'd have already dragged him off the road. You and me both. But today is about Walker and Leo, and the fact that they are going to do their level best to avoid getting arrested again. Leo shrugged. I make no promises. The Lost Boys shared a laugh, and I turned to Joel. And we're 100% certain that the school district will reinstate Walker? I asked because if that wasn't the case, none of this would matter. Joel nodded. Our lawyer talked to the union rep and the school district's legal counsel, and they agreed. Dr. Gardner said she would love for Walker to return and that it would solve a lot of problems for her as well, because they hadn't updated the class offerings and dozens of kids had signed up for the shop class in protest. I didn't know how Leo had managed to arrange that from a jail cell, but I was sure it was all his doing. All right then, let's make a deal. Looking around, I still felt like I had a hole right in the middle of my guts. Has anyone talked to Walker? Joel gripped my shoulder. He's not answering his phone. That boy, I shook my head. I love him, but he is stubborn as hell. Something shifted in Joel's face. What? You love him? Probably for the last year, I said, shaking my head. And he's so bound and determined to blame himself for his parents' actions. He feels like he's the reason why this has all gone to shit, and of course he's not. He makes everything better. Joel's grin could be seen from 3 counties away. Then go get your man. Tell him he's got his job back. Chapter 29. Walker. Walker, open the damn door. No, I yelled back from my blanket burrito on the couch. Leave me alone. I will not. Augustus Walker Jr., you will open this door right now or I will open it for you. I'm a mess. That was true. I hadn't bathed in a few days and my apartment was not fit for public consumption. I don't care, Ozzy yelled back, jiggling the handle. I just replaced that whole assembly. Don't break it. Then open the door. Disgruntled, I wrapped my blanket around me and stood, swaying from hours of being in one place. Fuck, my knee hated me. I limped over to the door and yanked it open. What? I practically shouted. God, how did Ozzy get sexier every time I saw him? His eyes were dark with anger as he pushed past me into my living room. Shaking his head, he gestured at the empty pizza boxes and dirty paper plates. What is this mess in here? This is not you. Have you even taken a shower in the last 3 days? No, but I've washed my pits if that's your concern. No, my concern is that you're going to turn into a mummy if you stay wrapped up in that goddamn blanket. And weren't you watching this series the last time I came by? I may have watched it a few times, I admitted. That's it. We're getting you in the shower, he said, looking past me to my bedroom. Pushing his shoulder to make him pay attention, I whined. Can't you just leave me alone? My life is falling apart. I get a couple of days of mourning, don't I? No, you don't. He shook his head, hands on his hips as he glared down at me. You've got class starting in 2 weeks, and you need to get your shit together. Ha, ha, not funny, I said, rubbing my chest at how not funny it was. Reaching out, he ruffled my hair, then drew back his hand, probably a little greasier than it went in. As it turns out, when you leverage jail time against your parents' desire to tank your educational career, they fold pretty quickly. What? I asked, confused and hopeful for the first time in days. I reached for my phone, discovering dozens of missed calls and texts. Sawyer had a lawyer friend of his offer a deal to your parents' lawyer. We'll ask the city to drop the charges against them if they retract the report to the school district and sign an agreement stating that their allegations against you were baseless and promising not to revive them to the media or elsewhere. And the school district knows about this. They're on board. Your union rep has been arguing your case very persuasively. And Dr. Gardner needs you because Leo has threatened to lead a student uprising if you aren't there on the first day of class. But what about the charges? The county attorney doesn't have to go along with the deal. My grandfather has a lot of pull with local judges, Walk. But he doesn't like you, I said bluntly, then immediately felt bad about it. Sorry, Oz, He stopped me with a shake of his head. Oh, you're right about that. But he likes having something to hold over your grandfather more than he dislikes me, so... Yeah. There's some paperwork to be filled out, but the county attorney has agreed to the deal. What about the insurance, though? First off, you're more important than some insurance payout. Besides, Ginger came in clutch with the paint removal techniques, and the only thing after that was the window and Tommy's medical costs, all of which Hen's going to cover. Actually, he liked the idea of the restaurant so much, he's buying into the entire syrup project. Are you shitting me? I almost didn't want to believe what I was hearing, because I'd been catastrophizing everything ever since my rep had called me into her office. Wait, I thought you hated calling it that. Doesn't matter, he said, frog marching me toward my bedroom. What matters is you smell like you've been eating nothing but leftover pizza for days, and we need to do something about it before you become a villain out of Spaceballs. I let the blanket fall, and yeah, it did smell like pepperoni funk. Holding his nose, Ozzy gestured for me to undress, then grabbed the blanket and tossed it into the hamper along with my stinky clothes. In my bathroom, Ozzy handed me my toothbrush before starting the shower. While I brushed and swished, he stripped, and then he pulled me under the spray with him. I was still in shock as he soaped me up and washed my hair, being so gentle with me I couldn't even put words to it. Only when he started rinsing me off did relief finally hit me. I really have my job back? With steam rising around us, he took my face in both hands and kissed me. Yes, Walk, you're a teacher again. I can't believe you got them to back down. That was Joel and Sawyer, and one of Sawyer's friends. But they did it 'cause of you, I said, my voice barely working as I blinked up at him. Actually, they did it because of you. Dr. Gardner said, and I quote, Walker needs to be in that classroom. I need to call her. Yes, you do. But first things first, he said, smiling as he pressed his lips to mine. He then kissed me until thoughts of anything else fled. Once he'd rearranged my brain cells, he held me, swaying under the hot water. This was exactly what had been missing while I was stuck in my blanket burrito of solitude. Ozzy was everything I never knew I always needed. He was strong, sexy, and well-dressed. Unless he was naked, in which case he was hung. Every part of my body tingled with memories of his talented mouth, hands, and cock. Are you getting hard? He asked, amused. So what if I am? I shot back, laying on the country boy drawl I knew he loved. What sounds good to you, baby? Fuck or get fucked? His soft lips brushed my forehead, and I was overcome with the reminder of all the things that were nearly taken from me. Fuck, I replied, aware of my need to take back control of my life. I yanked him down for another kiss. You want to take out your frustration on me, baby? See your cum dripping out of me? You got the test results? I asked. God, it seemed like that trip to San Marcos had been ages ago. He nodded. In our inboxes as we speak. Then, yeah, I definitely want to see my cum dripping from you. Get your ass ready for me. Oz grinned down at me, palming my biceps. Bossy is a good look on you. Why do you think I became a teacher? I said, stepping out of the tub. He prepped while I toweled off in my bedroom, read the email he'd forwarded to me, and then forwarded my results to him. When he appeared at the door naked and wet, wiggling his phone at me, my jaw went slack. Winking, he tossed the phone on the side table and crawled onto the bed on all fours. Looking over his shoulder at me, he tilted his hips, putting his perfect ass on display. I laughed for what felt like the first time in forever. Fuck, Ozzy. I can see why the other guys knew about me right away. How was I supposed to not be mesmerized by this ass? He leaned down on his forearm, swaying his hips to increase the effect. 100 squats a day, Walker. You better be looking at my ass all the time. Yes, sir, I said, knee walking up behind him to palm the firm muscle. Spreading his cheeks, I dove forward, licking him from his balls to his tight entrance. For a beginner, you're so damn good at that, he grunted. Smiling, proud of myself, I continued to go after his most sensitive places. He seemed to like it when I thumbed his no man's land while pushing the tip of my tongue into him. Fuck, baby. He lost his battle with the words as I moved to suck and tease his balls, keeping my thumb pressed into that happy spot. Sliding a little farther down, I took his cock into my mouth, enjoying the salty taste on my tongue. He cursed, hitting the bed with the side of his fist. I sat back on my haunches, taking in his perfect body wet with my spit. Lube, I managed to choke out, and seconds later the bottle hit my head. Ouch, I said, rubbing the spot where he'd clocked me even as I flipped open the bottle. Sorry, not sorry, he threw back over his shoulder. You're taking me apart, country boy. My aim was always bound to be shit. Chuckling, I slicked my hand, pressing first my pointer, then my middle finger into him. He cursed again, clenching and releasing around me as I stroked him internally, thumb back on the button, sucking his cock for all it was worth. You keep doing that and I'm gonna come so fucking hard. Good, I said, then continued going after him. He began to pant and his balls drew up tight before I pulled away at the last second. No, please, he begged. I needed those words, needed to hear him beg. Stroking my cock, I notched up against him. You sure you're okay with going bare? So much more than okay. Please, please, please. I pushed inside his hot body and, fuck. This felt amazing. I rested for a second, kissing the back of his neck, letting him get used to me while I tried to reel back the orgasm that threatened too soon. I love this part of you back here, right under your ear. It's like a secret spot where I can hang out and just kiss on you, I whispered. His breath hitched as my lips continued working over the sensitive skin. It's all yours. Once the stranglehold of his body let up, I rolled my hips back, then surged forward, back and forward, again and again until he was pushing up against me, his forehead to the bed as he moaned words of praise. I gripped his hips and fucked into him as hard as I could, loving it when his body rocked with each thrust. That's right, Walk. Like that. Harder. That was all the permission I needed. I could have kept it at that rhythm and everyone would have been happy, but I had to go up a gear. Speeding up, I ignored the twinge in my knee, sending all of my power into his body. Time to fly. Fucking hell, country boy. You're so goddamn strong. Am I hurting you? I asked, realizing I might not know enough to be more careful with him. No, baby. Keep doing what you're doing. Maybe just tilt your... I shifted my hips, angling my cock until I had him babbling. He was practically drooling as I hit that spot over and over again. Fuck, Walker. Love you so much, he cried. I stuttered to a stop. What? He looked back and must have seen something in my shocked face.
Grinning, he pulled away from me, spinning onto his back, flanking me with his long, strong legs.
You heard what I said. I love you, and I mean that. He was unreal, spread out before me, his knee lifted in invitation, the smile on his face a combination of joy and pain, invitation and need. I love you too, I said, leaning forward to push inside him again. He tilted his head back, raising his Adam's apple for me to lean in and taste. Fuck, country boy, you're so good at this, he muttered, yanking me down for a kiss as he rolled his hips, forcing me deeper. I had a good teacher. His smile could have powered the city. As I gazed into Ozzy's beautiful eyes, everything hit me all at once. The things I'd almost lost, the future I had right in front of me. It was all because of him, and my other friends who'd somehow become more of a family to me than my own blood. Gratitude and ecstasy combined, swirling away the thoughts in my head until I was nothing but pleasure, until he was nothing but writhing need. Angling my hips just so, I drove into him again and again, until I was coming and so was he. Together, like it was always meant to be. Chapter 30. Ozzy. Holy shit, this fits into the alcove perfectly, I said, giving the bunk bed a final push before placing a kiss on Walker's forehead. Ooh, 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 Leo said, and the other Lupe regulars joined in on the commentary. Trouble maker. Hush, I said, pulling Walker closer. After last Saturday's attempt to install the bunk beds, we were back this weekend to finish the job, and this time I had my man with me. I was so damned happy. The situation was still evolving, but Mrs. Walker had retracted her complaint. The city had officially declined to bring charges against the Walkers for the vandalism, and Walker's union rep had his back at every turn. Even Dr. Gardner, who'd needed to maintain a neutral facade until things were resolved, had apologized that she hadn't been able to be more forthcoming about her feelings on the matter. Despite all that, Walker was worried that he was going to get to the school next week and be marched right back out the door. I knew it wouldn't happen, but I spent as much time as he needed assuaging his fears and reminding him that he was a damn good teacher, and everyone knew it. Now that things were moving in the right direction, he and I had been going at each other like a couple of starving men. This morning I'd woken up to his mouth on my cock, and I was not complaining. I returned the favor by showing him the wonders of docking, which left him looking like the world's most relaxed starfish. Walker had warned me to keep it appropriate while we installed the bunk beds, but I didn't think there was anything inappropriate about a forehead kiss. As for what I'd be doing to him later, well, I hoped we'd be getting highly inappropriate. We fitted the last of the double-sized bunk beds we'd made during our test run. Hendricks had sent a donation to pay for the mattresses, while Sawyer donated new linens and blankets. Wow, this place looks less like juvie and more like an actual home, Leo said, running his hand along the wood Walker and I had carefully sanded and polished. Leo and I had spoken again about his stress over not knowing where he'd go once he aged out of Lupe. He still had the entire school year ahead of him, but the Lost Boys had come up with a plan to give him the security he needed now. I eyed Major, and he nodded. Hey, Leo, Ginger called from the living room. Yeah? We've got 2 new kids coming in tonight from our hill country friends, so we're going to need you to make them comfortable. The calculation was visible in Leo's eyes. But we've only got 1 bed available. That's true. I guess we're going to have to free up another. Leo fought to keep a neutral face, but he couldn't hide his anxiety. Major shook his head. I'm sorry, guys. I can't do this to the poor kid. We laughed, and Beckett beckoned Leo closer. Leo took a few nervous steps toward us as Major dug a small box out of his tool belt. Handing the box to Leo, he said, Consider this a belated birthday present. Chewing on his lip, Leo ripped open the box. His eyes flew to Major, confused. It's a key. It's the key to my house. I don't get it. You're 18 now. While you are welcome to stay at Lupe for the rest of the school year, you have the option of moving in with me. You can stay in my guest room until we clean out the spare. There's nothing but a bunch of boxes there right now, but we'll fix that." "I can stay in the guest room," Leo said, stuffing his hands into his pockets. "No need to make up a whole nother room for me." Major pulled him into a hug. "I won't have you acting like a guest in your own home, Leo." Leo swallowed thickly. "Oh." Major released Leo and put an arm around Walker's shoulder. "Besides, Walker here is trying to improve his woodworking skills, and we figured the three of us could work together to build furniture for you." "Are you serious right now?" Leo asked. Major's smile was so warm even I felt reassured by it. "We are. You've been apprenticing with me for over a year now, and I know you very well. You're a joker, but you know how to get down to business when it's time. I've talked to Ginger and some of the other folks here, and they agree that you're a good housemaid. You're kind, you're clean, and you support the new kids." "But if I move into your house, how can I help the kids here?" "The thing is, moving into my place officially makes you a lost boy, and lost boys help out at Lupe." Leo swallowed tightly, then dropped his chin to his chest. "Bastards. Making me cry in front of everyone?" "You're welcome, buddy." Major dragged Leo into a hug, holding him as he cried into Major's shoulder. "Ginger took the initiative and packed your clothing, so if you want, you're moving in right away." Sniffling, Leo stepped back, wiping his eyes. "Really?" "Yes, really. Besides, we weren't kidding. Our friends out of Wildheart have 2 kids, 13 and 14, who need beds. If we get them here tonight, they can start school on time." "Okay, then. Wait. Does that mean I don't even get to sleep in the bunk beds I helped make?" Walker grabbed Leo's arm. "Like Major said, we'll be working together to build you your own bed." Leo's big chest hitched. We surrounded him in a group hug as he broke down again. "Seriously, I hate all of you," he said through big gulping sobs. None of us believed that for a second. Once we were all composed again, we set about making dinner. Just before we sat down to a feast of spaghetti and meatballs, we got a notification that there were people at the entrance. Ginger grinned at Leo, punched his arm, and said, "Follow me." We watched from the kitchen as Leo and Ginger went up to the front gate and let in a truck with Wildheart Ranch painted on the side. "Is that love it?" Walker whispered as we watched the truck roll up to the chow house. "Yup," Major whispered back. "Holy shit. Are they making their move?" I asked. Major nodded. "In a way. They still want to wait until Leo's out of school, but they also know that Leo's a special guy." Lovett parked the truck in front of us and hopped out. I spied subtle makeup and soft pink nail polish along with their ranch chic outfit, well-worn Wranglers, a silver and turquoise belt buckle, beat-up cowboy boots, a white t-shirt, and a pretty straw cowboy hat, which they removed when Leo walked up to them. Walker nodded appreciatively. "Look at Lovett, playing the long game." Leo's cheeks went red as Lovett opened the door to the truck and handed him a pair of overnight bags. The 2 teens who stepped out looked like a lot of the kids who came in from Wildheart. Underweight, frightened, and more than a little traumatized. But they were wearing new clothes and shoes. New everything. The adults stepped aside as the Lupe kids joined the newcomers, introducing themselves and offering handshakes, or hugs if both parties felt comfortable. "We were about to sit down to eat," Ginger said with a smile. "Have you all eaten? There's plenty." Lovett's eyes slid to Leo. "We'd love to join you." Stealing one of Leo's moves, the Lost Boys colluded to ensure Leo and Lovett were seated next to each other. Lovett was a little taller and wider than Walker, yet they looked petite next to Leo. Lovett, it seemed, wasn't the only one with a decent amount of game. Leo spent the dinner being a complete gentleman, using his napkin, not speaking with his mouth full, and passing the plates that Lovett couldn't reach. Playing it cool, he leaned over and whispered something into Lovett's ear that had them throwing back their head with laughter. By the time we dug into the peach cobbler Wren had dropped off earlier in the day, Lovett and Leo were holding court, telling stories, one-upping each other in front of the new kids. When Leo walked Lovett out to the truck at the end of the evening, he kept a respectful distance, but we all saw the mutual chemistry. As the Wild Heart truck disappeared down the road, Leo started toward the bunkhouse on autopilot. "Hey, Leo," Major said, hooking a thumb toward his own truck. "Home's this way." Leo stopped in his tracks and swallowed hard. He turned to Ginger, and we all caught the tear tracking down his cheek. "Oh, fuck," he said quietly. She smiled, her eyes bright but sad. "My sentiments exactly, big guy." "Thank you so much," he said, pulling her into a massive hug. "You changed my life." "Ditto, kid." Not gonna lie, we were all misty by the end of it. Major smacked my shoulder. "This is why we do it." "Long live the Lost Boys," I said. "Long live the Lost Boys," he called back. Walker held my hand as we made our way up my front porch steps. "Today was amazing," he said, leaning into me as I opened the door. It was. Mr. Page really knew what he was doing with his will, giving us those assignments. He was so proud of you. Do you think he knew about me? Like, that I could be like this with you? I bet he suspected. But you didn't need to be queer for Mr. Page to know you were a good guy. "Yeah?" he asked, fisting my shirt. Once we were inside, I pushed him up against the door, kissing him slow and deep, just the way he liked it. We melted against each other, and his hands landed on my ass. Guys," a gravelly voice said from the dark. "Sorry, figured I should let you know I was here before you started getting naked." I spun around right as Walker stepped out in front of me. "Who the fuck are you?" he growled into the pitch-black living room. I snapped on the overhead light, and my jaw dropped. "Hendricks?" I rushed to my cousin. I hadn't recognized his voice. "Are you—" "Jesus, Hen, you look like you haven't slept in 6 months." His laugh was brittle. "Why do people keep saying that to me? My answer never changes. I look like I haven't slept in 6 months because, drum roll, I haven't slept in 6 months. Sorry to drop in on you like this," he said, his voice wrecked. "I'm sorry," Walker said. You startled me, man. I thought you were in Eastern Europe. Mexico City, actually." "What the hell happened?" I asked. "I'm sure it's all over the news," Hen said. "We've been volunteering out at Lupe all day," I said, reaching for my phone. The top headlines in my search made my stomach drop to the floor. Rock festival opens with punk drama. Punk god Hendrix Kavanaugh collapses on stage. Hendrix Kavanaugh leaves Mexico City Hospital AMA after collapse. Mexico City? Weren't you in Prague like 2 days ago? Yeah? They asked us to sub in for the opener. Flew in last night for a fucking 11 a.m. start time. Who the fuck gets up before noon? Biggest crowd I ever saw, though." "Wait, did this all happen today?" I asked, trying to follow his words. He closed one eye, scrunching his nose. "It's still Saturday, right? What time zone are we in?" "Same time zone as Mexico City. And yes, Saturday." Taking a big breath, he nodded. "Yeah, sounds about right." "No," I said, shaking my head as I pulled him into my arms. "There's nothing right about any of that. First of all, weren't you supposed to have 3 days off in Prague? And why did you leave the hospital?" Hendricks let me hold him for a lot longer than he usually did, and that scared me more than the damned headlines. "I told the ambulance driver to take me to the airport," he said into my chest. "But they didn't understand me." I shared a look with Walker, who looked as worried as I did, and followed my line of sight and stepped away from the hug. "Sorry for barging in on your romantic time," he said, his eyes hooded. "Nice to see you, man. Seems like you're making my cousin real happy." Walker shared a smile with me. "It's mutual. But don't you worry about that. What can we do to help you?" "I haven't talked to Ren yet, but I'm gonna see if he'll give me another shot at staying in the rental Mr. Page set aside for me. Mind if I hang here for a few days till we get that settled? I can't stand the thought of another hotel room. Of course, man. But should you be in the hospital? I asked. No. Fuck no. I canceled the rest of the tour on the way to the airport, then fired my entire management team from the plane. I'm done. I'm so fucking done. Guilt flooded my belly. With all of my new business planning, volunteering, and falling in love, I'd neglected my cousin. Well, you're here now. I'll take care of you. Promise. Sorry, I'm so pathetic, he said, gesturing at himself. I feel like I could sleep for 3 days. Then sleep for 3 days, I said fiercely. Never again. You're not going to do this to yourself ever again. He gave me a grin that was so off I nearly cried. Pretty sure if I try, it'll kill me. I walked into my guest room. I lent him some sweats and a t-shirt, then stood outside the bathroom, worried out of my mind as he took a shower. When he emerged in my clothes, he looked like a little kid swimming in soft cotton. Have you talked to your parents? I asked. Hen's eyes hit the floor as he shook his head. I can't really deal with them right now. Fair. Not pressuring you or anything. But I can tell your dad regrets how he handled your coming out and he misses you. And you know your mom has your back. I know. I just don't know how to handle any of that yet. Of course. You get to do this on your own timeline. He rested his head on my shoulder. So Walker, huh? Looks like that went well, he said, his words starting to meld together. I wrapped an arm around him, afraid he was about to fall over. I love him. Probably have for a lot longer than I'd realized. It was completely unexpected, but he's the best man I've ever known. Hen's smile was sad. You deserve to have the best guy in the world. I'm glad to see you this happy. I drew him into another hug. You deserve to be this happy too. Stay here for a while, okay? Don't make any decisions, just let us take care of you, all right? All right, he said reluctantly. After getting him settled in, I made my way to my bedroom where Walker was waiting for me on the bed. He was leaned up against the wall of pillows, wearing my pajama bottoms, his legs crossed as he smiled at something on his phone. Funny video? I asked, joining him. Something like that. He put the phone down on the nightstand and focused on me. How is he? Drained? Completely drained, I said on a sigh. I don't think I've ever seen somebody so tired in my life. I'll help him get set up with Ren's rental, but I have no clue how to help him after that. I feel so lost. I've discovered that you being you is pretty amazing. Maybe just try that and get some calories into the poor guy. Will do. Good, he murmured as I pushed him back against the pillows, covering him with my body. His eyes twinkled up at me. Hello there. Hello, I replied, returning to the deep, needful kisses I had started at the door. We held each other as we kissed and whispered our I love yous. God, we were magic together. Chapter 31. Walker. Dr. Gardner was waiting for me as I approached my classroom on the first day of school. You have everything you need? She asked, her tone apologetic. I understood the position she'd been in, and we'd talked a lot since things got resolved. Even after my mother retracted her story, Dr. Gardner had still had to go to bat for me in a big way to get the district to approve my reinstatement. In my mind, she had nothing to apologize for. Yep, I'm going to throw a pop quiz first thing, just to keep them on their toes. You're going to traumatize them, you know, she said with a chuckle. That's the job, Dr. Gardner. Traumatize them out of the gate so they'll cooperate for the rest of the year. You know what? I might add that bit of sage advice to our next teacher in-service day. Let me know if you want me to put it in a PowerPoint. She smiled and patted my arm. I'm glad you're here today. So am I. I didn't actually traumatize my geometry students, though I did give them an ungraded quiz explaining that the results would help me know where they were and that it wouldn't count against their final average. A few nervous students checked in with me after class to re-verify that it wasn't going to impact their grade, and I was happy to reassure them. This just helps me figure out where geometry falls apart for my students so I can make the curriculum work better for you. You see and use geometry everywhere in life, whether or not you realize it. I want what I teach you to be meaningful. Meaningful? One of the football players asked, incredulous. I just need to pass this shit. I put my hands on my hips like a real teacher. Fair enough. You don't mind if we have a little fun while we're at it, though, do you? No, Teach. I suppose that's okay. Before leaving the classroom, the football player, Tate, stopped in front of me, towering over me as many of the kids did. What's your gym routine, Teach? It's pretty standard. My boyfriend and I get up early, jog a couple of miles, then we alternate yoga and weights. Boyfriend? You're gay? I waited a beat, extremely aware of the environment, and then took a breath. I'm still working out the specifics. Bye, probably. That why they put you in charge of the shop class? Because Mr. Page was gay? I don't know. Maybe. He laughed. I think there's a guy on the team that might be, on the rainbow. With everything that had gone on this summer, I hadn't had a chance to sit with my new understanding of how important Mr. Page had been to me. He wasn't just a shop teacher. He wasn't even just a gay teacher. He was the one who had made it all right for kids to be themselves. Even though I didn't know who I was back then, knowing I'd had a gay teacher in school made all the difference when I was finally able to examine my own sexuality over a decade later. Refocusing on the kid in front of me, I asked, how does that make you feel, knowing someone on the team might not be straight? He shrugged, a big move since his shoulders were nearly the width of the door. I don't give a shit. I mean, the main question is, can he tackle? Yes? Great. He stopped to think it through. Team cohesion is a huge thing. Like, I don't know if you played football, but I never played football. But I was on the baseball team, so I'm aware. So, if we play like shit, it fucks up everything. Scholarships, relationships with our parents, kids in the hallway. I get it. Let me ask you this. Would you let someone on the team tell you to stop dating your girlfriend? We broke up yesterday, he said, hanging his head. Dang it. Sorry. Imagine I used a better example. Well, my friend did tell me to stop dating her, and I ignored him because it was none of his business. I put my hand to my ear. It was what? None of his business? Oh, so you do know how to handle someone else's dating preferences. He smiled. That's a good point. Hey, you're actually kind of a good teacher. Thanks, I think. Look, this is what I know about being on a team. If you let one person act like a jerk, it impacts everyone. If you hold the jerks accountable, and you got a good team. And the best teams are the ones where everybody is allowed to be their full selves. I paused. Unless they're jerks. Then you have to go back to rule 1. Tate chuckled. Okay, Teach. I'll keep that in mind. See you this afternoon in shop class. And Tate? Yeah, Teach? It's Mr. Walker. Grinning, he sent me a salute. Okay, Mr. Walker, he said as he made his way down the hall. I switched into my Guadalupe County High t-shirt for shop class, having learned last year that multiple tragedies could befall a nice piece of clothing. I asked the class about their summers and told them about things we'd decided to change in terms of class projects. Leo stood in the back, smiling proudly. Since our prototypes went so well, we decided to build the rest of the bunk beds for the kids at Lupe, and if we have time, closet organizers. What do you think we'll need for those projects? The class got into it, naming off the various supplies, getting most of them right. Tate called out. Good measurements, Teach. Mr. Walker. Thanks, Tate. And you're right. If we got all these supplies and sloppy measurements, it'll get ugly fast. Won't this be complicated? One of the girls up front asked. I gave her a so-so gesture. I teach geometry, so my measure of what's complicated might be off. But I know that just because something is complicated, like geometry, doesn't mean it's not doable. I have faith in us, Leo called from the back. The class found that funny because teenagers love to meet sincerity with sarcasm at every turn. When I gave him a small project to tackle before the period ended, though, their eyes all shone with pride as they completed it. I glanced at the carpenter's square that Mr. Page had willed to me and sent him a small prayer of thanks. He knew what he was doing, putting me in his classroom. As I was cleaning up for the day, a freshman girl approached me. "Hi, Mr. Walker." "Hi, Mina, right?" "Yeah," she said, her smile nervous. "Can I help you with something?" "Tate from the football team?" she asked. "Yeah, I know Tate. He said something about you being gay." "Bi, I think. But yes." Her big brown eyes filled with worry. "So, I think I might be a lesbian," she said, her voice dropping off on the last words. "Okay, Mina. Thank you for trusting me with that. That's a good thing to know about yourself, isn't it?" "I don't know," she answered, fidgeting with the strap on her backpack. "Knowing who you are is the first step in being fully and authentically you. And that is an amazing thing," I said, smiling warmly. Her chin wobbled as she shook her head. "My family doesn't think so." That reminded me of an important detail I'd forgotten when she'd walked up to me. Shit. "Oh, your last name is DeWitt, right?" Her face flushed red. "Yes, but I'm not anything like my family." I held up my hands. "I would be the last person to hold your family's actions against you, just so we're clear on that." I ran a hand through my hair, empathizing with her predicament. "But I understand a little better why you'd be worried to discover this about yourself." "I don't even care about woodworking, but they said that the shop teacher was gay, and I thought that maybe, I don't know, maybe this class would be okay." I touched my hand to my heart and wondered if the Lost Boys had ever made Mr. Page feel this way. "Well, I'm glad you're here. I'll let you in on a little secret. I wasn't excited about teaching this class until I started doing it." "But you like it now?" she asked, looking into my eyes as if she was trying to excavate the truth from my soul. "I do. And I especially like that the students know I'm a safe person to talk to about these things, even if Texas is always trying to ban conversations like this or force us to out you to your parents. You should know I'm a little stubborn." She let out a faint laugh. "I am too." "Excellent. I'm happy to be here for you. But you do need to show up on time every day and try your hardest. It's okay if you're no good at woodworking, but it's never okay to give up on yourself. Sometimes my advice was useful for me, too." "Okay," she said, brightening. "Thanks, Mr. Walker." "You're welcome, Mina. And I promise, you being you is exactly what this world needs." Smiling, she sent me a wave as she walked out of the classroom. I packed up for the day, floating on a cloud. "Someone looks happy," Oz said as I stepped into the restaurant. They still had a lot of work to do, but the progress was amazing. The first day of school went better than I thought it would. Dr. Gardner was waiting for me when I arrived, and she was super encouraging. Then I had a kid in geometry ask what he should do about a kid on the football team who might be gay, and he really seemed to listen, I said, shaking my head. And right at the end of shop class, another kid came out to me. "Shit, Walk, you've got to be careful with that," he said, worry in his eyes. "You're right, and I will be. But I was just standing there, and I could hear Mr. Page's words in my ear. Like the stuff the state has us doing for testing makes me want to pull my hair out. Some of the administrators are already on my last nerve, and I don't even want to talk about the condition of the teacher's lounge or how tiny my paycheck is. But I helped 2 kids today. Not just because I was an amazing geometry teacher, which, by the way, I am, or because I'm so good at woodworking. Hint, I'm not." Ozzy laughed as he kissed my cheek. "Yes, I've seen you. But I'm helping to change minds, Oz.
And I get to be there for kids who might not have anybody else to support them.
I don't know. I just didn't expect it to feel so. I don't even know what the word is. I do, he said, tugging on my collar, because it's what I think of when I see you. The word you're looking for is magical. I flushed. Yeah, magical. I'm so fucking proud of you, Walk. You'll be helping kids for decades to come. Gesturing at the state of things around us, I responded, I'm proud of you too. I think we're meant to be here in this town, helping it to grow into something better. I think you're right. He kissed me, lifting me up onto my tiptoes. We'd met here so we could have a few moments alone, but soon he'd have to get back to the bar. I wasn't thinking about that when his lips were on me, though. I kissed him back with everything I had, loving his rumbly groan as he traced kisses along my jawline, down my neck, across my collarbones. Want to give our favorite chair a workout? He asked. Yes, please, I answered, my voice ragged. He lifted me up, holding my weight like it was nothing as I wrapped my legs around his waist. I like how strong you are, I said, kissing him. Funny, I like how you'll be coming under my tongue in about 30 seconds. Hey, I said, smacking his shoulder, that was one time, and you are exceptionally hot, and I can't help it if you have me on a hair trigger. Laughing, he walked me over to the lounge area and dropped me onto the leather chair, which, if I had any say in the matter, would be seeing more action than a porn set. When is the new glass coming in? I asked as I hastily undid my belt. Tomorrow, he said, yanking at the slacks he'd picked out for me, pulling them down along with my underwear. Shame, I said, quickly towing off my shoes so he could finish stripping me. Spreading my thighs wide, he growled appreciatively before taking me to the back of his throat. Oh, hell, I cried, already so fucking close. He chuckled around my cock and pulled off long enough to say, Come on, Mr. Walker. Teach me a lesson. My eyes rolled back as I grabbed his head, pushing him back down, unable to stop how quickly I was spinning up. It was a good thing, too, because we could hear the bell go off next door, signaling the beginning of the evening crowd. He kept taking me apart with his endlessly talented mouth. I settled into the feeling, letting it wash over me, looking forward to this weekend when we could take our time with each other. I came quickly, then felt another jolt of pleasure as Ozzy swallowed around me. He stretched up to kiss me, the taste of my cum sharp on his tongue as I worked my hand into his underwear. I sighed as I grabbed his fat cock, then grinned when he came 3 strokes later. I'm not the only one with a hair trigger, I whispered against his lips. I learned from the best. Minutes later, we finished putting ourselves back together, laughing at the mess we'd made. I reached out and straightened a few tufts of coily hair that had gone a little cattywampus. God, you're so beautiful, I said, looking up at him. I know you got to get back to your responsibilities, and I've got a plan for tomorrow's classes, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere other than here with you right now. Me either, he said, kissing me like he meant it. Chapter 32. Ozzy. Hendricks, true to his word, had slept for 3 days. We were coming up on day 4, and all the Lost Boys had come by to visit at some point or another. Everyone helped out where they could, but Sawyer insisted on sleeping on my couch so he could stay with Hen while I ran the bar. He'd even hired a concierge doctor who'd shown up the day after Hen arrived. The first time his mom, my Aunt Portia, saw him, she turned to my Uncle Ryan and sobbed into his chest. That Hen slept through her tears made her cry even harder. Whenever Hen was awake, there was a lingering sadness in his eyes that I couldn't figure out or make better. Still, I didn't push. Instead, I did as he asked and called Wren, who got the cabin by the water set up. He's not staying there by himself, Sawyer declared after I hung up. Sawyer had an urgency to his tone that felt off. Sawyer, brother, you know we can't make Hen do a damn thing, I responded. I offered to let him stay here as long as he wanted, and he shut me down. Yeah, well, He's not the only stubborn one, Sawyer said, adjusting his tie. He then sent Hen a long look, long enough that I wondered if he remembered I was standing next to him. Huh. I took a closer look, and the tender expression on his face told me a story I wouldn't have ever guessed on my own. Major's words from that night in San Antonio came back to me. That one is a lost cause. My immediate thought was, oh, God, no. Sawyer had to know that Hen was never going to be able to return his feelings. Not long-term, at least. Shit, Sawyer, He silenced me with a glance. Don't worry about it, Oz. He smoothed out his expression. Anyway, I cannot sit here and do nothing while Hendricks is suffering, so I won't. He'll hate every minute of it, but he doesn't have a choice. As soon as the doctor releases him, we'll both be moving into the cabin. I still didn't know how to respond, so I kept it simple. I'm here for you, brother. This thing with Hen, it's going to take all of us. Agreed, he said, taking what had become his usual seat at the foot of Hen's bed. Walker took one look at me as I walked into his apartment and wordlessly grabbed my hand, leading me to his bedroom. He knew I'd been worried about Hen, and that was all he needed to know. For now. Clothes came off, preparations were made, and soon enough I was hovering over him, smiling down at him as he smiled up at me. Make love to me, Oz, he whispered, his expression glowing like the first light of dawn. I kissed a trail up his neck as I pressed the head of my cock against his lubed and stretched entrance. I memorized the way his eyes, so blue, rolled back as his neck arched. The heat of his finely tuned body as I slipped inside, his open-mouthed gasp as I tilted my hips, finding that exact right spot. I love you so much, Walker, I said against his soft lips, taking him in another kiss as I bottomed out. Instead of returning the sentiment aloud, he answered with his body, his rolling hips the perfect counterpoint to my thrusts, his hands exploring my back and ass, his eyes burning with passion, capturing my gaze until I saw only him. We took our time, kissing and bringing pleasure to each other however we could. He wrapped his legs around mine, and I was reminded of all the things I wanted to do with him. With his cock trapped between our slick, sweaty abs, he cried out, coming so beautifully I couldn't believe I got to have this man in my life. I came quickly after, pleasure unraveling fast like a spool of ribbon. Laughing, we separated and cleaned up and came back together in his bed. I love you too, he said, looking at me with such wonder it made my heart thump in my chest. In that moment, I silently promised to Walker and to myself that I'd do everything I could to make forever possible. Epilogue. Walker. It was the day before Thanksgiving break, and I was exhausted. I'd enjoyed the hell out of this semester so far, but I could see why teachers burned out. Wren, however, had been a lifesaver. He'd quietly but persistently kept in touch with me, sharing his experiences, sharing Mr. Page's experiences, and generally keeping me together. Ozzie and Joel had been working their asses off on the new restaurant, and the grand opening was next weekend. Tonight was the soft opening they'd planned for the Lost Boys. Although I wanted to nap for the next 15 years, I was excited and couldn't wait to celebrate everything they'd accomplished. Before I could leave school for an entire glorious week off, however, I needed to make sure the shop was clean. Thankfully, Leo hung around after class and helped me sweep up the sawdust and put away the supplies. Hey, Leo, I appreciate the extra hands, but I know you want to get your break started. I can finish up in here. Despite the fact that his mouth often got out ahead of his brain, Leo had shown some real maturity this semester. I'd spoken with his other teachers, and they all said that he was respectful and turned in his work on time. He was never going to make the honor roll, but he worked hard, and I let him know that his efforts were way more important than his grades. He was doing well at his work with Major, learning and improving his plumbing skills, and we'd all pitched in to make sure that his place at Major's house was cozy and welcoming. Lovett was a frequent visitor, but according to Major, there'd been no overnight stays. They were still playing the long game, and I respected it, especially since Leo was about to spend most of his holiday out at Wildheart helping Lovett with the horses. "Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something," he said, uncharacteristically nervous. I touched his arm. "Are you okay?" "Better than okay," he said, toeing an uneven spot in the floor tile. "You know how I've been apprenticing with Major, right?" "Of course. Looks like you enjoy it." "I do. Plumbing can be kind of gross, but it's also satisfying to fix people's problems." "That sounds like most things," I replied, laughing. "Well, before the semester began, do you remember how I was worried about not having a place to stay after I graduated?" "Which was ridiculous, but yes." "Not really," he said, leveling me with a look. "Lots of people age out of the system into homelessness." "I'm sorry. You're right. I just mean that we'd never let you be homeless," I said, touching his arm. "Go on." He sighed. "At the end of the last school year, my counselor said that I should have enough credits to graduate by the end of this semester. But I kind of ignored her because I figured I needed the extra time at Lupe." "Which you don't now," I said. After everything I'd gone through over the summer, I was extra cautious about showing any affection to students. But I couldn't help but give him a big hug. "Oh my God, that's amazing, Leo. Why didn't you say anything?" "Well, if I couldn't pull off the grades, I didn't want it to be a big deal. But I feel pretty good about my grades now." "Of course you'll get the credits. You work hard and it pays off. Seriously, I am so proud of you." I stopped as the realization hit me. "So, that means I only have you in class for a few more weeks?" "As a student, yeah. You know I'm happy to help whenever you need it, and I'll still be volunteering with everyone." "Lost Boys forever," I said. "Lost Boys forever," he replied, looking a little misty. Something occurred to me. "Wait, you mentioned that Lovett was waiting for you to graduate. Does this mean you two can officially start dating?" Leo's grin was almost as big as his head, and that was saying something. "Yep." "Well, I won't lie. I'll be awfully sad when I come back to school after the winter break and you aren't here." "But you swear you're not disappointed?" "Oh my God, Leo, I could never be disappointed in you. Maybe you don't see it, but a lot of these kids really look up to you. They see the things you've been through, and yet here you are, graduating earlier than anticipated, building a career for yourself, and you're only 18. You're ahead of most people my age, buddy." "You're not just saying that?" "Absolutely not. You should know that, aside from Mr. Page, you're my favorite teacher. I never had anybody help me understand math the way you did, and you make me feel like I'm smart enough to do anything I want to do, even if it turns out what I want to do is plumbing. So, I wanted to tell you, because not many people have my back that way." "Jesus, kid, you're gonna make me cry," I said, pulling him in for another hug. When we parted, we were both wiping away tears. "Okay, Mr. Walker, I've got to get going. I want to get out to Johnson City before the sun goes down. Love doesn't like it when I make the drive after dark." "Love, huh?" I asked, teasing him. His smile said everything. "It's the logical shortening of their name, that's all." "Mm-hmm. You drive safe and say hi to Love for me then." "Will do, Mr. Walker. And I think we can officially drop the Mr. Leo." "Okay, Walker," he said with a big smile. I watched him walk out the door and down the hall, and I knew that everything I'd sacrificed for this life was worth it, even if I was exhausted and running on fumes half the time. If tonight's celebration was for anything other than Ozzy's restaurant, I'd have begged off and gone home, gotten into my pajamas, wrapped myself up in a blanket burrito, and put Heartstopper on the TV. But I wasn't done being proud of the men in my life. Ozzy. I was stressed to the max, mopping sweat off my brow. I glanced at Shanna, the Jamaican chef responsible for all the delicious food we were about to eat. "So, we're good?" "For the 50th time, yes," she said, her accent similar to my mother's, lilting and bossy and calming all at the same time. Has he been like this all day? Walker asked as he strolled into the kitchen. He's been like this all month, Shanna grumped. Is he getting in your hair? A little bit, she said, pointing to her prep station, which I was currently blocking. Sorry, I just want it all to be perfect. I want my mom to be proud. Shanna put down her knife. Your mother's gonna cry big fat tears when you show her the surprise, and then she gonna cry again when she tastes this good home cooking, right? I nodded. She will. She will. Then get out of my kitchen before I put you on the menu. Laughing, Walker tugged on my arm. Come with me to the dining room. Let me buy you a glass of wine and get you out of the way of Shanna's knife. What? No, I don't have time for that. Ozzy, he said, using his teacher voice. You and Joel hired the right people here and at the bar, and they adore you. But you are driving them to drink. Let them do their jobs. Tonight is about celebrating you, not stressing you and them out. Atlas wound his way to the back. Is this one in Shanna's hair again? Atlas was one of my friends from college and had a degree in restaurant management. He was hilarious and flamboyant and the perfect person to manage the restaurant. He also didn't pull any punches when it came to my nervous hovering. Ozzy, darling, if you don't leave the kitchen right now, I'm going to kick your ass, he said. That would have been a feat, given that he was wearing a sheer muumuu over a bodysuit with stiletto boots. Walker dragged me out to the small bar area. Ozzy, baby, come on. Enjoy a glass of wine with me before somebody murders you. I happen to love you a whole hell of a lot, and that would put a damper on our relationship. Fine, but only because I'm being harangued within an inch of my life by you people. We made our way into the main dining room, and Joel grinned as he and Tristan moved around, lighting the candles in the pretty green glass holders on each table. He being a pest in there? Shanna and Atlas have already threatened bodily harm, Walker said, perusing the wall of wines. So we're right on schedule. He and Walker bumped fists, then Walk chose my favorite red, and we wound our way to the long line of tables we'd pushed together for tonight's special guests. I uncorked the bottle and poured generously for both of us. How was school? I asked before taking a long drink. It was good, he said, tipping back his own glass. Did you know the Leo's graduating early? I nodded. I'm proud of him. And you didn't tell me? No, I knew he wanted to keep it under wraps, and I wanted him to feel like he could trust me. Walker kissed my cheek. You're a good friend, Ozzy Cavanaugh, and an even better boyfriend. He punctuated this with another deep drink. I will be once the stress of this restaurant dies down. It will. Y'all get into a groove and it'll be great. We clinked right as Beckett, Holden, Wren, and Hikaru joined us. Holden accepted our offer of wine and downed half a glass before he sat down. His family-friendly gaming company had been taken off, and balancing things in his life had become more challenging in the last few months. Despite my nerves today, I was learning some of those same valuable lessons about balance. In my case, Joel and I had to learn how to hire the right people and then let them do their jobs. For instance, Tommy, now sober and officially reunited with his girlfriend, the EMT who'd tried to take care of him the night this place was trashed, was our new head bartender. It made no sense and perfect sense, and he continued to surprise us with his ingenuity and consistency. The guy had always loved coming to the watering hole, and now he could be there all the time without drinking himself into an early grave. Not only was it great for Tommy, it also meant Joel and I could spend more time building our businesses. Speaking of which, Joel pointed out the window as my mom and dad were making their way across the street. I put down my glass and rushed to join them outside, Tristan right behind with his phone up to record the moment for our social media platforms. Son, this is so beautiful, Mom said, marveling at the restaurant through the new front windows. Thank you, Mom. Joel and I created this place for you, I said, handing her the end of a rope. What is this? She asked, confused. I pointed to the burlap draped sign above the door. I never did tell you what I called the restaurant. Go ahead. Pull the covering off. She did, and Shanna was right. Mom cried big fat tears when the name was revealed. Kiana's. She drew me into a fierce hug, and we were joined by my dad, who, even though he'd known about the name and told me I should make it a surprise, cried as hard as she did. After a long embrace, she said, "Okay, take me inside and let me see if this food is worthy of my name." I chuckled, and all felt right with the world. Dinner was as delicious as I could have dreamed. Major had joined us right after Mom and Dad arrived, but Sawyer and Hendricks were 20 minutes late. Hendricks was looking healthier, but now it was Sawyer who looked unhappy and short on sleep. Fuck, what a mess. Regardless, we had a great time, and my mom went into the kitchen to give Shanna a huge hug. "I haven't had food this good since I was at my mother's house. Thank you, she said, following up with another hug. Some people thought it was weird, putting a Jamaican restaurant in the middle of downtown Seguin, but I loved the reasoning Mr. Page had left in his notebook. If you start small, start with what's comfortable, then you can grow a little. But if you start with something entirely new, you can shift perspectives a lot faster. I knew the second people tried my family's recipes, they'd be back. For now, I was grateful for the chance to give our wait and kitchen staff a good test run, since we were already booked with reservations for the next 2 weeks. At the end of the night, Walker and I ended up at my place with a stolen bottle of wine and soft music on the Bluetooth. "So," Walk said, drowsy and a little drunk. "A successful night." "Very," I replied, my words gone sideways as I took the bottle from him for a swig. "But I've got one more item on my agenda before I can call it perfect." "Yeah?" I dug in my back pocket, missing it a few times before coming up with my wallet. Flipping it open, I pulled out the final piece of the puzzle. "It's a key," he said. "If you're going to live here, you should probably have one." "I already have one," he said, reaching for his keychain. "You gave it to me after my mom walked in on us." He frowned, shuffling through. "Wait. It's missing." "That's because I stole it back so I could make this grand gesture, which you didn't get," I pouted, shoving the key into his hand. He slow blinked at me. "Wait, you want me to move in with you?" A goofy grin stole across my lips. "I want more. Way more, actually. But Joel said I couldn't propose just yet." "Shh, don't tell anyone. But I might have already bought a ring." Walker lowered his head, the tips of his ears flushing something wonderful. "Walk?" He looked up, his eyes glittering. "Yeah. Hell yeah, Oz, I'll move in with you. And I can't wait for more," he said, pulling me down for a deep, perfect kiss. We continued kissing for God knew how long, swaying to the light jazz. "Good," I whispered against his kiss-swollen lips. "Because I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you." This has been The Crush, Lost Boys Book 2. Written by Kelly Fox. Narrated by Declan Winters. Copyright 2024 by Kelly Fox. Production copyright by Kelly Fox.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.